11. Another problem among science fiction's post-megawar survivors, besides sickness, violence, sterility, impotence, mutation, and miscarriage, is sheer loneliness, and the nostalgia for lost ways of life. The characters created by Pangborn, Benét, Bradbury, Zelazny, Swanwick, Clarke, and Aikin, in stories which follow, all mourn, as do the inhabitants of Dante's hell, for a lost world, and this makes me think of much post-megawar fiction as a special case of the underworld myth. The fictional underworld is not always underground. In the Clarke story, it's in the sky. But it's the place of a dead civilization's afterlife. If you have an afterlife to spend, and have to spend it here, you'll pine and sigh for home like the shades of Virgil and Dante. After megawar, as Edgar Pangborn tells it, human life goes on here and there, taking unpredictable turns in isolation, growing, shrinking, changing, reminiscing, and in the case of a master, practicing away the Tao of his lost art. A Master of Babylon, by Edgar Pangborn. For 25 years no one came. In the 76th year of his life, Brian Van Anda was still trying not to remember a happy boyhood. To do so was irrelevant and dangerous, although every instinct of his old age tempted him to reject the present and live in the lost times. He would recall stubbornly that the present year, for example, was 2096, according to the Christian calendar, that he had been born in 2020, 7 years after the close of the Civil War, 50 years before the last war, 25 years before the departure of the first Interstellar. The first and second Interstellar would still be on the move, he supposed. It had been understood, obvious long ago, that after radio contact faded out, the world would not hear of them again for many lifetimes, if ever. They would be on the move, farther and farther away from a planet no longer capable of understanding such matters. Brian sometimes recalled the place of birth, New Boston, the fine planned city far inland from the old metropolis which a rising sea had reclaimed after the earthquake of 1994. Such things, places, and dates were factual props, useful when Brian wanted to impose an external order on the vagueness of his immediate existence. He tried to make sure they became no more than that, to shut away the colors, the poignant sounds, the parks and the playgrounds of New Boston, the known faces, many of them loved, and the later years when he had experienced a curious intoxication called fame. It was not necessarily better or wiser to reject these memories, but it was safer. And nowadays Brian was often sufficiently tired, sufficiently conscious of his growing weakness and lonely unimportance, to crave safety as a meadow mouse craves a burrow. He tied his canoe to the massive window which for many years had been a port and a doorway. Lounging there, with a suspended sense of time, he hardly knew he was listening. In a way, all the 25 years had been a listening. He watched Earth's patient stars sink toward the rim of the forest on the Palisades. At this hour, it was sometimes possible, if the sun-crimsoned water lay still, to cease grieving at the greater stillness. There must be scattered human life elsewhere, he knew, probably a great deal of it. After 25 years alone, that also often seemed irrelevant. At other times than mild evenings, on hushed noons or in the mornings always so empty of human commotion, Brian might lapse into anger, fight the calm by yelling, resent the swift dying of his own echoes. Such moods were brief. A kind of humor remained in him, not to be ruined by any sorrow. He remembered how 10 months, or possibly 10 years ago, he had encountered a box turtle in a forest clearing, and had shouted at it, "They went that-a-way." The turtle's rigidly comic face, fixed in a caricature of startled disapproval, had seemed to point up some truth or other. Brian had hunkered down on the moss and laughed uproariously until he observed that some of the laughter was weeping. Today had been rather good. He had killed a deer on the Palisades, and, with bow and arrow, not spending a bullet, irreplaceable toy of civilization. Not that he needed to practice such economy. He could live, he supposed, another 10 years at the outside. His rifles were in good condition. His hoarded ammunition would easily outlast him. so with the stock of canned and dried food stuffed away in his living quarters. But there was satisfaction in primitive effort, and no compulsion to analyze the why of it. The stored food was more important than the ammunition. A time was coming soon enough when he would no longer have the strength for hunting. He would lose the inclination to depart from his fortress for trips to the mainland. He would yield to such timidity or laziness for days, then weeks. Sometime, after such an interlude, he might find himself too feeble to risk climbing the cliff wall into the forest. He would then have the good sense, he hoped, to destroy the canoe, thus making of his weakness a necessity. There were books. There was the hall of music on the next floor above the water, probably safe from its lessening encroachment. To secure fresh water, he need only keep track of the tides, for the Hudson had cleaned itself and now rolled down sweet from the lonely, uncorrupted hills. His decline could be comfortable. He had provided for it and planned it. Yet now, gazing across the sleepy water, seeing a broad-winged hawk circle in freedom above the forest, Brian was aware of the old thought moving in him. If I could hear voices, just once, if I could hear human voices. The Museum of Human History, with the Hall of Music on what Brian thought of as the second floor, should also outlast his requirements. In the flooded lower floor and basement, the work of slow destruction must be going on. Here and there the unhurried waters could find their way to steel and make rust of it. The waterproofing of the concrete was nearly 100 years old, but it ought to be good for another century or two. Nowadays the ocean was mild. There were moderate tides, winds no longer destructive. For the last 6 years there had been no more of the heavy storms out of the south. In the same period Brian had noted a rise in the water level of a mere 9 inches. The window-sill, his port, stood 6 inches above high tide mark this year. Perhaps Earth was settling into a new amiable mood. The climate had become delightful, about like what Brian remembered from a visit to southern Virginia in his childhood. The last earthquake had come in 2082, a large one, Brian guessed, but its center could not have been close to the rock of Manhattan. The museum had only shivered and shrugged. It had survived much worse than that, half a dozen times since 1994. Long after the tremor, a tall wave had thundered in from the south. Its force, like that of others, had mostly been dissipated against the barrier of tumbled rock and steel at the southern end of the submerged island. An undersea dam, man-made, though not man-intended. And when it reached the museum, it did no more than smash the southern windows of the Hall of Music, which earlier waves had not been able to reach. Then it passed on up the river, enfeebled. The windows of the lower floor had all been broken long before that. After the earthquake of '82, Brian had spent a month in boarding up all the openings on the south side of the Hall of Music. After all, it was home, with lumber painfully ferried over from mainland ruins. By that year, he was 62 years old, and not moving with the ease of youth. He deliberately left cracks and knotholes. Sunlight sifted through in narrow beams, like the bars of dusty gold Brian could remember in a hayloft at his uncle's farm in Vermont. That hawk above the Palisades soared nearer over the river and receded. Caught in the evening light, he was himself a little sun, dying and returning. The museum had been finished in 2003. Manhattan, strangely enough, had never taken a bomb, although in the Civil War 2 of the type called small clean fission had fallen on the Brooklyn and New Jersey sides. So Brian recalled from the jolly history books which had informed his adolescence that war was definitely a thing of the past. By the time of the next last war, in 2070, the sea, gorged on melting ice caps, had removed Manhattan Island from current history. Everything left standing above the waters south of the museum had been knocked flat by the tornadoes of 2057 and 2064. A few blobs of empty rock still demonstrated where Central Park and Mount Morris Park had been. Not significant. Where Long Island once rose, there was a troubled area of shoals and small islands, probably a useful barrier of protection for the receding shore of Connecticut. Men had yielded their great city inch by inch, then foot by foot. a full mile in 2047, saying, "The flood years have passed their peak, and a return to normal is expected." Brian sometimes felt a twinge of sympathy for the Neanderthal experts who must have told each other to expect a return to normal at the very time when the Cro-Magnons were drifting in. In 2057, the island of Manhattan had to be yielded. New York City, half new, half ancient, sprawled stubborn and enormous upstream, on both sides of a river not done with its anger. Yet the museum stood. Aided by sunken rubble of other buildings of its kind, aided also by men because they still had time to love it, the museum stood, and might for a long time yet, weather permitting. The Hawk floated out of sight above the Palisades into the field of the low sun. The Museum of Human History covered an acre of ground north of 125th Street, rising a modest 15 stories. Its foundation secure in that layer of rock which mimics eternity. It deserved its name. Here, men had brought samples of everything man-made, literally everything known in the course of human creation since prehistory. Within human limits, it was definitive. No one had felt anything unnatural in the refusal of the directors of the museum to move the collection after the building weathered the storm of 2057. Instead, ordinary people donated money so that a mighty abutment could be built around the ground floor and a new entrance designed on the north side of the second. The abutment survived the greater tornado of 2064 without damage, although during those 7 years the sea had risen another 8 feet in its old, ever-new game of making monkeys out of the wise. It was left for Brian Van Anda alone in 2079 to see the waters slide quietly over the abutment, opening the lower regions for the use of fishes and the more secret water-dwellers who like shelter and privacy. In the 90s, Brian suspected the presence of an octopus or two in the vast, vague territory that had once been parking lot, heating plant, storage space, air raid shelter, etc. He couldn't prove it. It just seemed like a decent, comfortable place for an octopus. In 2070, plans were under consideration for building a new causeway to the museum from the still expanding city in the north. In 2070 also, the last war began and ended. When Brian Van Anda came down the river late in 2071, a refugee from certain unfamiliar types of savagery, the museum was empty of the living. He spent many days in exhaustive exploration of the building. He did this systematically, toiling at last up to the director's meeting room on the top floor. There he observed how they must have been holding a conference at the very time when a new gas was tried out over New York, in a final effort to persuade the Western Federation that the end justifies the means. Too bad, Brian sometimes thought, that he would never know exactly what had become of the Asian Empire. In the little splinter state called the Soviet of North America, from which Brian had fled in 71, the official doctrine was that the Asian Empire had won the war, and the saviors of humanity would be flying in any day now. Brian had inadvertently doubted this out loud, and then stolen a boat and gotten away safely under cover of night. Up in the meeting room, Brian had seen how that up-to-date neurotoxin had been no respecter of persons. An easy death, however, by the look of it. He observed also how some things endure, the museum, for instance, virtually unharmed. Brian often recalled those moments in the meeting room as a sort of island in time. They were like the first day of falling in love, the first hour of discovering that he could play Beethoven, and a little like the curiously cherished, more than life-size half-hour back there in Newburgh in that ghastly year of 2071, when he had briefly met and spoken with an incredibly old man, Abraham Brown. Brown had been president of the Western Federation at the time of the Civil War. Later, retired from the uproar of public affairs, he had devoted himself to philosophy, unofficial teaching. In 2071, with the world he had loved in almost total ruin around him, Brown had spoken pleasantly to Brian Van Anda of small things, of chrysanthemums that would soon be blooming in the front yard of the house where he lived with friends, of a piano recital by Van Anda back in 2067, which the old man still remembered with warm enthusiasm. Only a month later, more hell was loose, and Brian himself in flight. Yes, the museum directors had died easily. Brooding in the evening sunlight, Brian reflected that now, all these years later, the innocent bodies would be perfectly decent. No vermin in the museum. The doorways and the floors were tight, the upper windows unbroken. One of the white-haired men had had a Ming vase on his desk. He had not dropped out of his chair, but looked as if he had fallen asleep in front of the vase, with his head on his arms. Brian had left the vase untouched, but had taken one thing, moved by some stirring of his own never-certain philosophy and knowing that he would not return to this room, ever. One of the directors had been opening a wall cabinet when he fell. The key lay near his fingers. Their discussion had not been concerned only with war, perhaps not at all with war. After all, there were other topics. The Ming vase must have had a part in it. Brian wished he could know what the old man had meant to take from the cabinet. Sometimes he dreamed of conversations with that man, in which the director told him the truth of this and other matters. But what was certainty in sleep was in the morning gone like childhood. For himself, Brian had taken a little image of rock-hard clay, blackened, two-faced, male and female. Prehistoric, or at any rate wholly savage, unsophisticated, meaningful like the blameless motion of an animal in sunlight. Brian had said, "With your permission, gentlemen." He had closed the cabinet, and then softly the outer door. "I'm old, too," Brian said to the red evening. He searched for the hawk, and could no longer find it in the deepening sky. "Old, a little foolish. Talk aloud to myself. I'll have some Mozart before supper." He transferred the fresh venison from the canoe to a small raft hitched inside the window. He had selected only choice pieces, as much as he could cook and eat in the few days before it spoiled, leaving the rest for the wolves or any other forest scavengers which might need it. There was a rope strung from the window to the marble steps leading to the next floor of the museum, which was home. It had not been possible to save much from the submerged area, for its treasure was mostly heavy statuary. Through the still water, as he pulled the raft along the rope, the Moses of Michelangelo gazed up at him in tranquillity. Other faces watched him. Most of them watched infinity. There were white hands that occasionally borrowed motion from ripples made by the raft. "I got a deer, Moses," said Brian Van Anda, smiling down in companionship, losing track of time. "Good night, Moses." He carried his juicy burden up the stairway. Brian's living quarters had once been a cloakroom for museum attendants. 4 close walls gave it a feel of security. A ventilating shaft now served as a chimney for the wood stove Brian had salvaged from a mainland farmhouse. The door could be tightly locked. There were no windows. You do not want windows in a cave. Outside was the Hall of Music, a full acre, an entire floor of the museum, containing an example of every musical instrument that was known or could be reconstructed in the 21st century. The library of scores and recordings lacked nothing, except electricity to make the recordings speak. A few might still be made to sound on a hand-cranked phonograph, but Brian had not bothered with that toy for years. The springs were probably rusted. Brian sometimes took out orchestra and chamber music scores to read at random. Once, reading them, his mind had been able to furnish ensembles, orchestras, choirs of a sort, but lately the ability had weakened. He remembered a day, possibly a year ago, when his memory refused to give him the sound of oboe and clarinet in unison. He had wandered, peevish, distressed, unreasonably alarmed, among the racks and cases of woodwinds and brasses and violins. He tried to sound a clarinet. The reed was still good in the dust-proof case, but he had no lip. He had never mastered any instrument except the pianoforte. He recalled, it might have been that same day, opening a chest of double basses. There was a 3-stringer in the group, old, probably from the early 19th century, a trifle fatter than its more modern companions. Brian touched its middle string in an idle caress, not intending to make it sound, but it had done so. When in use, it would have been tuned to D. Time had slackened the heavy murmur to A, or something near it. That had throbbed in the silent room with finality, a sound such as a programmatic composer, say Tchaikovsky, might have used as a tonal symbol for the breaking of a heart. It stayed in the air as other instruments whispered a dim response. "All right, gentlemen," Brian said. "That was your A." Out in the main part of the hall, a place of honor was given to what may have been the oldest of the instruments, a 7-note marimba of phonolytic schist discovered in Indochina in the 20th century and thought to be at least 5,000 years of age. The xylophone-type rack was modern. Brian, for 25 years, had obeyed a compulsion to keep it free of cobwebs. Sometimes he touched the singing stones, not for amusement, but because there was comfort in it. They answered to the light tap of a fingernail. Beside them, on a little table of its own, he had placed the Stone Age god of two faces. On the west side of the Hall of Music, a rather long walk from Brian's cave, was a small auditorium. Lectures, recitals, chamber music concerts had been given there in the old days. The pleasant room held a 12-foot concert grand made in 2043, probably the finest of the many pianos in the Hall of Music, a summit of technical achievement. Brian had done his best to preserve this beautiful artifact, prayerfully tuning it 3 times a year, robbing other pianos in the museum to provide a reserve supply of strings, oiled and sealed against rust. When not in use, his great piano was covered by stitched-together sheets. To remove the cover was a somber ritual. Before touching the keys, Brian washed his hands with needless fanatical care. Some years ago, he had developed the habit of locking the auditorium doors before he played. Yet even then he preferred not to glance toward the vista of empty seats, not much caring whether this inhibition derived from a Stone Age fear of finding someone there, or from a flat civilized understanding that no one could be. It never occurred to him to lock the one door he used, when he was absent from the auditorium. The key remained on the inside. If he went in merely to tune the piano or to inspect the place, he never turned it. The habit of locking it when he played might have started, he could not remember, back in the year 2076, when so many bodies had floated down from the north on the ebb tides. Full horror had somehow been lacking in the sight of all that floating death. Perhaps it was because Brian had earlier had his fill of horrors, or perhaps in 2076 he already felt so divorced from his own kind that what happened to them was like the photograph of a war in a distant country. Some had bobbed and floated quite near the museum. Most of them had the gaping, obvious wounds of primitive warfare, but some were oddly discolored. A new pestilence? So there was, or had been, more trouble up there in what was, or had been, the short-lived Soviet of North America, a self-styled nation that took in east-central New York and most of New England. So, yes, that was probably the year when he had started locking the doors between his private concerts and an empty world. He dumped the venison in his cave. He scrubbed his hands, showing high blue veins now, but still tough, still knowing. Mozart, he thought, and walked, not with much pleasure of anticipation, but more like one externally driven, through the enormous hall that was so full and yet so empty, and growing dim with evening, with dust, with age, with loneliness. Music should not be silent. When the piano was uncovered, Brian delayed. He exercised his hands unnecessarily. He fussed with a candelabrum on the wall, lighting 3 candles, then blowing out 2 for economy. He admitted presently that he did not want the emotional clarity of Mozart at all, not now. The darkness of 2070 was too close, closer than he had felt it for a long time. It would never have occurred to Mozart, Brian thought, that a world could die. Beethoven could have entertained the idea soberly enough, and Chopin probably. Even Brahms. Mozart, Haydn, Bach would surely have dismissed it as somebody's bad dream, in poor taste. Andrew Carr, who lived and died in the latter half of the 20th century, had endured the idea deep in his bloodstream from the beginning of his childhood. The date of Hiroshima was 1945. Carr was born in 1951. The wealth of his music was written between 1969, when he was 18, and 1984, when he died among the smells of an Egyptian jail from injuries received in a street brawl. "If not Mozart," said Brian Van Ande to his idle hands, "there is always the project. To play Carr's last sonata as it should be played, as Carr was supposed to have said he couldn't play it himself. Brian had been thinking of that as the project for many years. It had begun teasing his mind long before the war, at the time of his triumphs in a civilized world which had been warmly appreciative of the polished interpretive artist, once he got the breaks, although no more awake than in any other age to the creative sort. Back there, in the undestroyed society, Brian had proposed to program that sonata in the company of works that were older, but no greater, and to play it, well beyond his best, so that even music critics would begin to see its importance in history. He had never done it, had never felt the necessary assurance that he had entered into the sonata and learned the depth of it. Now, when there was none to hear or care, unless the harmless brown spiders in the corners of the auditorium had a taste for music, there was still the project. I hear, Brian thought. I care. And with myself for audience, I wish to hear it once as it ought to be, a final statement for a world that was, I think, too good to die. Technically, of course, he had it. The athletic demands Carr made on the performer were tremendous, but, given technique, there was nothing impossible about them. Anyone capable of concert work could at least play the notes at the required tempi. And any reasonably shrewd pianist could keep track of the dynamics, saving strength for the shattering finale. Brian had heard the sonata played by others 2 or 3 times in the old days, competently. Competency was not enough. For example, what about the third movement, the mad scherzo, and the 5 tiny interludes of quiet scattered through its plunging fury? They were not alike, related, but each one demanded a new climate of heart and mind, tenderness, regret, simple relaxation. Flowers on a flood? No. Window lights in a storm? No. The innocence of a child in a bombed city? No, not really. Something of all those. Much more, too, defying words. What of the second movement, the largo, where in a way the pattern was reversed? The midnight introspection interrupted by moments of anger or longing or despair, like the despair of an angel beating his wings against a prison of glass. It was a work in which something of Carr's life, Carr's temperament, had to come into you, whether you dared welcome it or not. Otherwise, your playing was no more than reproduction of notes on a page. Carr's life was not for the contemplation of the timid. The details were superficially well known. The biographies were like musical notation, meaningless without interpretation and insight. Carr was a drunken roarer, a young devil-god with such a consuming hunger for life that he choked to death on it. His friends hated him for the way he drained their lives, loving them to distraction, and the next moment having no time for them because he loved his work more. His enemies must have had times of helplessly admiring him, if only because of a translucent honesty that made him more and less than human. A rugged Australian, not tall but built like a hero, a face all forehead and jaw and glowing hyperthyroid eyes. He wept only when he was angry, the biographic storytellers said. In 1 minute of talk, he might shift from gutter obscenity to some extreme of altruistic tenderness, and from that perhaps to a philosophic comment of cold intelligence. He passed his childhood on a sheep farm, ran away on a freighter at 13, was flung out of 2 respectable conservatories for drunkenness and public lewdness, then studied like a slave in London with single-minded desperation, as if he knew the time was short. He was married twice, and twice divorced. He killed a man in a silly brawl on the New Orleans docks, and wrote his first symphony while he was in jail for that. He died of stab wounds from a broken bottle in a Cairo jail, and was recognized by the critics. It all had relevancy. Relevant or not, if the sonata was in your mind, so was the life. You had to remember also that Andrew Carr was the last of civilization's great composers. No one in the 21st century approached him. They ignored his explorations and carved cherry stones. He belonged to no school, unless you wanted to imagine a school of music beginning with Bach, taking in perhaps a dozen along the way, and ending with Carr himself. His work was a summary as well as an advance along the mainstream into the unknown. In the light of the year 2070, it was also a completion. Brian was certain he could play the first movement of the sonata as he wished to. Technically, it was not revolutionary, and remained rather close to the ancient sonata form. Carr had even written in a double bar for a repeat of the entire opening statement, something that had made his cerebral contemporaries sneer with great satisfaction. It never occurred to them that Carr was inviting the performer to use his head. The bright, sorrowful second movement, unfashionably long, with its strange pauses, unforeseen recapitulations, outbursts of savage change, that was where Brian's troubles began. "Reminiscent of Franck," said the hunters for comparisons, whom we have always with us. It did not help Brian to be old, remembering the inner storms of 40 years ago and more. His single candle fluttered. For once, Brian had forgotten to lock the door into the Hall of Music. This troubled him, but he did not rise from the piano chair. He chided himself instead for the foolish neuroses of aloneness. What could it matter? Let it go. He shut his eyes. The sonata had long ago been memorized. Printed copies were safe in the library. He played the opening of the first movement as far as the double bar, opened his eyes to the friendly black and white of clean keys, and played the repetition with new light, new emphasis. Better than usual, he thought. Yes, good. Now that naive-appearing modulation into A major, which only Carr would have wanted just there in that sudden, obvious way, like the opening of a door on shining fields. On toward the climax. I am playing it, I think, through the intricate revelations of development and recapitulation, and the conclusion, lingering, half-humorous, not unlike a Beethoven "I'm not gone yet" ending, but with a questioning that was all Andrew Carr. After that, "No more tonight," said Brian aloud. "Some night, though. Not competent right now, my friend." He replaced the cover of the piano and blew out the candle. He had brought no torch, long use having taught his feet every inch of the small journey. It was quite dark. The never-opened western windows of the auditorium were dirty, most of the dirt on the outside, crusted wind-blown salt. In this partial darkness, something was wrong. At first, Brian found no source for the faint light, dim orange with a hint of motion. He peered into the gloom of the auditorium, fixing his eyes on the oblong of blacker shadow that was the doorway into the Hall of Music. The windows, of course. He had almost forgotten there were any. The light, hardly deserving the name of light, was coming through them. But sunset was surely past. He had been here a long time, delaying and brooding before he played. Sunset should not flicker. So there was some kind of fire on the mainland. There had been no thunderstorm. How could fire start, over there where no one ever came? He stumbled a few times, swearing petulantly, locating the doorway again and groping through it into the Hall of Music. The windows out here were just as dirty. No use trying to see through them. There must have been a time when he had looked through them, enjoyed looking through them. He stood shivering in the marble silence, trying to remember. Time was a gradual, continual dying. Time was the growth of dirt and ocean salt, sealing in, covering over. He stumbled for his cloakroom cave, hurrying now, and lit 2 candles. He left one by the cold stove, and used the other to light his way down the stairs to his raft. Once down there, he blew it out, afraid. The room a candle makes in the darkness is a vulnerable room. Having no walls, it closes in a blindness. He pulled the raft by the guide rope gently, for fear of noise. He found his canoe tied as he had left it. He poked his white head slowly beyond the sill, staring west. Merely a bonfire gleaming, reddening the blackness of the cliff. Brian knew the spot, a ledge almost at water level, at one end of the troublesome path he usually followed in climbing to the forest at the top of the Palisades. Usable driftwood was often there, the supply renewed by the high tides. "No," Brian said. "Oh, no!" Unable to accept or believe, or not believe. He drew his head in, resting his forehead on the coldness of the sill, waiting for the dizziness to pass, reason to return. It might have been a long time, a kind of blackout. Now he was again in command of his actions, and even rather calm, once more leaning out over the sill. The fire still shone, and was therefore not a disordered dream of old age. It was dying to a dull rose of embers. He wondered about the time. Clocks and watches had stopped long ago. Brian had ceased to want them. A sliver of moon was hanging over the water to the east. He ought to be able to remember the phases, deduce the approximate time from that. But his mind was too tired or distraught to give him the data. Maybe it was somewhere around midnight. He climbed on the sill and lifted the canoe over it to the motionless water inside. Useless, he decided, as soon as the grunting effort was finished. That fire had been lit before daylight passed. Whoever lit it would have seen the canoe, might even have been watching Brian himself come home from his hunting. The canoe's disappearance in the night would only rouse further curiosity. But Brian was too exhausted to lift it back. And why assume that the maker of the bonfire was necessarily hostile? Might be good company. He pulled his raft through the darkness, secured it at the stairway, and groped back to his cave. He locked the door. The venison was waiting. The sight made him ravenous. He lit a small fire in the stove, one that he hoped would not still be sending smoke from the ventilator shaft when morning came. He cooked the meat crudely and wolfed it down, all enjoyment gone at the first mouthful. He was shocked to discover the dirtiness of his white beard. He hadn't given himself a real bath in weeks, was it? He searched for scissors, and spent an absent-minded while in trimming the beard back to shortness. He ought to take some soap, valuable stuff, down to Moses' room, and wash. Clothes, too. People probably still wore clothes. He had worn none for years, except for sandals. He used a carrying satchel for trips to the mainland. He had enjoyed the freedom at first, and especially the discovery that in his rugged 50s he did not need clothes even for the soft winters, except perhaps a light covering when he slept. Later, total nakedness had become so natural it required no thought at all. But the owner of that bonfire could have inherited or retained the pruderies of the lost culture. He checked his rifles. The .22 automatic, an army model from the 2040s, was the best. Any amount of death in that. The tiny bullets carried a paralytic poison. Graze a man's finger, and he was almost painlessly dead in 3 minutes. Effective range, with telescopic sights, 3 kilometers. Weight, a scant 5 pounds. Brian sat a long time cuddling that triumph of military science, listening for sounds that never came. Would it be 2 o'clock? He wished he could have seen the time satellite, renamed in his mind the Midnight Star. But when he was down there at his port, he had not once looked up at the night sky. Delicate and beautiful, bearing its everlasting freight of men who must have been dead now for 25 years, and who would be dead a very long time. Well, it was better than a clock, if you happened to look at the midnight sky at the right time of the month when the man-made star caught the moonlight. But he had missed it tonight. 3 o'clock? At some time during the long dark he put the rifle away on the floor. With studied, self-conscious contempt for his own weakness, he unlocked the door and strode out noisily into the hall of music, with a fresh-lit candle. This same bravado, he knew, might dissolve at the first alien noise. While it lasted, it was invigorating. The windows were still black with night. As if the candle flame had found its own way, Brian was standing by the ancient marimba in the main hall, the gleam slanting carelessly away from his gaunt hand, and nearby sat the Stone Age god. It startled him. He remembered clearly how he himself had placed it there, obeying a half-humorous whim. The image and the singing stones were both magnificently older than history, so why shouldn't they live together? Whenever he dusted the marimba, he dusted the image respectfully, and its table. It would not have needed much urging from the impulses of a lonely mind to make him place offerings before it, winking first, of course, to indicate that rituals suitable to a pair of aging gentlemen did not have to be sensible in order to be good. The clay face, remembering eternity, was not deformed by the episode of civilization. Chipped places were simple, honorable scars. The two faces stared mildly from the single head, uncommunicative, serene. A wooden hammer of modern make rested on the marimba. Softly, Brian tapped a few of the stones. He struck the shrillest one harder, waking many slow-dying overtones, and laid the hammer down, listening until the last murmur perished and a drop of wax hurt his thumb. He returned to his cave and blew out the candle, never thinking of the door, or, if he thought, not caring. Face down, he rolled his head and clenched his fingers into his palate, seeking in pain, finding at last the relief of stormy childish weeping in the dark. Then he slept. They looked timid. The evidence of it was in their tense, squatting pose, not in what the feeble light allowed Brian to see of their faces, which were blank as rock. Hunkered down just inside the doorway of the dim cloakroom cave, a morning grayness from the hall of music behind them, they were ready for flight, and Brian's intelligence warned his body to stay motionless. Readiness for flight could also be readiness for attack. He studied them through slit eyelids, knowing he was in deep shadow. They were very young, 16 or 17, firm-muscled, the boy slim but heavy in the shoulders, the girl a fully developed woman. They were dressed alike, loin-cloths of some coarse, dull fabric, and moccasins that were probably deer-hide. Their hair grew nearly to the shoulders and was cut off carelessly, but they were evidently in the habit of combing it. They appeared to be clean. Their complexion, so far as Brian could guess it in the meager light, was brown, like a heavy tan. With no immediate awareness of emotion, he decided they were beautiful. And then, within his own poised and perilous silence, Brian reminded himself that the young are always beautiful. The woman muttered softly, "He wake." A twitch of the man's head was probably meant to warn her to be quiet. He clutched the shaft of a javelin with a metal blade which had once belonged to a bread knife. The blade was polished, shining, lashed to a peeled stick. The javelin trailed, ready for use at a flick of the young man's arm. Brian sighed deliberately. "Good morning." The man, or boy, said, "Good morning, sir." "Where do you come from?" "Millstone." The man spoke automatically, but then his facial rigidity dissolved into astonishment and some kind of distress. He glanced at his companion, who giggled uneasily. "The old man pretends to not know," she said, and smiled, and seemed to be waiting for the young man's permission to go on speaking. He did not give it, but she continued. "Sir, the old ones of Millstone are dead." She thrust her hand out and down, flat, a picture of finality, adding with nervous haste, "as the old man knows. He who told us to call him Jonas, she who told us to call her Abigail, dead. They are still without moving the full 6 days. Then we do the burial as they told us, as the old man knows." "But I don't know," said Brian, and sat up on his pallet too quickly, startling them. But their motion was backward, a readying for flight. "Millstone? Where is Millstone?" They looked wholly bewildered and dismayed. They stood up with animal grace, stepping backward out of the cave, the girl whispering in the man's ear. Brian caught 2 words. "He's angry." He jumped up. "Don't go! Please, don't go!" He followed them out of the cave, slowly now, aware that he might be an object of terror in the half-dark, aware of his gaunt, graceless age, and nakedness, and dirty hacked-off beard. Almost involuntarily he adopted something of the flat, stilted quality of their speech. "I will not hurt you. Do not go." They halted. The girl smiled dubiously. The man said, "We need old ones. They die. He who told us to call him Jonas said, 'Many days in the boat.' Not with the sun path, he said, across the sun path, he said, keeping land on the left hand. We need old ones to speak the old man is angry?" "No, I am not angry. I am never angry." Brian's mind groped, certain of nothing. No one came for 25 years. Millstone? There was red gold on the dirty eastern windows of the Hall of Music, a light becoming softness as it slanted down, touching the long rows of cases, the warm brown of an antique spinet, the clean gold of a 20th-century harp, the gray of singing stones 5,000 years old, and a two-faced god much older than that. "Millstone." Brian pointed in inquiry southwest. The girl nodded, pleased, and not at all surprised that he should know, watching him now with a squirrel's stiff curiosity. Hadn't there been a Millstone River in or near Princeton once upon a time? Brian thought he remembered that it emptied into the Raritan Canal. There was some moderately high ground there. Islands now, no doubt. Perhaps they would tell him. "There were old people in Millstone," he said, trying for peaceful dignity, "and they died. So now you need old ones to take their place." The girl nodded vigorously many times. Her glance at the young man was shy, possessive, maybe amused. "He who told us to call him Jonas said no marriage without the words of Abraham." Brian checked himself. If this was religion, it would not do to speak the name Abraham with a rising inflection. "I have been for a long time—" He checked himself again. A man old, ugly, and strange enough to be sacred should never stoop to explain anything. They were standing by the 7-stone marimba. His hand dropped, his thumbnail clicking against the deepest stone and waking a murmur. The children drew back alarmed. Brian smiled. "Don't be afraid." He tapped the other stones lightly. "It is only music. It will not hurt you." They were patient and respectful, waiting for more light. He said carefully, "He who told you to call him Jonas, he taught you all the things you know?" "All things," the boy said, and the girl nodded 3 or 4 times, so that the soft brownness of her hair tumbled about her face, and she pushed it back in a small human motion as old as the clay image. "Do you know how old you are?" They looked blank. Then the girl said, "Oh, Summers." She held up her 2 hands with spread fingers, then 1 hand. 3 5s. She chuckled and sobered quickly. "As the old man knows." "I am very old," said Brian. "I know many things, but sometimes I wish to forget, and sometimes I wish to hear what others know, even though I may know it myself." They looked uncomprehending and greatly impressed. Brian felt a smile on his face and wondered why it should be there. They were nice children, born 10 years after the death of a world, 20 perhaps. "I think I am 76, but what if I dropped a decade somewhere and never noticed the damn thing?" "He who told you to call him Jonas, he taught you all you know of Abraham?" At the sound of the name, both made swift circular motions, first at the forehead, then at the breast. "He taught us all things," the young man said. "He and she who told us to call her Abigail. The hours to rise, to pray, to wash, to eat. The laws for hunting. And I know the Abraham words for that. Solamra, I take this for my need." Brian felt lost again, and looked down to the clay faces of the image for counsel, and found none. "They who told you to call them Jonas and Abigail, they were the only ones who lived with you? The only old ones?" Again that look of bewilderment and disappointment. "The only ones, sir," the young man said, "as the old man knows." "I could never persuade them that, being old, I know very nearly nothing." Brian straightened to his full, great height. The young people were not tall. Though stiff and worn with age, Brian knew he was still overpowering. Once, among men, he had gently enjoyed being more than life-size. As a shield for loneliness and fright within, he now adopted a phony sternness. "I wish to examine you for your own good, my children, about Millstone and your knowledge of Abraham. How many others live at Millstone? Tell me." "2 5s, sir," said the boy promptly. "And I, the one who may be called Jonathan, and this girl who may be called Paula. 2 5s and 2. We are the biggest. The others are only children, but the one who may be called Jimmy has killed his deer. He sees after them now while we go across the sun path." Under Brian's questioning, more of the story came, haltingly, obscured by the young man's conviction that the old man already knew everything. Sometime, probably in the middle 2080s, Jonas and Abigail, whoever they were, had come on a group of 12 wild children who were keeping alive somehow in a ruined town where their elders had all died. Jonas and Abigail had brought them all to an island they called Millstone. Jonas and Abigail came originally from up across the sun path. The boy seemed to mean north. And they were very old, which might mean, Brian guessed, anything between 30 and 90. In teaching the children primitive means of survival, Jonas and Abigail had brought off a brilliant success. Jonathan and Paula were well fed, shining with health and the strength of wildness, and clean. Their speech, limited and odd though it was, had not been learned from the ignorant. Its pronunciation faintly suggested New England, so far as it had any local accent. "Did they teach you reading and writing?" Brian asked, and made writing motions on the flat of his palm, which the two watched in vague alarm. The boy asked, "What is that?" "Never mind. I could quarrel with some of your theories, Mr. Whom I may call Jonas. But maybe, he thought, there had been no books, no writing materials, no way to get them. What's the minimum of technology required to keep the human spirit alive? Well, tell me what they taught you of Abraham. I wish to hear how well you remember." Both made again the circular motion at forehead and breast, and the young man said with the stiffness of recitation, "Abraham was the Son of Heaven, who died that we might live." The girl, her obligation discharged with a religious gesture, tapped the marimba shyly, fascinated, and drew her finger back, smiling up at Brian in apology for naughtiness. "He taught the laws, the everlasting truth of all time," the boy gabbled, "and was slain on the wheel at Newber by the infidels. Therefore, since he died for us, we look up across the sun path when we pray to Abraham Brown, who will come again." The boy Jonathan sighed and relaxed. "Abraham Brown? But I knew him. I met him. Newber? Newburgh, temporary capital of the Soviet of... Oh, damn that. Met him 2071. The concert of mine he remembered. The wheel? The wheel? And when did Abraham die, boy?" "Oh." Jonathan moved fingers, helplessly embarrassed. Dates would be no part of the doctrine. "Long ago. He glanced up hopefully. 1,000 years? I think he who told us to call him Jonas did not teach us that." "I see. Never mind. You speak well, boy." "Oh, my good Dr. Ex-President. After all. Artist, statesman, student of ethics, agnostic philosopher. All that long life you preached charity and skepticism, courage without the need of faith, the positive uses of the suspended judgment. all so clear, simple, obvious, needing only that little bit more of patience and courage which your human hearers were not ready to give. You must have known they were not. But did you know this would happen? Janis and Abigail. Some visionary pair, Brian supposed, full of this theory and that, maybe gone a bit foolish under the horrors of those years. Unthinking admirers of Brown, or perhaps not even that, perhaps just brewing their own syncretism because they thought a religion was needed, and using Brown's name. Why? Because it was easy to remember? They probably felt some pride of creation in the job. Possibly belief even grew in their own minds as they found the children accepting it and building a ritual life around it. It was impossible, Brian thought, that Janis and Abigail could have met the living Abraham Brown. Brown accepted mysteries because he faced the limitations of human intelligence. He had only contempt for the needless making of mysteries. He was without arrogance. No one could have talked 5 minutes with him without hearing a tranquil, "I don't know." The wheel at Newburgh? But Brian realized he would never learn how Brown actually died. "I hope you suffered no more than most prophets." He was pulled from the pit of abstraction by the girl's odd question, "What is that?" She was pointing to the clay image in its dusty sunlight. Brian was almost deaf to his own words until they were past recovering. "Oh, that is very old and very sacred." She nodded, round-eyed, and stepped back a pace or two. "And that was all they taught you of Abraham Brown?" Astonished, the boy asked, "Is it not enough?" "There is always the project." "Why, perhaps—" "We know all the prayers, old man." Yes, I'm sure you do." "The old man will come with us." It was not a question. "Eh?" "There is always the project." "Come with you?" "We look for old ones." There was a new note in the young man's fine, firm voice, and it was impatience. "We traveled many days up across the sun path. We want you to speak the Abraham words for marriage. The old ones said we must not mate as the animals do without the words. We want—" "Marry, of course," Brian grumbled. Poor old Janis and Abigail, faithful to your century, such as it was. Brian felt tired and confused, and rubbed a great long-fingered hand across his face so that the words might have come out blurred and dull. "Naturally, kids. Beget. Replenish the earth. I'm damn tired. I don't know any special hocus-pocus, any Abraham words, for marriage. Just go ahead and breed. Try again." "But the old ones said—" "Wait!" Brian cried. "Wait. Let me think. Did he who told you to call him Janis, did he teach you anything about the world as it was in the old days, before you were born?" "Before—" "The old man makes fun of us." No. Since he now had to fight down a certain physical fear as well as confusion, Brian spoke more harshly than he intended. "Answer my question. What do you know of the old days? I was a young man once. Do you understand that? As young as you. What do you know about the world I lived in?" The young man laughed. There was newborn suspicion in him as well as anger, stiffening his shoulders, narrowing his innocent gray eyes. "There was always the world," he said, "ever since God made it 1,000 years ago." "Was there?" "I was a musician. Do you know what a musician is?" The young man shook his head lightly, watching Brian, too alertly, watching his hands, aware of him in a new way, no longer humble. Paula sensed the tension and did not like it. She said worriedly, politely, "We forget some of the things they taught us, sir. They were old ones. Most of the days they were away from us in places where we were not to go, praying. Old ones are always praying." "I will hear this old man pray," said Jonasson. The butt of the javelin rested against Jonasson's foot, the blade swaying from side to side, a waiting snake's head. A misstep, a wrong word. Any trifle, Brian knew, could make them decide he was evil and not sacred. Their religion would inevitably require a devil. He thought also, it would merely be one of the ways of dying, not the worst. "You shall hear me make music," he said sternly, "and you shall be content with that. Come this way." In fluctuating despair, he was wondering if any good might come of anger. "Come this way. You shall hear a world you never knew." Naked and ugly, he stalked across the hall of music, not looking behind him, though he sensed every glint of light from that bread-knife javelin. "This way!" he shouted. "Come in here." He flung open the door of the auditorium and strode up on the platform. "Sit down," he roared at them. "Sit down over there and be quiet. Be quiet." He thought they did. He could not look at them. He knew he was muttering between his noisy outbursts as he twitched the cover off the piano and raised the lid, muttering bits and fragments from the old times and the new. "They went that-a-way. Oh, Mr. Van Anda, it just simply goes right through me. I can't express it. Madam, such was my intention. Or as Brahms is supposed to have said, on a slightly different subject, any ass knows that. Brio, Rubato, and Schmaltz went to sea in a— Jonasson, Paula, this is a pianoforte. It will not hurt you. Sit there, be quiet, and I pray you listen." He found calm. Now, if ever, when there is living proof that human nature, some sort of human nature, is continuing, now, if ever, the project. With the sudden authority that was natural to Andrew Carr took over. In the stupendous opening chords of the introduction, Brian very nearly forgot his audience. Not quite. The children had sat down out there in the dusty region where none but ghosts had lingered for 25 years, but the piano's first sound brought them to their feet. Brian played through the first 4 bars, piling the chords like mountains, then held the last one with the pedal and waved his right hand at Jonasson and Paula in a furious downward motion. He thought they understood. He thought he saw them sit down again. But he could pay them no more attention, for the sonata was coming alive under his fingers, waking, growing, rejoicing. He did not forget the children. They were important, too important, terrifying at the fringe of awareness. But he could not look toward them any more, and presently he shut his eyes. He had never played like this in the flood of his prime, in the old days, before audiences that loved him. Never. His eyes were still closed, holding him secure in a world that was not all darkness when he ended the first movement, paused very briefly, and moved on with complete assurance to explore the depth and height of the second. This was true statement. This was Andrew Carr. He lived, even if after this late morning he might never live again. And now the third, the storm and the wrath, the interludes of calm, the anger, denials, affirmations. Without hesitation, without awareness of self, of age or pain or danger or loss, Brian was entering on the broad reaches of the last movement when he glanced out into the auditorium and understood the children were gone. Too big. It had frightened them away. He could visualize them, stealing out with backward looks of panic, and remembering apparently to close the exit door. To them, it was incomprehensible thunder. Children, savages, to see or hear or comprehend the beautiful, you must first desire it. He could not think much about them now, when Andrew Carr was still with him. He played on with the same assurance, the same sense of victory. Children and savages, so let them go, with leave and goodwill. Some external sound troubled him, something that must have begun under cover of these rising, pealing octave passages, storm waves, each higher than the last, until even the superhuman swimmer must be exhausted. It was some indefinable alien noise, a humming, wind perhaps. Brian shook his head in irritation, not interrupting the work of his hands. It couldn't matter. Everything was here, in the labors his hands still had to perform. The waves were growing more quiet, subsiding, and he must play the curious arpeggios he had never quite understood. But for this interpretation, he understood them. Rip them out of the piano like showers of sparks, like distant lightning moving farther and farther away across a world that could never be at rest. The final section at last. Why, it was a variation. And why had he never quite recognized it? On a theme of Brahms, from the German Requiem. Quite plain, simple. Brahms would have approved. Blessed are the dead. Something more remained to be said, and Brian searched for it through the mighty unfolding of the finale. No hurrying, no crashing impatience any more, but a moving through time without fear of time, through radiance and darkness with no fear of either, that they may rest from their labors, and their works do follow after them. Brian stood up, swaying and out of breath. So the music was over, and the children were gone. But a jangling, humming confusion was filling the hall of music out there, hardly a wind, distant, but entering with some violence even here, now that the piano was silent. He moved stiffly out of the small auditorium, more or less knowing what he would find. The noise became immense, the unchecked overtones of the marimba fuming and quivering as the smooth, high ceiling of the hall of music caught them and flung them about against the answering strings of pianos and harps and violins, the sulky membranes of drums, the nervous brass of cymbals. The girl was playing it. Brian laughed once, softly in the shadows, and was not heard. She had hit on a primeval rhythm natural for children or savages, and needed nothing else, banging it out on one stone and another, wanting no rest or variation. The boy was dancing, slapping his feet and pounding his chest, thrusting out his javelin in time to the clamor, edging up to his companion, grimacing, drawing back in order to return. Neither one was laughing, or close to laughter. Their faces were savage solemn, grim with the excitement and healthy lust. All as spontaneous as the drumming of partridges. It was a long time before they saw Brian in the shadows. Reaction was swift. The girl dropped the hammer. The boy froze, his javelin raised, then jerked his head at Paula, who snatched at something. Only moments later did Brian understand she had taken the clay image before she fled. Jonasson covered her retreat, stepping backward, his face blank and dangerous with fear. So swiftly, so easily, by grace of great civilized music and a few wrong words, had a sacred old one become a bad old one. They were gone, down the stairway, leaving the echo of Brian's voice crying, "Don't go! Please don't go!" Brian followed them, unwillingly. He was slow to reach the bottom of the stairway. There he looked across the shut-in water to his raft, which they had used and left at the window-sill port. Brian had never been a good swimmer, and would not attempt it now, but clutched the rope and hitched himself hand over hand to the window-sill, collapsing a while until he found strength to scramble into his canoe and grope for the paddle. The children's canoe was already far off, heading up the river, the boy paddling with deep, powerful strokes. Up the river, of course. They had to find the right kind of old ones, up across the sun-path. Brian dug his blade in the quiet water. For a time his rugged, ancient muscles were willing. There was sap in them yet. Perhaps he was gaining. He shouted hugely, "Bring back my two-faced god! And what about my music? Did you like it? Speak up!" They must have heard his voice booming at them. At least the girl looked back once. The boy, intent on his paddling, did not. Brian roared, "Bring back my little god!" He was not gaining on them. After all, they had a mission. They had to find an old one with the right Abraham words. Brian thought, "Damn it, hasn't my world some rights? We'll see about this." He lifted his paddle like a spear and flung it, knowing even as his shoulder winced with the backlash of the thrust that his action was at the outer limit of absurdity. The children were so far away that even an arrow from a bow might not have reached them. The paddle splashed in the water. Not far away. A small infinity. It swung about, adjusting to the current, the heavy end pointing downstream, obeying the river and the ebb tide. It nuzzled companionably against a gray-faced chunk of driftwood, diverting it so that presently the chunk floated into Brian's reach. He flung it back toward the paddle, hoping it might fall on the other side and send the paddle near him, but it fell short. In his unexpectedly painless extremity, Brian was not surprised, but merely watched the gray face floating and bobbing along beside him out of reach, and his irritation became partly friendliness. The driftwood fragment suggested the face of a music critic he had once met. New Boston, was it? Denver? London? No matter. "Why," he said aloud, detachedly observing the passage of his canoe beyond the broad morning shadow of the museum. "Why, I seem to have killed myself. Mr. Van Anda has abundantly demonstrated a mastery of the instrument and of the— Oh, go play solfeggio on your linotype. Literature of both classic and contemporary repertory. While we cannot endorse the perhaps over-emotional quality of his Bach, and there might easily be two views of his handling of the passage in double thirds, which— I can't swim it, you know," said Brian. "Not against the ebb, that's for sure. So that on the whole one feels he has earned himself a not discreditable place among—" Gaining on the canoe, passing it, the gray-faced chip moved on benignly, twittering toward the open sea, where the canoe must follow. With a final remnant of strength, Brian inched forward to the bow, and gathered the full force of his lungs to shout up the river to the children, "Go in peace." They could not have heard him. They were too far away, and a new morning wind was blowing fresh and sweet out of the northwest. 12. Getting back to the problems of heredity and fertility brought on by irradiated genes, Jody and Paul and Myra and Ben and Little Boy and the children of tomorrow have not, up to now, achieved a consensus about the problem, or thought of solving it. Once a problem is defined, a committee can be created, given special powers to act, and trusted to find a solution, as in Game Preserve. In the East, this is known as multiplying karma. And with those sneaky recessive genes, how can one be sure the solution is final? Hitler could be sure, because there is no such thing as a Jewish gene in the first place. But in Elf's case— Game Preserve by Phillips. "Hi, hi, hi!" Big One shouted, and heaved erect with the front end of it. "Hi, hi, hi!" Fat One and the dozen others echoed more mildly, lifting wherever they could get a hold on it. It was lifted and borne forward in a half-crouching trot. "Hi, hi, 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 hi!" Elf chanted, running and skipping alongside the panting men and their massive burden. It was carried forward through the lush grass for perhaps 50 feet. "Ah, ah, ah!" Big One sighed loudly, slowly letting the front end of it down until it dug into the soft black soil. "Ah!" Fat One and the others sighed, letting go and standing up, stretching aching back muscles, rubbing cramped hands. "Ah, ah, 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 ah!" Elf sang, running around and in between the resting men. He came too close to Big One and was sent sprawling by a quick, good-humored push. Everyone laughed, Big One laughing the loudest. Then Big One lifted Elf to his feet and patted him on the back affectionately, a broad grin forming a toothy gap at the top of his bushy black beard. Elf answered the grin with one of his own, and at that moment his ever-present yearning to grow up to be the biggest and the strongest like Big One flowed through him with new strength. Abruptly, Big One leaped to the front end of it, shouting, "Hi, hi, hi!" "Hi, hi, hi!" the others echoed, scrambling to their places. Once again, it was borne forward for 50 feet, and again across the broad meadowland. A vast matting of blackberry brambles came into view off to one side. Big One veered his course toward it. The going was uphill now, so the forward surges shortened to 40 feet, then 30. By the time they reached the blackberries, they were wet and glossy with sweat. It was a healthy patch, loaded with large, ripe berries. The men ate hungrily at first, then more leisurely, pointing to one another's stained beards and laughing. As they denuded one area, they leaped to it, carried it another 10 feet, and started stripping another section, never getting more than a few feet from it. Elf picked his blackberries with first one, then another of the men. When his hunger was satisfied, he became mischievous, picking a handful of berries and squashing them against the back or the chest of the nearest man and running away, laughing. It was dangerous sport, he knew, because if one of them caught him, he would be tossed into the brambles. Eventually they all had their fill, and thanks to Elf, looked as though they were oozing blackberry juice from every pore. The sun was in its mid-afternoon position. In the distance, a line of white-barked trees could be seen, evidence of a stream. "Hi, hi, hi!" Bigwin shouted. The journey toward the trees began. It was mostly downhill, so the forward spurts were often as much as 100 feet. Before they could hear the water, they could smell it. They grunted their delight at the smell, a rich fish odor betokening plenty of food. Intermingled with this odor was the spicy scent of eucalyptus. They pushed forward with renewed zeal, so that the sweat ran down their skins, dissolving the berry juices and making rivulets that looked like purple blood. When less than 100 yards from the stream, which was still hidden beyond the tall grasses and the trees lining its bank, they heard the sound of high-pitched voices, women's voices. They became uneasy and nervous. Their surges forward shortened to 10 feet. Their rest periods became longer. They searched worriedly for signs of motion through the trees. They changed their course to arrive 100 yards downstream from the source of the women's voices. Soon they reached the edge of the tree belt. It was more difficult to carry it through the scatterings of bushes. Too, they would get part way through the trees and run into trees too close together to get it past them, and have to back out and try another place. It took almost 2 hours to work through the trees to the bank of the stream. Only Elf recognized the place they finally broke through as the place they had left more than 2 days before. In that respect, he knew he was different, not only from Bigwin and other grown-ups, but also all other elves except one, a girl elf. He had known it as long as he could remember. He had learned it from many little things. For example, he had recognized the place when they reached it. Bigwin and the others never remembered anything for long. In getting it through the trees, they blundered as they always had, and got through by trial and error with no memory of past blunderings. Elf was different in another way, too. He could make more sounds than the others. Sometimes he would keep a little it with him, until it gave him a feeling of security almost as strong as the big it, then wander off alone with it and play with making sounds. Bzz, bzz, walla, 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 roo, roo, la, lo, hi, da, and all kinds of sounds. It excited him to be able to make different sounds and put them together so that they pleased his hearing, but such sounds made the others avoid him and look at him from a safe distance with worried expressions, so he had learned not to make different sounds within earshot of the others. The women and elves were upstream 100 yards, where they always remained. From the way they were milling around and acting alarmed, it was evident to Elf they could no more remember the men having been here a few days before than the men could remember it themselves. It would be 2 or 3 days before they slowly lost their fear of one another. It would be the women and their elves who would cautiously approach, holding their portable its clutched for security, until finally losing all fear, they would join into one big group for a while. Bigwin and the others carried it right to the water's edge, so they could get into the water without ever being far from it. They shivered and shouted excitedly as they bathed. Fat One screamed with delight as he held a squirming fish up for the others to see. He bit into it with strong white teeth, water dripping from his heavy brown beard. Renewed hunger possessed him. He gobbled the fish and began searching for another. He always caught 2 fish for any other man's 1, which was why he was fat. Elf himself caught a fish. After eating it, he lay on a grassy bank looking up at the white billowing clouds in the blue sky. The sun was now near the horizon, half hidden behind a cloud, sending divergent ramps of light downward. The clouds on the western horizon were slowly taking on color until red, orange, and green separated into definite areas. The soft murmur of the stream formed a lazy background to the excited voices of the men. From upstream, faintly, drifted the women and elf sounds. Here, close to the ground, the rich earthy smell was stronger than that of the stream. After a time, a slight breeze sprang up, bringing with it other odors, that of distant pines, the pungent eucalyptus, a musky animal scent. Bigwin and the others were out of the water finally. Half asleep, Elf watched them move it up to dry ground. As though that were what the sun had been waiting for, it sank rapidly below the horizon. The clouds, where the sun had been, seemed now to blaze for a time with a smoldering redness that cooled to black. The stars came out, one by one. A multitude of snorings erupted into the night. Elf crept among the sleeping forms until he found Bigwin, and settled down for the night, his head against Bigwin's chest, his right hand resting against the cool, smooth metal of it. Elf awoke with the bright morning sun directly in his eyes. Bigwin was gone, already wading in the stream after fish. Some of the others were with him. A few were still sleeping. Elf leaped to his feet, paused to stretch elaborately, then splashed into the stream. As soon as he caught a fish, he climbed out onto the bank and ate it. Then he turned to his search for a little it. There were many lying around, all exactly alike. He studied several, not touching some, touching and even nudging others. Since they all looked alike, it was more a matter of feel than any real difference that he looked for. One, and only one, seemed to be the it. Elf returned his attention to it several times. Finally, he picked it up and carried it over to the big it and hid it underneath. Bigwin, with shouts of sheer exuberance, climbed up onto the bank, dripping water. He grinned at Elf. Elf looked in the direction of the women and other elves. Some of them were wandering in his direction, each carrying an it of some sort, many of them similar to the one he had chosen. In sudden alarm at the thought that someone might steal his new it, Elf rescued it from its hiding place. He tried to hide it behind him when any of the men looked his way. They scorned an individual it, and, as men, preferred an it too heavy for one person. As the day advanced, women and elves approached nearer, pretending to be unaware at times that the men were here, at other times openly fleeing back, overcome by panic. The men never went farther than 20 feet from the big it. But as the women came closer, the men grew surly toward one another. By noon, 2 of them were trying to pick a fight with anyone who would stand up to them. Elf clutched his little it closely and moved cautiously downstream until he was 20 feet from the big it. Tentatively, he went another few feet, farther than any of the men dared go from the big it. At first he felt secure. Then panic overcame him, and he ran back, dropping the little it. He touched the big it until the panic was gone. After a while he went to the little it and picked it up. He walked around carrying it until he felt secure with it again. Finally, he went downstream again 20 feet, 25 feet, 30. He felt panic finally, but not overwhelmingly. When it became almost unendurable, he calmly turned around and walked back. Confidence came to him. An hour later, he went downstream until he was out of sight of the big it and the men. Security seemed to flow warmly from the little it. Excitement possessed Elf. He ran here and there, clutching it closely so as not to drop it and lose it. He felt free. "Buttleboo!" he said aloud experimentally. He liked the sounds. "Buttleboo, buttleboo, buttleboo!" He saw a berry bush ahead and ran to it to munch on the delicious fruit. "Riddle, peddle, biddle," he said. It sounded nice. He ran on, and after a time he found a soft, grassy spot and stretched out on his back, holding it carelessly in one hand. He looked up and up at a layer of clouds going in one direction, and another layer above it going in another direction. Suddenly he heard voices. At first he thought the wind must have changed, so that it was carrying the voices of the men to him. He lay there listening. Slowly he realized these voices were different. They were putting sounds together like those he made himself. A sense of wonder possessed him. How could there be anyone besides himself who could do that? Unafraid, yet filled with caution, he clutched it closely to his chest and stole in the direction of the sounds. After going 100 yards, he saw signs of movement through the trees. He dropped to the ground and lay still for a moment, then gained courage to rise cautiously, ready to run. Stooping low, he stole forward until he could see several moving figures. Darting from tree to tree, he moved closer to them, listening with greater excitement than he had ever known to the smoothly flowing variety of beautiful sounds they were making. This was something new, a sort of game they must be playing. One voice would make a string of sounds, then stop. Another would make a string of different sounds and stop. A third would take it up. They were good at it, too. But the closer he got to them, the more puzzled he became. They were shaped somewhat like people. They carried its. They had hands and faces like people. That's as far as the similarity went. Their feet were solid. Their arms, legs, and body were not skin at all, but strangely colored and unliving in appearance. Their faces were smooth like women's, their hair short like babies', their voices deep like men's. And the its they carried were unlike any elf had ever seen. Not only that, each of them carried more than one. That was an idea. Elf became so excited he almost forgot to keep hidden. If you had more than one it, then if something happened to one, you would still feel secure. He resisted the urge to return to the stream and search for another little it to give him extra security. If he did that, he might never again find these creatures that were so like men and yet so different. So instead, he filed the idea away to use at the earliest opportunity and followed the strange creatures, keeping well hidden from them. Soon Elf could hear the shouts of the men in the distance. From the behavior of the creatures ahead, they had heard those shouts too. They changed their direction so as to reach the stream 100 yards or more downstream at about the spot where Elf had left. They made no voice sounds now that Elf could hear. They clutched their strangely shaped, long its before them, tensely, as though feeling greater security that way, their heads turning this way and that as they searched for any movement ahead. They moved purposefully. An overwhelming sense of kinship brought tears to Elf's eyes. These creatures were his kind. Their differences from him were physical and therefore superficial, and even if those differences were greater, it wouldn't have mattered. He wanted suddenly to run to them, but the thought of it sent fear through him. Also, they might run in panic from him if he suddenly revealed himself. It would have to be a mutual approach, he felt. He was used to seeing them now. In due time, he would reveal himself for a brief moment to them. Later he would stay in the open and watch them, making no move to approach until they got used to his being around. It might take days, but eventually he felt sure he could join them without causing them to panic. After all, there had been the time when he absented himself from the men for 3 whole days, and when he returned they had forgotten him, and his sudden appearance in their midst had sent even Bigwood into spasms of fear. Unable to flee from the security of the big it, and unable to bear his presence among them without being used to him, they had all fallen on the ground in a fit. He had had to retreat and wait until they recovered. Then, slowly, he had let them get used to his being in sight before approaching again. It had taken 2 full days to get to the point where they would accept him once more. That experience, Elf felt, would be valuable to remember now. He wouldn't want to plunge these creatures into fits or see them scatter and run away. Also, he was too afraid right now to reveal himself, even though every atom of his being called for their companionship. Suddenly he made another important discovery. Some of the its these creatures carried had something like pliable vines attached to them, so they could be hung about the neck. The thought was so staggering that Elf stopped and examined his it to see if that could be done to it. It was twice as long as his hand and round one way, tapering to a small end that opened to the hollow inside. It was too smooth to hold with a pliable vine, unless he visualized pliable vines woven together to hold it. He wasn't sure how it could be done, but maybe it could. He set the idea aside for the future, and caught up with the creatures again, looking at them with a new emotion, awe. The ideas he got just from watching them were so staggering he was getting dizzy. Another new thought hit him. He rejected it at once as being too fantastic. It returned. Leaves are thin and pliable, and can be wrapped around small objects like pebbles. Could it be that these creatures were really men of some sort, with bodies like men, covered with something thin like leaves are thin? It was a new and dizzying height in portable securities, and hardly likely. No, he rejected the idea with finality, and turned his mind to other things. He knew now where they could reach the stream. He decided to circle them and get ahead of them. For the next few minutes this occupied his full attention, leaving no room for crazy thoughts. He reached the stream and hid behind some bushes, where he would have a quick line of retreat if necessary. He clutched it tightly and waited. In a few moments he saw the first of the creatures emerge 100 feet away. The others soon joined the first. Elf stole forward from concealment to concealment until he was only 15 feet from them. His heart was pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. His knuckles were white from clutching it. The creatures were still carrying on their game of making sounds, but now in an amazing new way that made them barely audible. Elf listened to the incredibly varied sounds, enraptured. This colony seems to have remained pure. You never can tell. No, you never can tell. Get out the binoculars and look, Joe. Not just yet, Harold. I'm looking to see if I can spot one whose behavior shows intelligence. Elf ached to imitate some of the beautiful combinations of sounds. He wanted to experiment and see if he could make the softly muted voices. He had an idea how it might be done. Not make a noise in your throat, but breathe out and form the sounds with your mouth, just like you were uttering them aloud. One of the creatures fumbled at an it hanging around his neck. The top of it hinged back. He reached in and brought out a gleaming it, and held it so that it covered his eyes. He was facing toward the men upstream, and stood up slowly. See something, Joe? Suddenly Elf was afraid. Was this some kind of magic? He had often puzzled over the problem of whether things were there when he didn't look at them. He had experimented, closing his eyes and then opening them suddenly to see if things were still there, and they always were. But maybe this was magic to make the men not be there. Elf waited, watching upstream, but Bigwin and the others did not vanish. The one called Joe chuckled. The toy the adult males have would be a museum piece if it were intact. A 1960 Ford, I think. Only one wheel on it, right front. Elf's attention jerked back. One of the creatures was reaching over his shoulder, lifting on the large it fastened there. The top of the it pulled back. He reached inside, bringing out something that made Elf almost exclaim aloud. It was shaped exactly like the little it Elf was carrying, but it glistened in the sunlight, and its interior was filled with a rich brown fluid. Anyone else want a Coke? This used to be a picnic area, the one called Joe said, not taking his eyes from the binoculars. I can see a lot of pop bottles lying around in the general area of that wreck of a Ford. While Elf watched, breathless, the creature reached inside the skin of his hip and brought out a very small it, and did something to the small end of the hollow it. Putting the very small it back under the skin of his hip, he put the hollow it to his lips, and tilted it. Elf watched the brown liquid drain out. Here was magic. Such an it! The very one he carried. Could be filled with water from the stream and carried around to drink any time. When the it held no more liquid, the creature dropped it to the ground. Elf could not take his eyes from it. He wanted it more than he had ever wanted anything. They might forget it. Sometimes the women dropped their its and forgot them, picking up another one instead. And these creatures had beardless faces like women. Besides, each of them carried so many its that they would feel just as secure without this one. So many its. One of the creatures held a flat white it in one hand, and a very slim it, shaped like a straight section of a bush stem, pointed at one end, with which he scratched on the white it, at times, leaving black designs. There were 14 males, the one called Joe whispered. The other wrote it down. The way these creatures did things, Elf decided, was very similar to the way Bigwin and the other men went at moving the big it. They were very much like men in their actions, these creatures. 85 or 6 females. See any signs of intelligent action yet? No. A couple of the males are fighting. Probably going to be a mating free-for-all tomorrow or next day. There's one. Just a minute, I want to make sure. It's a little girl, maybe 8 or 9 years old. Good for it. Her eyes definitely lack that large marble-like quality of the submoron parent species. She's intelligent, all right. She's drawing something in the sand with a stick. Give me your rifle, Bill. It's got a better telescope sight on it than mine, and I don't want her to suffer. That little it abandoned on the ground. Elf wanted it. One of the creatures would be sure to pick it up. Elf worried. He would never get it then. If only the creatures would go, or not notice him. If only... The creature with the thing over his eyes put it back where he had gotten it out of the thing hanging from his shoulder. He had taken one of the long, slim things from another of the creatures and placed the thick end against his shoulder, the small end pointed upstream. The others were standing, their backs to Elf, all of them looking upstream. If they would remain that way, maybe he could dart out and get the little it. In another moment they might lose interest in whatever they were watching. Elf darted out from his concealment and grabbed the it off the ground, and in the same instant an ear-shattering sound erupted from the long, slim thing against the creature's shoulder. "Got her," the creature said. Paralyzed with fright, Elf stood motionless. One of the creatures started to turn his way. At the last instant, Elf darted back to his place of concealment. His heart was pounding so loudly, he felt sure they would hear it. "You sure, Joe?" "Right through the head. She never knew what happened." Elf held the new it close to him, ready to run if he were discovered. He didn't dare look at it yet. It wouldn't notice if he just held it and felt it without looking at it. It was cold at first, colder than the water in the stream. Slowly it warmed. He dared to steal a quick glance at it. It gleamed at him as though possessed of inner life. A new feeling of security grew within him, greater than he had ever known. The other it, the one half filled with dried mud and deeply scratched from the violent rush of water over it when the stream went over its banks, lay forgotten at his feet. "Well, that finishes the survey trip for this time." Elf paid little attention to the voice whispers now, too wrapped up in his new feelings. "Yes, and quite a haul. 22 colonies, 3 more than 10 years ago. 14 of them uncontaminated, 7 with only 1 or 2 intelligent offspring to kill, only 1 colony so contaminated we had to wipe it out altogether, and 1 renegade. The renegades are growing scarcer every time. Another 10 or 20 years and they'll be extinct. Then there won't be any more intelligent offspring in these colonies. Let's get going. It'll be dark in another hour or so." The creatures were hiding some of their its under their skin, in their carrying cases. There was a feeling about them of departure. Elf waited until they were on the move, back the way they had come. Then he followed at a safe distance. He debated whether to show himself now or wait. The sun was going down in the sky now. It wouldn't be long until it went down for the night. Should he wait until the morning to let them get their first glimpse of him? He smiled to himself. He had plenty of time. Tomorrow and tomorrow. He would never return to Bigwin and the other men. Men or creatures, he would join with these new and wonderful creatures. They were his kind. He thought of the girl elf. They were her kind, too. If he could only get her to come with him. On sudden impulse, he decided to try. These creatures were going back the same way they had come. If he ran, and if she came right with him, they could catch up with the creatures before they went so far they would lose them. He turned back, going carefully until he could no longer see the creatures. Then he ran. He headed directly toward the place where the women and elves stayed. They would not be so easily alarmed as the men, because there were so many of them they couldn't remember one another, and one more or less of the elves went unnoticed. When he reached the clearing, he slowed to a walk, looking for her. Ordinarily, he didn't have to look much. She would see him and come to him, smiling in recognition of the fact that he was the only one like her. He became a little angry. Was she hiding? Then he saw her. He went to her. She was on her stomach, motionless as though asleep, but something was different. There was a hole in one side of her head, and on the opposite side it was torn open, red and grayish-white, with— He knelt down and touched her. She had the same inert feel to her that others had had who never again moved. He studied her head curiously. He had never seen anything like this. He shook her. She remained limp. He sighed. He knew what would happen now. It was already happening. The odor was very faint yet, but she would not move again, and day after day the odor would get stronger. No one liked it. He would have to hurry, or he would lose the creatures. He turned and ran, never looking back. Once he started to cry, then stopped in surprise. Why had he been crying, he wondered. He hadn't hurt himself. He caught up with the creatures. They were hurrying now, their long, slender its balanced on one shoulder, the big end resting in the palm of the hand. They no longer moved cautiously. Shortly it was new country. Elf had never been this far from the stream. Big One more or less led the men, and always more or less followed the same route in cross-country trips. The creatures didn't spend hours stumbling along impossible paths. They looked ahead of them, and selected a way and took it. Also, they didn't have a heavy it to transport 50 feet at a time. Elf began to sense they had a destination in mind, probably the place they lived. Just ahead was a steep bank, higher than a man, running in a long line. The creatures climbed the bank and vanished on the other side. Cautiously, Elf followed them, heading toward a large stone with it qualities at the top of the bank, from whose concealment he could see where they had gone without being seen. He reached it and cautiously peeked around it. Just below him were the creatures, but what amazed Elf was the sight of the big it. It was very much like the big it the men had, except that there were differences in shape, and instead of one round thing at one corner, it had one at each corner and rested on them so that it was held off the ground. It glistened instead of being dull. It had a strange odor that was quite strong. The creatures were putting some of their its into it. 2 of them had actually climbed into it, something neither Elf nor the men had ever dared to do with their own big it. Elf took his eyes off it for a moment to marvel at the ground. It seemed made of stone, but such stone as he had never before seen. It was an even width, with edges going in straight lines that paralleled the long, narrow hill on which he stood, and on the other side was a similar hill, extending as far as the eye could see. He returned his attention to the creatures and their big it. The creatures had all climbed into it now. Possibly they were settling down for the night, though it was still early for that. No matter. There was plenty of time. Tomorrow and tomorrow. Elf would show himself in the morning, then run away. He would come back again after a while and show himself a little longer, giving them time to get used to him so they wouldn't panic. They were playing their game of making voice sounds to one another again. It seemed their major preoccupation. Elf thought how much fun it would be to be one of them, making voice sounds to his heart's content. "I don't see why the government doesn't wipe out the whole lot," one of them was saying. "It's hopeless to keep them alive. Feeble-mindedness is dominant in them. They can't be absorbed into the race again, and any intelligent offspring they get from mating with a renegade would start a long line of descendants, at least 1/4 of whom would be mindless idiots." "Well," another of them said, "it's one of those things where there is no answer. Wipe them out, And next year it would be all the blonde-haired people to be wiped out, to keep the race of dark-haired people pure, or something. Probably in another 100 years nature will take care of the problem by wiping them out for us. Meanwhile, we game wardens must make the rounds every 2 years and weed out any of them we can find that have intelligence. He looked up the embankment, but did not notice Elf's head, concealed partially by the grass around the concrete marker. It's an easy job. Any of them we missed seeing this time, we'll probably get next time. In the 6 or 8 visits we make before the intelligent ones can become adults and mate, we always find them. What I hate is when they see us, those intelligent ones, a third voice said. When they walk right up to us and want to be friends with us, it's too much like plain murder, except that they can't talk, and only make those moronic sounds like buddle, buddle, buddle. Even so, it gets me when we kill them. The others laughed. Suddenly, Elf heard a new sound from the big It. It was not a voice sound, or if it was one that Elf felt he could not possibly match exactly. It was a growling, rrr. Suddenly, it was replaced by still a different sound, a p-p-p-p-p, going very rapidly. Perhaps it was the way these creatures snored. It was not unpleasant. Elf cocked his head to one side, listening to the sound, smiling. How exciting it would be when he could join with these creatures. He wanted to so much. The big It began to move. In the first brief second, Elf could not believe his senses. How could it move without being carried? But it was moving, and the creatures didn't seem to be aware of it, or perhaps they were too overcome by fear to leap out. Already the big It was moving faster than a walk, and was moving faster with every heartbeat. How could they remain unaware of it and not leap to safety? Belatedly, Elf abandoned caution and leaped down the embankment to the flat ribbon of rock, shouting. But already the big It was over 100 yards away, and moving faster now than birds in flight. He shouted, but the creatures didn't hear him, or perhaps they were so overcome with fright that they were frozen. Yes, that must be it. Elf ran after the big It. If he could only catch up with it, he would gladly join the creatures in their fate. Better to die with them than to lose them. He ran and ran, refusing to believe he could never overtake the big It, even when it disappeared from view, going faster than the wind. He ran and ran until his legs could lift no more. Blinded by tears, he tripped and sprawled full length on the wide ribbon of stone. His nose bled from hitting the hard surface. His knees were scraped and bleeding. He was unaware of this. He was aware only that the creatures were gone, to what unimaginable fate he could not guess, but lost to him, perhaps forever. Sobs welled up within him, spilled out, shaking his small naked body. He cried as he hadn't cried since he was a baby. And the empty Coca-Cola bottle, clutched forgotten in his hand, glistened with the rays of the setting sun. 13. No Jewish gene exists, to be sure, but there go the Herrenfolk genes in the Jeep. The communist dies without an heir, the capitalist dies likewise, but the fascist lives forever. We all have that Hitler gene. It shows up clearly in ad hoc committees. Phillips' story reminds me again of the role of Logos as the snake in Eden. Elf's tribe, or their genes, have forgotten that original sin of speech, which enabled logic, which enabled science, which enabled megawar. It won't do to let those innocent, Logos-free genes spread around. The percentage of the world's population that had consciously adopted the fascist persuasion was hovering near one of its historic maxima when Vincent Benét wrote By the Waters of Babylon, and the bloody antics of these militarists must have been much in his mind at the time. They were much in my mind, too, about the time he published it, as I was engaged in a serious but sporadic BB gun war with a bunch of Minorcans across the alley that year. That Benét should write a post-Holocaust story may seem a bit strange, for Benét died 2 years before Hiroshima. Of course, by that time, every graduate physics student had heard of Hahn and Strassmann and the splitting of uranium-235, had realized the implications, and knew that something hush-hush was going on. But Benét published this story in 1937, before the Hans Strassmann experiments. While my gang was shooting at the Menorcan gang with BB guns, and getting as good as we got, Hitler's Luftwaffe was pounding civilian targets such as Guernica, see Picasso, and Mussolini's Air Force was raining mustard gas and other like-minded gifts on Ethiopian camel cavalry, who shot back with muzzle-loaders before dying like flies, as the stories said. Our gang was getting plenty of lessons from the fascists, but we didn't take them. Our role models were from the First World War, so we dug a long, deep trench in the vacant lot next to my house and covered part of it with boards, palm fronds, and dirt to make a bunker. The French had been doing the same thing on the Rhine with the Maginot Line, and today Reagan is persuading us to dig a Star Wars Maginot in the sky. But fortunately for our gang back then, the Menorcan gang lacked the military genius to come around our flank on bikes, or under it in submarines, or up our beaches with 68-pound backpack bombs, and they just dug their own trench in their own vacant lot. The BBs stung and left welts, but nobody was blinded. Benét was, of course, quite a bit older than I at the time, and took quite a different view of the world's reviving militarism. Here's what he thought he saw after a World War II as he imagined it. By the Waters of Babylon, by Stephen Vincent Benét. How doth the city sit solitary, that was full of people? How is she become as a widow? She that was great among the nations, and princess among the provinces. How is she become tributary? Jeremiah 1:1, 605 B.C. The north and the west and the south are good hunting ground, but it is forbidden to go east. It is forbidden to go to any of the dead places, except to search for metal, and then he who touches the metal must be a priest, or the son of a priest. Afterwards, both the man and the metal must be purified. These are the rules and the laws. They are well made. It is forbidden to cross the great river and look upon the place that was the place of the gods. This is most strictly forbidden. We do not even say its name, though we know its name. It is there that spirits live, and demons. It is there are the ashes of the great burning. These things are forbidden. They have been forbidden since the beginning of time. My father is a priest. I am the son of a priest. I have been in the dead places nearest with my father. At first I was afraid. When my father went into the house to search for the metal, I stood by the door, and my heart felt small and weak. It was a dead man's house, a spirit house. It did not have the smell of man, though there were old bones in a corner. But it is not fitting that a priest's son should show fear. I looked at the bones in the shadow, and kept my voice still. Then my father came out with the metal, a good strong piece. He looked at me with both eyes, but I had not run away. He gave me the metal to hold. I took it, and did not die. So he knew that I was truly his son, and would be a priest in my time. That was when I was very young. Nevertheless, my brothers would not have done it, though they are good hunters. After that, they gave me the good piece of meat and the warm corner by the fire. My father watched over me. He was glad that I should be a priest. But when I boasted or wept without reason, he punished me more strictly than my brothers. That was right. After a time, I myself was allowed to go into the dead houses and search for metal. So I learned the ways of those houses, and if I saw bones, I was no longer afraid. The bones are light and old. Sometimes they will fall into dust if you touch them, but that is a great sin. I was taught the chants and the spells. I was taught how to stop the running of blood from a wound and many secrets. A priest must know many secrets. That was what my father said. If the hunters think we do all things by chants and spells, they may believe so. It does not hurt them. I was taught how to read in the old books and how to make the old writings. That was hard and took a long time. My knowledge made me happy. It was like a fire in my heart. Most of all, I liked to hear of the old days and the stories of the gods. I asked myself many questions that I could not answer, but it was good to ask them. At night I would lie awake and listen to the wind. It seemed to me that it was the voice of the gods as they flew through the air. We are not ignorant like the forest people. Our women spin wool on the wheel, our priests wear a white robe. We do not eat grubs from the tree. We have not forgotten the old writings, although they are hard to understand. Nevertheless, my knowledge and my lack of knowledge burned in me. I wished to know more. When I was a man at last, I came to my father and said, "It is time for me to go on my journey. Give me your leave." He looked at me for a long time, stroking his beard. Then he said at last, "Yes, it is time." That night, in the house of the priesthood, I asked for and received purification. My body hurt, but my spirit was a cool stone. It was my father himself who questioned me about my dreams. He bade me look into the smoke of the fire and see. I saw and told what I saw. It was what I have always seen, a river, and beyond it a great dead place, and in it the gods walking. I have always thought about that. His eyes were stern when I told him. He was no longer my father, but a priest. He said, "This is a strong dream." "It is mine," I said, while the smoke waved and my head felt light. They were singing the star song in the outer chamber, and it was like the buzzing of bees in my head. He asked me how the gods were dressed, and I told him how they were dressed. We know how they were dressed from the book, but I saw them as if they were before me. When I had finished, he threw the sticks 3 times and studied them as they fell. "This is a very strong dream," he said. "It may eat you up." "I am not afraid," I said, and looked at him with both eyes. My voice sounded thin in my ears, but that was because of the smoke. He touched me on the breast and the forehead. He gave me the bow and the 3 arrows. "Take them," he said. "It is forbidden to travel east. It is forbidden to cross the river. It is forbidden to go to the place of the gods. All these things are forbidden." "All these things are forbidden," I said. But it was my voice that spoke, and not my spirit. He looked at me again. "My son," he said, "once I had young dreams. If your dreams do not eat you up, you may be a great priest. If they eat you, you are still my son. Now go on your journey." I went fasting, as is the law. My body hurt, but not my heart. When the dawn came, I was out of sight of the village. I prayed and purified myself, waiting for a sign. The sign was an eagle. It flew east. Sometimes signs are sent by bad spirits. I waited again on the flat rock, fasting, taking no food. I was very still. I could feel the sky above me and the earth beneath. I waited till the sun was beginning to sink. Then 3 deer passed in the valley, going east. They did not wind me or see me. There was a white fawn with them, a very great sign. I followed them at a distance, waiting for what would happen. My heart was troubled about going east, yet I knew that I must go. My head hummed with my fasting. I did not even see the panther spring upon the white fawn. But before I knew it, the bow was in my hand. I shouted, and the panther lifted his head from the fawn. It is not easy to kill a panther with 1 arrow, but the arrow went through his eye and into his brain. He died as he tried to spring. He rolled over, tearing at the ground. Then I knew I was meant to go east. I knew that was my journey. When the night came, I made my fire and roasted meat. It is 8 suns' journey to the east, and a man passes by many dead places. The forest people are afraid of them, but I am not. Once I made my fire on the edge of a dead place at night, and next morning, in the dead house, I found a good knife, little rusted. That was small to what came afterward, but it made my heart feel big. Always when I looked for game, it was in front of my arrow, and twice I passed hunting parties of the forest people without their knowing. So I knew my magic was strong, and my journey clean, in spite of the law. Toward the setting of the 8th sun, I came to the banks of the great river. It was half a day's journey after I had left the God road. We do not use the God roads now, for they are falling apart into great blocks of stone, and the forest is safer going. A long way off I had seen the water through trees, but the trees were thick. At last I came out upon an open place at the top of a cliff. There was the great river below, like a giant in the sun. It is very long, very wide. It could eat all the streams we know and still be thirsty. Its name is U-Dai-Sun, the sacred, the long. No man of my tribe had seen it, not even my father the priest. It was magic, and I prayed. Then I raised my eyes and looked south. It was there, the place of the gods. How can I tell what it was like? You do not know. It was there in the red light, and they were too big to be houses. It was there with the red light upon it, mighty and ruined. I knew that in another moment the gods would see me. I covered my eyes with my hands and crept back into the forest. Surely that was enough to do and live. Surely it was enough to spend the night upon the cliff. The forest people themselves do not come near. Yet all through the night I knew that I should have to cross the river and walk in the place of the gods, although the gods ate me up. My magic did not help me at all, and yet there was a fire in my bowels, a fire in my mind. When the sun rose, I thought, my journey has been clean. Now I will go home from my journey. But even as I thought so, I knew I could not. If I went to the place of the gods, I would surely die. But if I did not go, I could never be at peace with my spirit again. It is better to lose one's life than one's spirit, if one is a priest and the son of a priest. Nevertheless, as I made the raft, the tears ran out of my eyes. The forest people could have killed me without fight if they had come upon me then, but they did not come. When the raft was made, I said the sayings for the dead and painted myself for death. My heart was cold as a frog, and my knees like water, but the burning in my mind would not let me have peace. As I pushed the raft from the shore, I began my death song. I had the right. It was a fine song. I am John, son of John, I sang. My people are the hill people. They are the men. I go into the dead places, but I am not slain. I take the metal from the dead places, but I am not blasted. I travel upon the god roads, and am not afraid. Yah, I have killed the panther. I have killed the fawn. Yah, I have come to the great river. No man has come there before. It is forbidden to go east, but I have gone. Forbidden to go on the great river, but I am there. Open your hearts, you spirits, and hear my song. Now I go to the place of the gods. I shall not return. My body is painted for death, and my limbs weak, but my heart is big as I go to the place of the gods. All the same, when I came to the place of the gods, I was afraid. The current of the great river is very strong. It gripped my raft with its hands. That was magic, for the river itself is wide and calm. I could feel evil spirits about me in the bright morning. I could feel their breath on my neck as I was swept down the stream. Never have I been so much alone. I tried to think of my knowledge, but it was a squirrel's heap of winter nuts. There was no strength in my knowledge any more, and I felt small and naked as a new-hatched bird, alone upon the great river, the servant of the gods. Yet, after a while, my eyes were opened, and I saw. I saw both banks of the river. I saw that once there had been god roads across it, though now they were broken and fallen like broken vines. Very great they were, and wonderful, and broken. Broken in the time of the great burning, when the fire fell out of the sky. And always the current took me nearer to the place of the gods, and the huge ruins rose before my eyes. I do not know the customs of rivers. We are the people of the hills. I tried to guide my raft with the pole, but it spun around. I thought the river meant to take me past the place of the gods and out into the bitter water of the legends. I grew angry then. My heart felt strong. I said aloud, "I am a priest, and the son of a priest." The gods heard me. They showed me how to paddle with the pole on one side of the raft. The current changed itself. I drew near to the place of the gods. When I was very near, my raft struck and turned over. I can swim in our lakes. I swam to the shore. There was a great spike of rusted metal sticking out into the river. I hauled myself up upon it and sat there, panting. I had saved my bow and 2 arrows, and the knife I found in the dead place, but that was all. My raft went whirling downstream toward the bitter water. I looked after it, and thought if it had trod me under, at least I would be safely dead. Nevertheless, when I had dried my bowstring and restrung it, I walked forward to the place of the gods. It felt like ground underfoot. It did not burn me. It is not true what some of the tales say, that the ground there burns forever, for I have been there. Here and there were the marks and stains of the great burning, on the ruins, that is true. But they were old marks and old stains. It is not true either what some of our priests say, that it is an island covered with fogs and enchantments. It is not. It is a great dead place, greater than any dead place we know. Everywhere in it there are god roads, though most are cracked and broken. Everywhere there are the ruins of the high towers of the gods. How shall I tell what I saw? I went carefully, my strung bow in my hand, my skin ready for danger. There should have been the wailings of spirits and the shrieks of demons, but there were not. It was very silent and sunny where I had landed. The wind and the rain and the birds that dropped seeds had done their work. The grass grew in the cracks of the broken stone. It is a fair island. No wonder the gods built there. If I had come there, a god, I also would have built. How shall I tell what I saw? The towers are not all broken. Here and there one still stands, like a great tree in a forest, and the bird's nest high. But the towers themselves look blind, for the gods are gone. I saw a fish-hawk catching fish in the river. I saw a little dance of white butterflies over a great heap of broken stones and columns. I went there and looked about me. There was a carved stone with cut letters broken in half. I can read letters, but I could not understand these. They said, "Tres." There was also the shattered image of a man, or a god. It had been made of white stone, and he wore his hair tied back like a woman's. His name was Oshing, as I read on the cracked half of a stone. I thought it wise to pray to Oshing, though I do not know that god. How shall I tell what I saw? There was no smell of man left on stone or metal. Nor were there many trees in that wilderness of stone. There are many pigeons, nesting and dropping in the towers. The gods must have loved them, or perhaps they used them for sacrifices. There are wild cats that roam the god roads, green-eyed, unafraid of man. At night they wail like demons, but they are not demons. The wild dogs are more dangerous, for they hunt in a pack, but them I did not meet till later. Everywhere there are carved stones, carved with magical numbers or words. I went north. I did not try to hide myself. When a god or a demon saw me, then I would die. But meanwhile I was no longer afraid. My hunger for knowledge burned in me. There was so much I could not understand. After a while, I knew that my belly was hungry. I could have hunted for my meat, but I did not hunt. It is known that the gods did not hunt as we do. They got their food from enchanted boxes and jars. Sometimes these are still found in the dead places. Once, when I was a child and foolish, I opened such a jar and tasted it, and found the food sweet. But my father found out and punished me for it strictly, for often that food is death. Now, though, I had long gone past what was forbidden, and I entered the likeliest towers, looking for the food of the gods. I found it at last in the ruins of a great temple in the mid-city. A mighty temple it must have been, for the roof was painted like the sky at night with its stars. That much I could see, though the colors were faint and dim. It went down into great caves and tunnels. Perhaps they kept their slaves there. But when I started to climb down, I heard the squeaking of rats, so I did not go. Rats are unclean, and there must have been many tribes of them, from the squeaking. But near there I found food, in the heart of a ruin, behind a door that still opened. I ate only the fruits from the jars. They had a very sweet taste. There was drink, too, in bottles of glass. The drink of the gods was strong and made my head swim. After I had eaten and drunk, I slept on the top of a stone, my bow at my side. When I woke, the sun was low. Looking down from where I lay, I saw a dog sitting on his haunches. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth. He looked as if he were laughing. He was a big dog, with a gray-brown coat as big as a wolf. I sprang up and shouted at him, but he did not move. He just sat there as if he were laughing. I did not like that. When I reached for a stone to throw, he moved swiftly out of the way of the stone. He was not afraid of me. He looked at me as if I were meat. No doubt I could have killed him with an arrow, but I did not know if there were others. Moreover, night was falling. I looked about me. Not far away there was a great broken god road leading north. The towers were high enough, but not so high, and while many of the dead houses were wrecked, there were some that stood. I went toward this god road, keeping to the heights of the ruins, while the dog followed. When I had reached the god road, I saw that there were others behind him. If I had slept later, they would have come upon me asleep and torn out my throat. As it was, they were sure enough of me. They did not hurry. When I went into the dead house, they kept watch at the entrance. Doubtless they thought they would have a fine hunt. But a dog cannot open a door, and I knew from the books that the gods did not like to live on the ground, but on high. I had just found a door I could open when the dogs decided to rush. Ha! They were surprised when I shut the door in their faces. It was a good door, of strong metal. I could hear their foolish baying beyond it, but I did not stop to answer them. I was in darkness. I found stairs and climbed. There were many stairs, turning around till my head was dizzy. At the top was another door. I found the knob and opened it. I was in a long, small chamber. On one side of it was a bronze door that could not be opened, for it had no handle. Perhaps there was a magic word to open it, but I did not have the word. I turned to the door in the opposite side of the wall. The lock of it was broken, and I opened it and went in. Within there was a place of great riches. The god who lived there must have been a powerful god. The first room was a small ante-room. I waited there for some time, telling the spirits of the place that I came in peace and not as a robber. When it seemed to me that they had had their time to hear me, I went on. Ah, what riches! Few even of the windows had been broken. It was all as it had been. The great windows that looked over the city had not been broken at all, though they were dusty and streaked with many years. There were coverings on the floors, the colors not greatly faded, and the chairs were soft and deep. There were pictures upon the walls, very strange, very wonderful. I remember one of a bunch of flowers in a jar. If you came close to it, you could see nothing but bits of color, but if you stood away from it, the flowers might have been picked yesterday. It made my heart feel strange to look at this picture, and to look at the figure of a bird in some hard clay on a table, and see it so like our birds. Everywhere there were books and writings, many in tongues that I could not read. The god who lived there must have been a wise god and full of knowledge. I felt I had a right there, as I sought knowledge also. Nevertheless, it was strange. There was a washing place, but no water. Perhaps the gods washed in air. There was a cooking place, but no wood, and though there was a machine to cook food, there was no place to put fire in it, nor were there candles or lamps. There were things that looked like lamps, but they had neither oil nor wick. All these things were magic, but I touched them and lived. The magic had gone out of them. Let me tell one thing to show. In the washing place, a thing said hot, but it was not hot to the touch. Another thing said cold, but it was not cold. This must have been a strong magic, but the magic was gone. I do not understand. They had ways. I wish that I knew. It was close and dry and dusty in their house of the gods. I have said the magic was gone, but that is not true. It had gone from the magic things, but it had not gone from the place. I felt the spirits about me, weighing upon me. Nor had I ever slept in a dead place before, and yet tonight I must sleep there. When I thought of it, my tongue felt dry in my throat, in spite of my wish for knowledge. Almost I would have gone down again and faced the dogs, but I did not. I had not gone through all the rooms when the darkness fell. When it fell, I went back to the big room looking over the city and made fire. There was a place to make fire and a box with wood in it, though I do not think they cooked there. I wrapped myself in a floor covering and slept in front of the fire. I was very tired. Now I tell what is very strong magic. I woke in the midst of the night. When I woke, the fire had gone out, and I was cold. It seemed to me that all around me there were whisperings and voices. I closed my eyes to shut them out. Some will say that I slept again, but I do not think that I slept. I could feel the spirits drawing my spirit out of my body as a fish is drawn on a line. Why should I lie about it? I am a priest, and the son of a priest. If there are spirits, as they say, in the small dead places near us, what spirits must there not be in that great place of the gods? And would they not wish to speak, after such long years? I know that I felt myself drawn as a fish is drawn on a line. I had stepped out of my body. I could see my body asleep in front of the cold fire, but it was not I. I was drawn to look out upon the city of the gods. It should have been dark, for it was night, but it was not dark. Everywhere there were lights, lines of light, circles and blurs of light. 10,000 torches would not have been the same. The sky itself was alight. You could barely see the stars for the glow in the sky. I thought to myself, this is strong magic, and trembled. There was a roaring in my ears like the rushing of rivers. Then my eyes grew used to the light, and my ears to the sound. I knew that I was seeing the city as it had been when the gods were alive. That was a sight indeed. Yes, that was a sight. I could not have seen it in the body. My body would have died. Everywhere went the gods, on foot and in chariots. There were gods beyond number and counting, and their chariots blocked the streets. They had turned night to day for their pleasure. They did not sleep with the sun. The noise of their coming and going was the noise of many waters. It was magic what they could do. It was magic what they did. I looked out of another window. The great vines of their bridges were mended, and the god roads went east and west. Restless, restless were the gods, and always in motion. They burrowed tunnels under rivers. They flew in the air. With unbelievable tools they did giant works. No part of the earth was safe from them, for if they wished for a thing, they summoned it from the other side of the world. And always, as they labored and rested, as they feasted and made love, there was a drum in their ears, the pulse of the giant city beating and beating like a man's heart. Were they happy? What is happiness to the gods? They were great, they were mighty, they were wonderful and terrible. As I looked upon them and their magic, I felt like a child, but a little more it seemed to me, and they would pull down the moon from the sky. I saw them with wisdom beyond wisdom, and knowledge beyond knowledge. And yet not all they did was well done. Even I could see that. And yet their wisdom could not but grow until all was peace. Then I saw their fate come upon them, and that was terrible past speech. It came upon them as they walked the streets of their city. I have been in fights with the forest people. I have seen men die. But this was not like that. When gods war with gods, they use weapons we do not know. It was fire falling out of the sky and a mist that poisoned. It was the time of the great burning and the destruction. They ran about like ants in the streets of their city. Poor gods, poor gods. Then the towers began to fall. A few escaped, yes, a few. The legends tell it. But even after the city had become a dead place, for many years the poison was still in the ground. I saw it happen. I saw the last of them die. It was darkness over the broken city, and I wept. All this I saw. I saw it as I have told it, though not in the body. When I woke in the morning, I was hungry, but I did not think first of my hunger, for my heart was perplexed and confused. I knew the reason for the dead places, but I did not see why it happened. It seemed to me it should not have happened, with all the magic they had. I went through the house looking for an answer. There was so much in the house I could not understand, and yet I am a priest and the son of a priest. It was like being on one side of the great river at night, with no light to show the way. Then I saw the dead god. He was sitting in his chair by the window, in a room I had not entered before, and for the first moment I thought that he was alive. Then I saw the skin on the back of his hand. It was like dry leather. The room was shut, hot and dry. No doubt that had kept him as he was. At first I was afraid to approach him. Then the fear left me. He was sitting, looking out over the city. He was dressed in the clothes of the gods. His age was neither young nor old. I could not tell his age. But there was wisdom in his face and great sadness. You could see that he would have not run away. He had sat at his window watching his city die. Then he himself had died. But it is better to lose one's life than one's spirit, and you could see from the face that his spirit had not been lost. I knew that if I touched him, he would fall into dust, and yet there was something unconquered in the face. That is all of my story, for then I knew he was a man. I knew then that they had been men, neither gods nor demons. It is a great knowledge, hard to tell and believe. They were men. They went a dark road, but they were men. I had no fear after that. I had no fear going home, though twice I fought off the dogs, and once I was hunted for 2 days by the forest people. When I saw my father again, I prayed and was purified. He touched my lips and my breast. He said, "You went away a boy. You come back a man and a priest." I said, "Father, they were men. I have been in the place of the gods and seen it. Now slay me if it is the law, but still I know that they were men." He looked at me out of both eyes. He said, "The law is not always the same shape. You have done what you have done. I could not have done it in my time. But you come after me. Tell." I told, and he listened. After that, I wished to tell all the people, but he showed me otherwise. He said, "Truth is a hard deer to hunt. If you eat too much truth at once, you may die of the truth. It was not idly that our fathers forbade the dead places." He was right. It is better the truth should come little by little. I have learned that, being a priest. Perhaps in the old days they ate knowledge too fast. Nevertheless, we make a beginning. It is not for the metal alone we go to the dead places now. There are the books and the writings. They are hard to learn, and the magic tools are broken, but we can look at them and wonder. At least we make a beginning. And when I am chief priest, We shall go beyond the great river. We shall go to the place of the gods, the place New York. Not one man, but a company. We shall look for the images of the gods and find the god Ashing and the others. Gods Lincoln and Biltmore and Moses. But they were men who built the city, not gods or demons. They were men. I remember the dead man's face. They were men who were here before us. We must build again. 14. Except for a few technical details, and that optimistic last line, it might have been about nuclear megawar. Sunday supplement writers in those days tried to tell us what a Second World War would be like, and most were as mistaken as Benét. There was to be widespread use of incendiary and chemical weapons against civilian populations, Benét's fire from the sky and poison in the ground, and possibly even ray guns. Although lasers were still unknown, everybody knew about radium emission. Take comfort, if you wish, in the fact that the writers of those days did not accurately describe the coming global war. But perhaps those writers were one war ahead of us. You can be sure their modern counterparts are no better as prophets, but neither are the fearless leaders at the Pentagon or in the Kremlin. It's a law in the stock market, as in war, that what everybody bets will happen can't possibly happen in the expected way. Instead of doing what experts are betting on, the institutions will suddenly discover there's nobody left to sell their IBM, or whatever, stock to except each other, and start panic dumping on trivial bad news. Or else the uncouth Huns will come around your Maginot Line on motorcycles. And maybe Allah-fearing backpackers with 68-pound nukes will thumb a ride from our beaches to their targets with a driver of a semi-trailer filled with Florida oranges, or a submarine will squirt cruise missiles, immune to laser defenses, at Atlanta, Orlando, and Cape Canaveral from just inside Jacksonville Harbor. Don't tell me they can't get in there. They got into a secret naval installation in Sweden. If global conflict comes again, it won't come in the way we've bet all our billions on for defense. After it's over, and the grief is gone, still a great nostalgia endures, for places or things or people lost. The two Bradbury stories that follow are paired because they seem complementary, although 13 years separate their publication dates. In the first, nostalgia for man seems to linger in man's things. There Will Come Soft Rains, by Ray Bradbury. In the living room, the voice clock sang, "Tick-tock, 7 o'clock, time to get up, 7 o'clock," as if it were afraid that nobody would. The morning house lay empty. The clock ticked on, repeating and repeating its sounds into the emptiness. 7-9, breakfast time, 7-9. In the kitchen, the breakfast stove gave a hissing sigh and ejected from its warm interior 8 pieces of perfectly browned toast, 8 eggs sunny side up, 16 slices of bacon, 2 coffees, and 2 cool glasses of milk. "Today is August 4, 2026, said a second voice from the kitchen ceiling, "in the city of Allendale, California." It repeated the date 3 times for memory's sake. "Today is Mr. Featherstone's birthday. Today is the anniversary of Talita's marriage. Insurance is payable, as are the water, gas, and light bills." Somewhere in the walls, relays clicked. Memory tapes glided under electric eyes. 8-1, tick-tock, 8-1 o'clock. Off to school, off to work, run, run, 8-1. But no doors slammed. No carpets took the soft tread of rubber heels. It was raining outside. The weather box on the front door sang quietly, "Rain, rain, go away. Rubber's raincoats for today." And the rain tapped on the empty house, echoing. Outside, the garage chimed and lifted its door to reveal the waiting car. After a long wait, the door swung down again. At 8:30, the eggs were shriveled and the toast was like stone. An aluminum wedge scraped them into the sink, where hot water whirled them down a metal throat, which digested and flushed them away to the distant sea. The dirty dishes were dropped into a hot washer and emerged twinkling dry. 9:15, sang the clock. Time to clean. Out of the warrens in the wall, tiny robot mice darted. The rooms were acrawl with the small cleaning animals, all rubber and metal. They thudded against chairs, whirling their mustached runners, kneading the rug nap, sucking gently at hidden dust. Then, like mysterious invaders, they popped into their burrows. Their pink electric eyes faded. The house was clean. 10 o'clock. The sun came out from behind the rain. The house stood alone in a city of rubble and ashes. This was the one house left standing. At night, the ruined city gave off a radioactive glow, which could be seen for miles. 10:15. The garden sprinklers whirled up in golden founts, filling the soft morning air with scatterings of brightness. The water pelted window panes, running down the charred west side where the house had been burned evenly free of its white paint. The entire west face of the house was black, save for 5 places. Here, the silhouette in paint of a man mowing a lawn. Here, as in a photograph, a woman bent to pick flowers. Still farther over, their images burned on wood in one titanic instant, a small boy, hands flung into the air. Higher up, the image of a thrown ball, and opposite him, a girl, hands raised to catch a ball, which never came down. The 5 spots of paint, the man, the woman, the children, the ball, remained. The rest was a thin charcoal layer. The gentle sprinkler rain filled the garden with falling light. Until this day, how well the house had kept its peace. How carefully it had inquired, "Who goes there? What's the password?" And getting no answer from lonely foxes and whining cats, it had shut up its windows and drawn shades in an old maidenly preoccupation with self-protection, which bordered on a mechanical paranoia. It quivered at each sound, the house did. If a sparrow brushed a window, the shade snapped up. The bird, startled, flew off. No, not even a bird must touch the house. The house was an altar with 10,000 attendants, big, small, servicing, attending in choirs. But the gods had gone away, and the ritual of the religion continued senselessly, uselessly. 12 noon. A dog whined, shivering, on the front porch. The front door recognized the dog voice and opened. The dog, once huge and fleshy, but now gone to bone and covered with sores, moved in and through the house, tracking mud. Behind it whirred angry mice, angry at having to pick up mud, angry at inconvenience. For not a leaf fragment blew under the door, but what the wall panels flipped open, and the copper scrap rats flashed swiftly out. The offending dust, hair or paper, seized in miniature steel jaws, was raced back to the burrows. There, down tubes which fed into the cellar, it was dropped into the sighing vent of an incinerator, which sat like evil Baal in a dark corner. The dog ran upstairs, hysterically yelping to each door, at last realizing, as the house realized, that only silence was here. It sniffed the air and scratched the kitchen door. Behind the door, the stove was making pancakes, which filled the house with a rich baked odor and the scent of maple syrup. The dog frothed at the mouth, lying at the door, sniffing, its eyes turned to fire. It ran wildly in circles, biting at its tail, spun in a frenzy, and died. It lay in the parlor for an hour. 2 o'clock, sang a voice. Delicately sensing decay at last, the regiments of mice hummed out as softly as blown gray leaves in an electrical wind. 2:15. The dog was gone. In the cellar, the incinerator glowed suddenly, and a whirl of sparks leaped up the chimney. 2:35. Bridge tables sprouted from patio walls. Playing cards fluttered onto pads in a shower of pips. Martinis manifested on an oaken bench with egg salad sandwiches. Music played. But the tables were silent, and the cards untouched. At 4 o'clock, the tables folded like great butterflies back through the paneled walls. 4:30. The nursery walls glowed. Animals took shape. Yellow giraffes, blue lions, pink antelopes, lilac panthers cavorting in crystal substance. The walls were glass. They looked out upon color and fantasy. Hidden films clocked through well-oiled sprockets, and the walls lived. The nursery floor was woven to resemble crisp cereal meadow. Over this ran aluminum roaches and iron crickets, and in the hot, still air, butterflies of delicate red tissue wavered among the sharp aroma of animal spores. There was the sound like a great matted yellow hive of bees within a dark bellows, the lazy bumble of a purring lion. And there was the patter of okapi feet, and the murmur of a fresh jungle rain, like other hoofs, falling upon the summer-starched grass. Now the walls dissolved into distances of parched weed, mile on mile, and warm, endless sky. The animals drew away into thorn breaks and water-holes. It was the children's hour. 5 o'clock. The bath filled with clear hot water. 6, 7, 8 o'clock. The dinner dishes manipulated like magic tricks, and in the study, a click. In the metal stand opposite the hearth, where a fire now blazed up warmly, a cigar popped out, half an inch of soft gray ash on it, smoking, waiting. 9 o'clock. The beds warmed their hidden circuits, for nights were cool here. 9:05. A voice spoke from the study ceiling. "Mrs. McClellan, which poem would you like this evening?" The house was silent. The voice said at last, "Since you express no preference, I shall select a poem at random." Quiet music rose to back the voice. "Sarah Teasdale. As I recall, your favorite." There will come soft rains and the smell of the ground, and swallows circling with their shimmering sound, and frogs in the pools singing at night, and wild plum trees in tremulous white. Robins will wear their feathery fire, whistling their whims on a low fence wire. And not one will know of the war, not one will care at last when it is done. Not one would mind, neither bird nor tree, if mankind perished utterly. And spring herself, when she woke at dawn, would scarcely know that we were gone. The fire burned on the stone hearth, and the cigar fell away into a mound of quiet ash on its tray. The empty chairs faced each other between the silent walls, and the music played. At 10 o'clock the house began to die. The wind blew. A falling tree bough crashed through the kitchen window. Cleaning solvent, bottled, shattered over the stove. The room was ablaze in an instant. "Fire!" screamed a voice. The house lights flashed. Water pumps shot water from the ceilings, but the solvent spread on the linoleum, licking, eating under the kitchen door, while voices took it up in chorus, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The house tried to save itself. Doors sprang tightly shut, but the windows were broken by the heat, and the wind blew and sucked upon the fire. The house gave ground as the fire and 10 billion angry sparks moved with flaming ease from room to room and then up the stairs, while scurrying water rats squeaked from the walls, pistoled their water, and ran for more. And the wall sprays let down showers of mechanical rain. But too late. Somewhere, sighing, a pump shrugged to a stop. The quenching rain ceased. The reserve water supply, which had filled baths and washed dishes for many quiet days, was gone. The fire crackled up the stairs. It fed upon Picassos and Matisses in the upper halls, like delicacies, baking off the oily flesh, tenderly crisping the canvases into black shavings. Now the fire lay in beds, stood in windows, changed the colors of drapes, and then reinforcements. From attic trap-doors, blind robot faces peered down with faucet mouths gushing green chemical. The fire backed off, as even an elephant must at the sight of a dead snake. Now there were 20 snakes whipping over the floor, killing the fire with the clear, cold venom of green froth. But the fire was clever. It had sent flame outside the house, up through the attic to the pumps there. An explosion. The attic brain which directed the pumps was shattered into bronze shrapnel on the beams. The fire rushed back into every closet, and felt of the clothes hung there. The house shuddered, oak bone on bone, its bared skeleton cringing from the heat, its wire, its nerves revealed as if a surgeon had torn the skin off to let the red veins and capillaries quiver in the scalded air. "Help! Help! Fire! Run! Run!" Heat snapped mirrors like the first brittle winter ice, and the voices wailed, "Fire! Fire! Run! Run!" like a tragic nursery rhyme. A dozen voices, high, low, like children dying in a forest alone. Alone. And the voices fading as the wires popped their sheathings like hot chestnuts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 voices died. In the nursery, the jungle burned. Blue lions roared, purple giraffes bounded off. The panthers ran in circles, changing color, and 10 million animals running before the fire vanished off toward a distant, steaming river. 10 more voices died. In the last instant under the fire avalanche, other choruses, oblivious, could be heard announcing the time, playing music, cutting the lawn by remote control mower, or setting an umbrella frantically out, and in the slamming and opening front door, 1,000 things happening, like a clock shop when each clock strikes the hour insanely before or after the other. A scene of maniac confusion, yet unity. Singing, screaming, a few last cleaning mice darting bravely out to carry the horrid ashes away. And one voice, with sublime disregard for the situation, read poetry aloud in the fiery study, until all the film spools burned, until all the wires withered, and the circuits cracked. The fire burst the house, and let it slam flat down, puffing out skirts of spark and smoke. In the kitchen, an instant before the rain of fire and timber, the stove could be seen making breakfasts at a psychopathic rate. 10 dozen eggs, 6 loaves of toast, 20 dozen bacon strips, which, eaten by fire, started the stove working again, hysterically hissing. The crash. The attic smashing into kitchen and parlor. The parlor into cellar, cellar into subcellar. Deep freeze, armchair, film tapes, circuits, beds, and all like skeletons thrown in a cluttered mound deep under. Smoke and silence. A great quantity of smoke. Dawn showed faintly in the east. Among the ruins, one wall stood alone. Within the wall, a last voice said over and over again, and again, even as the sun rose to shine upon the heaped rubble and steam. Today is August 5th, 2026. Today is August 5th, 2026. Today is 15. When, on the other hand, man survives but can't get his things back. To the Chicago Abyss, by Ray Bradbury. Under a pale April sky and a faint wind that blew out of a memory of winter, the old man shuffled into the almost empty park at noon. His slow feet were bandaged with nicotine-stained swaths. His hair was wild, long and gray as was his beard, which enclosed a mouth which seemed always a-tremble with revelation. Now he gazed back, as if he had lost so many things he could not begin to guess there in the tumbled ruin, the toothless skyline of the city. Finding nothing, he shuffled on until he found a bench where sat a woman alone. Examining her, he nodded, and sat to the far end of the bench, and did not look at her again. He remained, eyes shut, mouth working for 3 minutes, head moving as if his nose were printing a single word on the air. Once written, he opened his mouth to pronounce it in a clear, fine voice. "Coffee." The woman gasped and stiffened. The old man's gnarled fingers tumbled in pantomime on his unseen lap. "Twist the key. Bright red yellow-letter can. Compressed air. Hiss. Vacuum pack. Sst. Like a snake." The woman snapped her head about as if slapped to stare in dreadful fascination at the old man's moving tongue. "The scent, the odor, the smell. Rich, dark, wondrous Brazilian beans, fresh ground." Leaping up, reeling as if gunshot, the woman tottered. The old man flicked his eyes wide. "No, But she was running, gone. The old man sighed and walked on through the park until he reached a bench where sat a young man completely involved with wrapping dried grass in a small square of thin tissue paper. His thin fingers shaped the grass tenderly, in an almost holy ritual, trembling as he rolled the tube, put it to his mouth, and hypnotically lit it. He leaned back, squinting deliciously, communing with the strange, rank air in his mouth and lungs. The old man watched the smoke blow away on the noon wind and said, "Chesterfields. The young man gripped his knees tight. "Raleigh's," said the old man. "Lucky Strikes." The young man stared at him. "Kent, Cools, Marlborough," said the old man, not looking at him. "Those were the names. White, red, amber packs, grass green, sky blue, pure gold with the red, slick, small ribbon that ran around the top that you pulled to zip away the crinkly cellophane, and the blue government tax stamp." "Shut up," said the young man. "Buy them in drugstores, fountains, subways." "Shut up." "Gently," said the old man. "It's just that smoke of yours made me think." "Don't think." The young man jerked so violently, his homemade cigarette fell in chaff to his lap. "Now look what you made me do." "I'm sorry. It was such a nice, friendly day." "I'm no friend." "We're all friends now, or why live?" "Friends?" The young man snorted, aimlessly plucking at the shredded grass and paper. "Maybe there were friends back in 1970, but now—" 1970. You must have been a baby then. They still had Butterfingers then, in bright yellow wrappers, Baby Ruths, Clarke bars in orange paper, Milky Ways, swallow a universe of stars, comets, meteors. Nice. It was never nice. The young man stood suddenly. "What's wrong with you?" "I remember limes and lemons. That's what's wrong with me. Do you remember oranges?" "Damn right. Oranges, hell. You calling me a liar? You want me to feel bad? You nuts? Don't you know the law? You know I could turn you in, you—" I know, said the old man, shrugging. "The weather fooled me. It made me want to compare rumors. That's what they'd say, the police, the special cops. They'd say it. Rumors. You trouble-making bastard, you." He seized the old man's lapels, which ripped, so he had to grab another handful, yelling down into his face. "Why don't I just blast the living Jesus out of you? I ain't hurt no one in so long, He shoved the old man, which gave him the idea to pummel, and when he pummeled, he began to punch, and punching made it easy to strike, and soon he rained blows upon the old man, who stood like one caught in thunder and downpoured storm, using only his fingers to ward off the blows that fleshed his cheeks, shoulders, his brow, his chin, as the young man shrieked cigarettes, moaned candies, yelled smokes, cried sweets until the old man fell to be kick-rolled and shivering. The young man stopped and began to cry. At the sound, the old man, cuddled, clenched into his pain, took his fingers away from his broken mouth and opened his eyes to gaze with astonishment at his assailant. The young man wept. "Please," begged the old man. The young man wept louder, tears falling from his eyes. "Don't cry," said the old man. "We won't be hungry forever. We'll rebuild the cities. Listen, I didn't mean for you to cry, only to think, where are we going? What are we doing? What have we done? You weren't hitting me. You meant to hit something else, but I was handy. Look, I'm sitting up. I'm okay." The young man stopped crying and blinked down at the old man, who forced a bloody smile. You can't go around," said the young man, "making people unhappy." "I'll find someone to fix you." "Wait!" The old man struggled to his knees. "No!" But the young man ran wildly off out of the park, yelling. Crouched alone, the old man felt his bones, found one of his teeth lying red amongst the strewn gravel, handled it sadly. "Fool," said a voice. The old man glanced over and up. A lean man of some 40 years stood leaning against a tree nearby, a look of pale weariness and curiosity on his long face. "Fool," he said again. The old man gasped. "You were there all the time, and did nothing?" "What, fight one fool to save another?" "No." The stranger helped him up and brushed him off. "I do my fighting where it pays. Come on. You're going home with me." The old man gasped again. "Why?" "That boy'll be back with the police any second. I don't want you stolen away. You're a very precious commodity. I have heard of you. Looked for you for days now. Good grief, and when I find you, you're up to your famous tricks. What did you say to the boy made him mad?" "I said about oranges and lemons, candy, cigarettes. I was just getting ready to recollect in detail wind-up toys, briar pipes, and back-scratchers when he dropped the sky on me. I almost don't blame him. Half of me wants to hit you itself. Come on, double time. There's a siren. Quick!" And they went swiftly another way out of the park. He drank the homemade wine because it was easiest. The food must wait until his hunger overcame the pain in his broken mouth. He sipped, nodding. "Good. Many thanks. Good." The stranger who had walked him swiftly out of the park sat across from him at the flimsy dining-room table as the stranger's wife placed broken and mended plates on the worn cloth. "The beating," said the husband at last. "How did it happen?" At this his wife almost dropped a plate. "Relax," said the husband. "No one followed us. Go ahead, old man. Tell us, why do you behave like a saint panting after martyrdom? You're famous, you know. Everyone's heard about you. Many would like to meet you. Myself, first, I want to know what makes you tick. Well?" But the old man was only entranced with the vegetables on the chipped plate before him. 28 peas. He counted the impossible sum. He bent to the incredible vegetables like a man praying over his quietest beads. 28 glorious green peas, plus a few grafts of half-raw spaghetti announcing that today business was fair. But under the line of pasta, the cracked line of the plate showed where business for years now was more than terrible. The old man hovered, counting above the food like a great and inexplicable buzzard, crazily fallen and roosting in this cold apartment, watched by his Samaritan hosts, until at last he said, "These 28 peas remind me of a film I saw as a child." "A comedian? Do you know the word?" "A funny man met a lunatic in a midnight house in this film, and—" The husband and wife laughed quietly. "No, that's not the joke yet. Sorry," the old man apologized. "The lunatic sat the comedian down to an empty table. No knives, no forks, no food. 'Dinner is served,' he cried. Afraid of murder, the comedian fell in with the make-believe. 'Great!' he cried, pretending to chew steak, vegetables, dessert. He bit nothings. 'Fine!' He swallowed air. 'Wonderful!' You may laugh now." But the husband and wife, grown still, only looked at their sparsely strewn plates. The old man shook his head and went on. The comedian, thinking to impress the madman, exclaimed, "And these spiced brandy peaches! Superb!" "Peaches?" screamed the madman, drawing a gun. "I serve no peaches. You must be insane!" and shot the comedian in the behind. The old man, in the silence which ensued, picked up the first pea and weighed its lovely bulk upon his bent tin fork. He was about to put it in his mouth when there was a sharp rap on the door. "Special police!" a voice cried. Silent, but trembling, the wife hid the extra plate. The husband rose calmly to lead the old man to a wall where a panel hissed open, and he stepped in, and the panel hissed shut, and he stood in darkness, hidden away, as beyond, unseen, the apartment door opened. Voices murmured excitedly. The old man could imagine the special policeman in his midnight blue uniform, with drawn gun, entering to see only the flimsy furniture, the bare walls, the echoing linoleum floor, the glassless, card-boarded over windows, this thin and oily film of civilization left on an empty shore when the storm-tide of war went away. "I'm looking for an old man," said the tired voice of authority beyond the wall. Strange, thought the old man. Even the law sounds tired now. Patched clothes. But, thought the old man, I thought everyone's clothes were patched. Dirty, about 80 years old. But isn't everyone dirty? Everyone old? The old man cried out to himself. If you turn him in, there's a week's rations as reward, said the police voice. Plus 10 cans of vegetables, 5 cans of soup, bonus. Real tin cans with bright printed labels, thought the old man. The cans flashed like meteors rushing by in the dark over his eyelids. What a fine reward! Not $10,000, not $20,000. No, but 5 incredible cans of real, not imitation, soup, and 10, count them, 10 brilliant circus-colored cans of exotic vegetables, like string beans and sun-yellow corn. Think of it! Think! There was a long silence in which the old man almost thought he heard faint murmurs of stomachs turning uneasily, slumbered, but dreaming of dinners much finer than the hairballs of old illusion gone nightmare and politics gone sour in the long twilight since A.D., Annihilation Day. Soup, vegetables, said the police voice a final time. 15 solid pack cans. The door slammed. The boots stomped away through the ramshackle tenement, pounding coffin-lid doors to stir other Lazarus souls alive to cry aloud of bright tins and real soups. The poundings faded. There was a last banging slam. And at last the hidden panel whispered up. The husband and wife did not look at him as he stepped out. He knew why, and wanted to touch their elbows. "Even I," he said gently. "Even I was tempted to turn myself in, to claim the reward, to eat the soup." Still they would not look at him. "Why?" he asked. "Why didn't you hand me over? Why?" The husband, as if suddenly remembering, nodded to his wife. She went to the door, hesitated. Her husband nodded again, impatiently, and she went out, noiseless as a puff of cobweb. They heard her rustling along the hall, scratching softly at doors which opened to gasps and murmurs. "What's she up to?" "What are you up to?" asked the old man. "You'll find out. Sit. Finish your dinner," said the husband. "Tell me why you're such a fool you make us fools who seek you out and bring you here." "Why am I such a fool?" The old man sat. The old man munched slowly, taking peas one at a time from the plate which had been returned to him. "Yes, I am a fool. How did I start my foolishness? Years ago I looked at the ruined world, the dictatorships, the desiccated states and nations, and said, 'What can I do?' Me, a weak old man, what? Rebuild a devastation? Ha! But lying half asleep one night, an old phonograph record played in my head. 2 sisters named Duncan sang out of my childhood a song called Remembering. Remembering is all I do, dear, so try and remember too. I sang the song, and it wasn't a song but a way of life. What did I have to offer a world that was forgetting? My memory. How could this help? By offering a standard of comparison, by telling the young what once was, by considering our losses. I found the more I remembered, the more I could remember. Depending on who I sat down with, I remembered imitation flowers, dialed telephones, refrigerators, kazoos. You ever play a kazoo? Thimbles, bicycle clips, not bicycles, no, but bicycle clips. Isn't that wild and strange? Antimacassars. Do you know them? Never mind. Once a man asked me to remember just the dashboard dials on a Cadillac. I remembered. I told him in detail. He listened. He cried great tears down his face. Happy tears or sad? I can't say. I only remember. Not literature, no. I never had a head for plays or poems. They slip away. They die. All I am, really, is a trash heap of the mediocre. The third best hand-me-down, useless and chromed-over slush and junk of a racetrack civilization that ran last over a precipice. So all I offer really is scintillant junk that clamored after chronometers and absurd machineries of a never-ending river of robots and robot-mad owners. Yet, one way or another, civilization must get back on the road. Those who can offer fine butterfly poetry, let them remember, let them offer. Those who can weave and build butterfly nets, let them weave, let them build. My gift is smaller than both, and perhaps contemptible in the long hoist, climb, jump toward the old and amiably silly peak. But I must dream myself worthy. For the things, silly or not, that people remember are the things they will search for again. I will then ulcerate their half-dead desires with vinegar-gnat memory. Then perhaps they'll rattle-bang the big clock together again, which is the city, the state, and then the world. Let one man want wine, another lounge-chairs, a third a bat-wing glider to soar the March winds on, and build bigger electro-pterodactyls to scour even greater winds, with even greater peoples. Someone wants more on Christmas trees, and some wise man goes to cut them. Pack this all together, wheel in want, want in wheel, and I'm just there to oil them. But oil them I do. Oh, once I would have raved, only the best is best, only quality is true. But roses grow from blood manure. Mediocre must be, so most excellent can bloom. So I shall be the best mediocre there is, and fight all who say slide under, sink back, dust wallow, let brambles scurry over your living grave. I shall protest the roving ape-man tribes, the sheep people munching the far fields preyed on by the feudal land-baron wolves who rarefy themselves in the few skyscraper summits and hoard unremembered foods. And these villains I will kill with can-opener and corkscrew. I shall run them down with ghosts of Buick, Kisselcar, and Moon, thrash them with licorice whips until they cry for some sort of unqualified mercy. Can I do all this? One can only try. The old man rummaged the last pea with the last words in his mouth, while his Samaritan host simply looked at him with gently amazed eyes. And far off, up through the house, people moved. Doors tapped open and shut, and there was a gathering outside the door of this apartment where now the husband said, "And you asked why we didn't turn you in. Do you hear that out there? It sounds like everyone in the apartment house, everyone. Old man, old fool, do you remember motion picture houses, or better, drive-in movies?" The old man smiled. "Do you?" "Almost. Look, listen, today now, if you're going to be a fool, if you want to run risks, do it in the aggregate, in one fell blow. Why waste your breath on one, or two, or even three, if—" The husband opened the door and nodded outside. Silently, one at a time, and in couples, the people of the house entered. Entered this room as if entering a synagogue or church, or the kind of church known as a movie, or the kind of movie known as a drive-in. And the hour was growing late in the day, with the sun going down the sky, and soon, in the early evening hours, in the dark, the room would be dim, and in the one light the voice of the old man would speak, and these would listen and hold hands, and it would be like the old days, with the balconies and the dark, or the cars in the dark, and just the memory, the words of popcorn, and the words for the gum, and the sweet drinks and candy, but the words, anyway, the words. And while the people were coming in and settling on the floor, and the old man watched them, incredulous that he had summoned them here without knowing, the husband said, "Isn't this better than taking a chance in the open?" "Yes. Strange. I hate pain. I hate being hit and chased. But my tongue moves. I must hear what it has to say. But this is better." "Good." The husband pressed a red ticket into his palm. "When this is all over, an hour from now, here is a ticket from a friend of mine in transportation. One train crosses the country each week. Each week I get a ticket for some idiot I want to help. This week, it's you." The old man read the destination on the folded red paper. Chicago Abyss, and added, "Is the abyss still there?" "This time next year, Lake Michigan may break through the last crust and make a new lake in the pit where the city once was. There's life of sorts around the crater rim, and a branch train goes west once a month. Once you leave here, keep moving. Forget you met or know us. I'll give you a small list of people like ourselves. A long time from now, look them up, out in the wilderness. But for God's sake, in the open, alone for a year, declare a moratorium. Keep your wonderful mouth shut. And here," the husband gave him a yellow card, "a dentist I know. Tell him to make a new set of teeth that will only open at meal times." A few people, hearing, laughed, and the old man laughed quietly, and the people were in now, dozens of them, and the day was late, and the husband and wife shut the door and stood by it and turned and waited for this last special time when the old man might open his mouth. The old man stood up. His audience grew very still. The train came, rusty and loud at midnight, into a suddenly snow-filled station. Under a cruel dusting of white, the ill-washed people crowded into and through the ancient chair cars, mashing the old man along the corridor and into an empty compartment that had once been a lavatory. Soon the floor was a solid mass of bedroll on which 16 people twisted and turned in darkness, fighting their way into sleep. The train rushed forth to white emptiness. The old man thinking, "Quiet, shut up, no, don't speak, nothing, no. Stay still. Think. Careful. Cease," found himself now swayed, joggled, hurled this way and that as he half-crouched against the wall. He and just one other were upright in this monster room of dreadful sleep. A few feet away, similarly shoved against the wall, sat an 8-year-old boy with a drawn, sick paleness escaping from his cheeks. Full awake, eyes bright, he seemed to watch. He did watch the old man's mouth. The boy gazed because he must. The train hooted, roared, swayed, yelled, and ran. Half an hour passed in a thunderous, grinding passage by night under the snow-hidden moon, and the old man's mouth was tight-nailed shut. Another hour, and still boned shut. Another hour, and the muscles around his cheeks began to slacken. Another, and his lips parted to wet themselves. The boy stayed awake. The boy saw. The boy waited. Immense sifts of silence came down the night air outside, tunneled by avalanche train. The travelers, very deep in invoiced terror, numbed by flight, slept each separate. But the boy did not take his eyes away, and at last the old man leaned forward softly. "Shh, boy. Your name?" "Joseph." The train swayed and groaned in its sleep, a monster floundering through timeless dark toward a morn that could not be imagined. "Joseph." The old man savored the word, bent forward, his eyes gentle and shining, his face filled with pale beauty. His eyes widened until they seemed blind. He gazed at a distant and hidden thing. He cleared his throat ever so softly. "Ah." The train roared round a curve. The people rocked in their snowing sleep. "Well, Joseph," whispered the old man. He lifted his fingers softly in the air. "Once upon a time—" 16. Nobody here is poor in spirit, nor is Buddhist detachment a virtue of the man Carlson in the next story. He, too, is a compulsive flasher, but his photophiliac tendencies apparently do not lead him to molest strangers in a strange city, obviously depopulated by some weapon other than a hydrogen warhead. When this story appeared, people were talking a lot about neutron bombs, which kill without demolishing much property. But I suppose cobra venom influenza could do the job as well. Lucifer, by Roger Zelazny. Carlson stood on the hill in the silent center of the city whose people had died. He stared up at the building, the one structure that dwarfed every hotel grid, skyscraper needle, or apartment cheesebox packed into all the miles that lay about him. Tall as a mountain, it caught the rays of the bloody sun. Somehow it turned their red into golden halfway up its height. Carlson suddenly felt that he should not have come back. It had been over 2 years, as he figured it, since last he had been there. He wanted to return to the mountains now. One look was enough. Yet still he stood before it, transfixed by the huge building, by the long shadow that bridged the entire valley. He shrugged his thick shoulders then, in an unsuccessful attempt to shake off memories of the days 5, or was it 6, years ago, when he had worked within the giant unit. Then he climbed the rest of the way up the hill and entered the high, wide doorway. His fiber sandals cast a variety of echoes as he passed through the deserted offices and into the long hallway that led to the belts. The belts, of course, were still. There were no thousands riding them. There was no one alive to ride. Their deep belly rumble was only a noisy phantom in his mind as he climbed onto the one nearest him and walked ahead into the pitchy insides of the place. It was like a mausoleum. There seemed no ceiling, no walls, only the soft pat-pat of his soles on the flexible fabric of the belt. He reached a junction and mounted a cross-belt, instinctively standing still for a moment and waiting for the forward lurch as it sensed his weight. Then he chuckled silently and began walking again. When he reached the lift, he set off to the right of it until his memory led him to the maintenance stairs. Shouldering his bundle, he began the long, groping ascent. He blinked at the light when he came into the power room. Filtered through its 100 high windows, the sunlight trickled across the dusty acres of machinery. Carlson sagged against the wall, breathing heavily from the climb. After a while, he wiped a workbench clean and set down his parcel. Then he removed his faded shirt, for the place would soon be stifling. He brushed his hair from his eyes and advanced down the narrow metal stair to where the generators stood, row on row, like an army of dead black beetles. It took him 6 hours to give them all a cursory check. He selected 3 in the second row and systematically began tearing them down, cleaning them, soldering their loose connections with the auto-iron, greasing them, oiling them, and sweeping away all the dust, cobwebs, and pieces of cracked insulation that lay at their bases. Great rivulets of perspiration ran into his eyes and down along his sides and thighs, spilling in little droplets onto the hot flooring and vanishing quickly. Finally, he put down his broom, remounted the stair, and returned to his parcel. He removed one of the water bottles and drank off half its contents. He ate a piece of dried meat and finished the bottle. He allowed himself 1 cigarette then, and returned to work. He was forced to stop when it grew dark. He had planned on sleeping right there, but the room was too oppressive. So he departed the way he had come and slept beneath the stars, on the roof of a low building at the foot of the hill. It took him 2 more days to get the generators ready. Then he began work on the huge broadcast panel. It was in better condition than the generators because it had last been used 2 years ago, whereas the generators, save for the 3 he had burned out last time, had slept for over 5, or was it 6 years. He soldered and wiped and inspected until he was satisfied. Then only one task remained. All the maintenance robots stood frozen in mid-gesture. Carlson would have to wrestle a 300-pound power cube without assistance. If he could get one down from the rack and onto a cart without breaking a wrist, he would probably be able to convey it to the igniter without much difficulty. Then he would have to place it within the oven. He had almost ruptured himself when he did it 2 years ago, but he hoped that he was somewhat stronger, and luckier this time. It took him 10 minutes to clean the igniter oven. Then he located a cart and pushed it back to the rack. One cube was resting at just the right height, approximately 8 inches above the level of the cart's bed. He kicked down the anchor chocks and moved around to study the rack. The cube lay on a downward slanting shelf, restrained by a 2-inch metal guard. He pushed at the guard. It was bolted to the shelf. Returning to the work area, he searched the toolboxes for a wrench. Then he moved back to the rack and set to work on the nuts. The guard came loose as he was working on the fourth nut. He heard a dangerous creak and threw himself back out of the way, dropping the wrench on his toes. The cube slid forward, crushed the loosened rail, teetered a bare moment, then dropped with a resounding crash onto the heavy bed of the cart. The bed surface bent and began to crease beneath its weight. The cart swayed toward the outside. The cube continued to slide until over half a foot projected beyond the edge. Then the cart righted itself and shivered into steadiness. Carlson sighed and kicked loose the chocks, ready to jump back should it suddenly give way in his direction. It held. Gingerly, he guided it up the aisle and between the rows of generators until he stood before the igniter. He anchored the cart again, stopped for water and a cigarette, then searched up a pinch bar, a small jack, and a long, flat metal plate. He laid the plate to bridge the front end of the cart and the opening to the oven. He wedged the far end in beneath the igniter's doorframe. Unlocking the rear chocks, he inserted the jack and began to raise the back end of the wagon slowly, working with one hand and holding the bar ready in the other. The cart groaned as it moved higher. Then a sliding, grating sound began, and he raised it faster. With a sound like the stroke of a cracked bell, the cube tumbled onto the bridgeway. It slid forward and to the left. He struck at it with the bar, bearing to the right with all his strength. About half an inch of it caught against the left edge of the oven frame. The gap between the cube and the frame was widest at the bottom. He inserted the bar and heaved his weight against it 3 times. Then it moved forward and came to rest within the igniter. He began to laugh. He laughed until he felt weak. He sat on the broken cart, swinging his legs and chuckling to himself, until the sounds coming from his throat seemed alien and out of place. He stopped abruptly and slammed the door. The broadcast panel had 1,000 eyes, but none of them winked back at him. He made the final adjustments for transmit, then gave the generators their last checkout. After that, he mounted a catwalk and moved to a window. There was still some daylight to spend, so he moved from window to window, pressing the open button set below each sill. He ate the rest of his food then, and drank a whole bottle of water and smoked 2 cigarettes. Sitting on the stair, he thought of the days when he had worked with Kelly and Murchison and Jasinski, twisting the tails of electrons until they wailed and leapt out over the walls and fled down into the city. The clock. He remembered it suddenly, set high on the wall to the left of the doorway, frozen at 9:33 and 48 seconds. He moved a ladder through the twilight and mounted it to the clock. He wiped the dust from its greasy face with a sweeping circular movement. Then he was ready. He crossed to the igniter and turned it on. Somewhere, the ever batteries came alive, and he heard a click as a thin, sharp shaft was driven into the wall of the cube. He raced back up the stairs and sped hand over hand up to the catwalk. He moved to a window and waited. "God," he murmured, "don't let them blow. Please don't." Across an eternity of darkness, the generators began humming. He heard a crackle of static from the broadcast panel, and he closed his eyes. The sound died. He opened his eyes as he heard the window slide upward. All around him, the 100 high windows opened. A small light came on above the bench in the work area below him, but he did not see it. He was staring out beyond the wide drop of the Acropolis and down into the city. His city. The lights were not like the stars. They beat the stars all to hell. They were the gay, regularized constellation of a city where men made their homes. Even rows of street lamps, advertisements, lighted windows in the cheesebox apartments, a random solitaire of bright squares running up the sides of skyscraper needles, a searchlight swiveling its luminous antenna through cloud banks that hung over the city. He dashed to another window, feeling the high night breezes comb at his beard. Belts were humming below. He heard their wry monologues rattling through the city's deepest canyons. He pictured the people in their homes, in theaters, in bars, talking to each other, sharing a common amusement, playing clarinets, holding hands, eating an evening snack. Sleeping row cars awakened and rushed past each other on the levels above the belts. The background hum of the city told him its story of production, of function, of movement, and service to its inhabitants. The sky seemed to wheel overhead, as though the city were its turning hub and the universe its outer rim. Then the lights dimmed from white to yellow, and he hurried with desperate steps to another window. "No, not so soon! Don't leave me yet!" he sobbed. The windows closed themselves, and the lights went out. He stood on the walk for a long time, staring at the dead embers. A smell of ozone reached his nostrils. He was aware of a blue halo about the dying generators. He descended and crossed the work area to the ladder he had set against the wall. Pressing his face against the glass and squinting for a long time, he could make out the position of the hands. 9:35 and 21 seconds, Carlson read. "Do you hear that?" he called out, shaking his fist at anything. 93 seconds! I made you live for 93 seconds! Then he covered his face against the darkness and was silent. After a long while he descended the stairway, walked the belt, and moved through the long hallway and out of the building. As he headed back toward the mountains, he promised himself, again, that he would never return. 17. Humor in post-megawar fiction is usually irony. In Eastward Ho, William Tenn assumes, as did Ballard, that the megawar has been a mini, with a lot of survivors. And yet conditions are not yet politically settled in this land of the brave. A lost tribe of Israel is returning to its former lands, and the white man finds himself in need of a Caucasian Marcus Garvey. Theme music from Exodus here, please. Eastward Ho by William Tenn. The New Jersey Turnpike had been hard on the horses. South of New Brunswick, the potholes had been so deep, the scattered boulders so plentiful, that the two men had been forced to move at a slow trot to avoid crippling their three precious animals. And, of course, this far south, farms were non-existent. They had been able to eat nothing but the dried provisions in the saddlebags, and last night they had slept in a roadside service station, suspending their hammocks between the tilted, rusty gas pumps. But it was still the best, the most direct route Jerry Franklin knew. The turnpike was a government road. Its rubble was cleared semi-annually. They had made excellent time and come through without even developing a limp in the pack-horse. As they swung out on the last lap, past the ribbon tree stump with the words "Trenton Exit" carved on its side, Jerry relaxed a bit. His father's colleagues would be proud of him, and he was proud of himself. But the next moment he was alert again. He roweled his horse, moved up alongside his companion, a young man of his own age. "Protocol," he reminded. "I'm the leader here. You know better than to ride ahead of me this close to Trenton." He hated to pull rank, but facts were facts, and if a subordinate got above himself, he was asking to be set down. After all, he was the son, and the oldest son at that, of the senator from Idaho. Sam Rutherford's father was a mere Undersecretary of State, and Sam's mother's family was pure post-office clerk all the way back. Sam nodded apologetically and reined his horse back the proper couple of feet. "Thought I saw something odd," he explained. "Looked like an advance party on the side of the road, and I could have sworn they were wearing buffalo robes." "Seminole don't wear buffalo robes, Sammy. Don't you remember your sophomore political science?" "I never had any political science, Mr. Franklin. I was an engineering major. Digging around in ruins has always been my dish. But from the little I know, I didn't think buffalo robes went with the Seminole. That's why I was—" "Concentrate on the pack-horse," Jerry advised. "Negotiations are my job." As he said this, he was unable to refrain from touching the pouch upon his breast with rippling fingertips. Inside it was his commission, carefully typed on one of the last precious sheets of official government stationery, and it was not one whit less official because the reverse side had been used years ago as a scribbled inter-office memo, and signed by the President himself, in ink. The existence of such documents was important to a man in later life. He would have to hand it over, in all probability, during the conferences, but the commission to which it attested would be on file in the capital up north. And when his father died, and he took over one of the 2 hallowed Idaho seats, it would give him enough stature to make an attempt at membership on the Appropriations Committee. Or, for that matter, why not go the whole hog, the Rules Committee itself? No Senator Franklin had ever been a member of the Rules Committee. The 2 envoys knew they were on the outskirts of Trenton when they passed the first gangs of Jerseyites working to clear the road. Frightened faces glanced at them briefly, and quickly bent again to work. The gangs were working without any visible supervision. Evidently the Seminole felt that simple instructions were sufficient. But as they rode into the blocks of neat ruins that were the city proper, and still came across nobody more important than white men, another explanation began to occur to Jerry Franklin. This all had the look of a town still at war, but where were the combatants? Almost certainly on the other side of Trenton, defending the Delaware River. That was the direction from which the new rulers of Trenton might fear attack, not from the north, where there was only the United States of America. But if that were so, who in the world could they be defending against? Across the Delaware to the south there was nothing but more Seminole. Was it possible that the Seminole had at last fallen to fighting among themselves? Or was it possible that Sam Rutherford had been right? Fantastic! Buffalo robes in Trenton. There should be no buffalo robes closer than 100 miles westward, in Harrisburg. But when they turned onto State Street, Jerry bit his lip in chagrin. Sam had seen correctly, which made him one up. Scattered over the wide lawn of the gutted state capitol were dozens of wigwams, and the tall, dark men who sat impassively or strode proudly among the wigwams all wore buffalo robes. There was no need even to associate the paint on their faces with a remembered lecture in political science. These were Sioux. So the information that had come drifting up to the government about the identity of the invader was totally inaccurate, as usual. Well, you couldn't expect communication miracles over this long a distance. But that inaccuracy made things difficult. It might invalidate his commission, for one thing. His commission was addressed directly to Osceola 7, ruler of all the Seminoles, and if Sam Rutherford thought this gave him a right to preen himself, he looked back dangerously. No, Sam would give no trouble. Sam knew better than to dare an "I told you so." At his leader's look, the son of the Under-Secretary of State dropped his eyes groundwards to immediate humility. Satisfied, Jerry searched his memory for relevant data on recent political relationships with the Sioux. He couldn't recall much, just the provisions of the last 2 or 3 treaties. It would have to do. He drew up before an important-looking warrior and carefully dismounted. You might get away with talking to a Seminole while mounted, but not the Sioux. The Sioux were very tender on matters of protocol with white men. "We come in peace," he said to the warrior standing as impassively straight as the spear he held, as stiff and hard as the rifle on his back. "We come with a message of importance and many gifts to your chief. We come from New York, the home of our chief." He thought a moment, then added, "You know, the Great White Father?" Immediately he was sorry for the addition. The warrior chuckled briefly. His eyes lit up with a lightning stroke of mirth. Then his face was expressionless again, and serenely dignified as befitted a man who had counted coup many times. "Yes," he said, "I have heard of him. Who has not heard of the wealth and power and far dominions of the Great White Father? Come, I will take you to our chief. Walk behind me, white man." Jerry motioned to Sam Rutherford to wait. At the entrance to a large, expensively decorated tent, the Indian stood aside and casually indicated that Jerry should enter. It was dim inside, but the illumination was rich enough to take Jerry's breath away. Oil lamps, 3 of them. These people lived well. A century ago, before the whole world had gone smash in the last big war, his people had owned plenty of oil lamps themselves. Better than oil lamps, perhaps, if one could believe the stories the engineers told around the evening fires. Such stories were pleasant to hear, but they were glories of the distant past. Like the stories of overflowing granaries and chock-full supermarkets, they made you proud of the history of your people, but they did nothing for you now. They made your mouth water, but they didn't feed you. The Indians, whose tribal organization had been the first to adjust to the new conditions in the all-important present, the Indians had the granaries, the Indians had the oil lamps, and the Indians— There were 2 nervous white men serving food to the group squatting on the floor. An old man, the chief, with a carved, chunky body, 3 warriors, one of them surprisingly young for council, and a middle-aged Negro, wearing the same bound-on rags as Franklin, except that they looked a little newer, a little cleaner. Jerry bowed low before the chief, spreading his arms apart, palms down. "I come from New York, from our chief," he mumbled. In spite of himself, he was more than a little frightened. He wished he knew their names so that he could relate them to specific events, although he knew what their names would be like, approximately. The Sioux, the Seminole, all the Indian tribes, renascent in power and numbers, all bore names garlanded with anachronism. That queer mixture of several levels of the past overlaid always with the cocky, expanding present. Like the rifles and the spears, one for the reality of fighting, the other for the symbol that was more important than reality. Like the use of wigwams on campaign, when, according to the rumors that drifted smokily across country, their slave artisans could now build the meanest Indian noble a damp-free, draft-proof dwelling such as the President of the United States, lying on his special straw pallet, did not dream about. Like paint-spattered faces peering through newly reinvented crude microscopes. What had microscopes been like? Jerry tried to remember the engineering survey course he'd taken in his freshman year, and drew a blank. All the same, the Indians were so queer and so awesome. Sometimes you thought that destiny had meant them to be conquerors, with a conqueror's careless inconsistency. Sometimes— He noticed that they were waiting for him to continue. "From our chief," he repeated hurriedly. "I come with a message of importance and many gifts." "Eat with us," the old man said. "Then you will give us your gifts and your message." Gratefully, Jerry squatted on the ground a short distance from them. He was hungry, and among the fruit in the bowls he had seen something that must be an orange. He had heard so many arguments about what oranges tasted like. After a while, the old man said, "I am Chief 3 Hydrogen Bombs. This," pointing to the young man, "is my son. Makes much radiation. And this," pointing to the middle-aged Negro, "is a sort of compatriot of yours." At Jerry's questioning look and the chief's raised finger of permission, the Negro explained. "Sylvester Thomas, ambassador to the Sioux from the Confederate States of America." "The Confederacy? She's still alive?" "We heard 10 years ago—" "The Confederacy is very much alive, sir. The Western Confederacy, that is, with its capital at Jackson, Mississippi. The Eastern Confederacy, the one centered at Richmond, Virginia, did go down under the Seminole. We have been more fortunate. The Arapaho, the Cheyenne, and," with a nod to the chief, "especially the Sioux, if I may say so, sir, have been very kind to us. They allow us to live in peace so long as we till the soil quietly and pay our tithes." "Then would you know, Mr. Thomas," Jerry began eagerly, "that is, the Lone Star Republic, Texas. Is it possible that Texas, too—" Mr. Thomas looked at the door of the wigwam unhappily. "Alas, my good sir, the Republic of the Lone Star flag fell before the Kiowa and the Comanche long years ago when I was still a small boy. I don't remember the exact date, but I do know it was before even the last of California was annexed by the Apache and the Navajo, and well before the nation of the Mormons under the august leadership of—" Makes Much Radiation shifted his shoulders back and forth and flexed his arm muscles. "All this talk," he growled. "Pale-face talk. Makes me tired." "Mr. Thomas is not a pale-face," his father told him sharply. "Show respect. He's our guest, and an accredited ambassador. You're not to use a word like pale-face in his presence." One of the other older warriors near the child spoke up. "In ancient days, in the days of the heroes, A boy of Makes-Much-Radiation's age would not dare raise his voice in council before his father. Certainly not to say the things he just has. I cite as reference, for those interested, Robert Lowy's definitive volume, The Crow Indians, and Lesser's fine piece of anthropological insight, Three Types of Sioux Kinship. Now, whereas we have not yet been able to reconstruct a Sioux kinship pattern on the classic model described by Lesser, we have developed a working arrangement that— "The trouble with you, Bright Book Jacket," the warrior on his left broke in, "is that you're too much of a classicist. You're always trying to live in the golden age instead of the present, and a golden age that really has little to do with the Sioux. Oh, I'll admit that we're as much Dakotan as the Crow, from the linguist's point of view at any rate, and that superficially what applies to the Crow should apply to us. But what happens when we quote Lowy in so many words and try to bring his precepts into daily life?" "Enough," the chief announced. "Enough, Hangs a Tale. And you too, Bright Book Jacket. Enough, enough. These are private tribal matters, though they do serve to remind us that the paleface was once great before he became sick and corrupt and frightened. These men whose holy books teach us the lost art of being real Sioux, men like Lesser, men like Robert H. Lowy, were not these men palefaces? And in memory of them should we not show tolerance?" "Ah," said Makes-Much-Radiation impatiently. "As far as I'm concerned, the only good paleface is a dead paleface, and that's that." He thought a bit. "Except they're women. Paleface women are fun when you're a long way from home and feel like raising a little hell." Chief Three Hydrogen Bombs glared his son into silence. Then he turned to Jerry Franklin. "Your message and your gifts. First, your message." "No, Chief," Bright Book Jacket told him respectfully, but definitely. "First the gifts, then the message. That's the way it was done." "I'll have to get them. Be right back." Jerry walked out of the tent backwards and ran to where Sam Rutherford had tethered the horses. "The presents," he said urgently. "The presents for the chief." The two of them tore at the pack straps. With his arms loaded, Jerry returned through the warriors who had assembled to watch their activity with quiet arrogance. He entered the tent, set the gifts on the ground, and bowed low again. "Bright beads for the chief," he said, handing over 2 star sapphires and a large white diamond, the best that the engineers had evacuated from the ruins of New York in the past 10 years. "Cloth for the chief," he said, handing over a bolt of linen and a bolt of wool spun and loomed in New Hampshire especially for this occasion, and painfully, expensively carted to New York. "Pretty toys for the chief," he said, handing over a large, only slightly rusty alarm clock and a precious typewriter, both of them put in operating order by batteries of engineers and artisans working in tandem, the engineers interpreting the brittle old documents to the artisans, for 2.5 months. "Weapons for the chief," he said, handing over a beautifully decorated cavalry saber, the prized hereditary possession of the Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, who had protested its requisitioning most bitterly. "Damn it all, Mr. President, do you expect me to fight these Indians with my bare hands?" "No, I don't, Johnny, but I'm sure you can pick up one just as good from one of your eager junior officers." 3 hydrogen bombs examined the gifts, particularly the typewriter, with some interest. Then he solemnly distributed them among the members of his council, keeping only the typewriter and one of the sapphires for himself. The sword he gave to his son. Makes-Much-Radiation tapped the steel with his fingernail. "Not so much," he stated. "Not so much. Mr. Thomas came up with better stuff than this from the Confederate States of America for my sister's puberty ceremony." He tossed the saber negligently to the ground. "But what can you expect from a bunch of lazy, good-for-nothing, white-skinned stinkards?" When he heard the last word, Jerry Franklin went rigid. That meant he'd have to fight Makes-Much-Radiation, and the prospect scared him right down to the wet hairs on his legs. The alternative was losing face completely among the Sioux. Stinkard was a term from the Natchez system, and was applied these days indiscriminately to all white men bound to field or factory under their aristocratic Indian overlords. A stinkard was something lower than a serf, whose one value was that his toil gave his masters the leisure to engage in the activities of full manhood, hunting, fighting, thinking. If you let someone call you a stinkard and didn't kill him, Why, then you were a stinkard, and that was all there was to it. I am an accredited representative of the United States of America, Jerry said slowly and distinctly, and the oldest son of the senator from Idaho. When my father dies, I will sit in the Senate in his place. I am a free-born man high in the councils of my nation, and anyone who calls me a stinkard is a rotten, no-good, foul-mouthed liar. There it was done. He waited as Makes-Much-Radiation rose to his feet. He noted with dismay the well-fed, well-muscled sleekness of the young warrior. He wouldn't have a chance against him. Not in hand-to-hand combat, which was the way it would be. Makes-Much-Radiation picked up the sword and pointed it at Jerry Franklin. I could chop you in half right now like a fat onion, he observed. Or I could go into a ring with you knife to knife and cut your belly open. I've fought and killed Seminole. I've fought Apache. I've even fought and killed Comanche. But I've never dirtied my hands with pale-face blood, and I don't intend to start now. I leave such simple butchery to the overseers of our states. Father, I'll be outside until the lodge is clean again. Then he threw the sword ringingly at Jerry's feet and walked out. Just before he left, he stopped and remarked over his shoulder, "The oldest son of the senator from Idaho. Idaho has been part of the estates of my mother's family for the past 45 years. When will these romantic children stop playing games and start living in the world as it is now?" "My son," the old chief murmured. "Younger generation. A bit wild. Highly intolerant. But he means well. Really does. Means well." He signaled to the white serfs who brought over a large chest covered with great splashes of color. While the chief rummaged in the chest, Jerry Franklin relaxed inch by inch. It was almost too good to be true. He wouldn't have to fight Makes-Much-Radiation, and he hadn't lost face. All things considered, the whole business had turned out very well indeed. And as for the last comment, well, why expect an Indian to understand about things like tradition and the glory that could reside forever in a symbol? When his father stood up under the cracked roof of Madison Square Garden and roared across to the Vice President of the United States, "The people of the sovereign state of Idaho will never, in all conscience, consent to attacks on potatoes. From time immemorial, potatoes have been associated with Idaho. Potatoes have been the pride of Idaho. The people of Boise say no to attacks on potatoes. The people of Pocatello say no to attacks on potatoes. The very rolling farmlands of the gem of the mountain say no, never, 1,000 times no to attacks on potatoes." When his father spoke like that, he was speaking for the people of Boise and Pocatello. Not the crushed Boise or desolate Pocatello of today, true, but the magnificent cities as they had been of yore, and the rich farms on either side of the Snake River, and Sun Valley, Moscow, Idaho Falls, American Falls, Weiser, Grangeville, Twin Falls. "We did not expect you, so we have not many gifts to offer in return," 3 hydrogen bombs was explaining. "However, there is this one small thing for you." Jerry gasped as he took it. It was a pistol, a real brand-new pistol, and a small box of cartridges, made in one of the Sioux slave workshops of the Middle West that he'd heard about. But to hold it in his hand, and to know that it belonged to him. It was a Crazy Horse .45, and according to all reports, far superior to the Apache weapon that had so long dominated the West, the Geronimo .32. This was a weapon a general of the armies, a president of the United States might never hope to own. And it was his. "I don't know how... Really, I... "That's all right," the chief told him genially. "Really it is. My son would not approve of giving firearms to palefaces, but I feel that palefaces are like other people. It's the individual that counts. You look like a responsible man for a paleface. I'm sure you'll use the pistol wisely. Now your message." Jerry collected his faculties and opened the pouch that hung from his neck. Reverently, he extracted the precious document and presented it to the chief. 3 hydrogen bombs read it quickly and passed it to his warriors. The last one to get it Bright Bookjacket wadded it up into a ball and tossed it back at the white man. "Bad penmanship," he said. "And receive is spelled 3 different ways. The rule is I before E except after C. But what does it have to do with us? It's addressed to the Seminole chief, Osceola 7, requesting him to order his warriors back to the southern bank of the Delaware River, or to return the hostage given him by the government of the United States as an earnest of good will and peaceful intentions. We're not Seminole. Why show it to us?" As Jerry Franklin smoothed out the wrinkles in the paper with painful care and replaced the document in his pouch, the Confederate ambassador, Sylvester Thomas, spoke up. "I think I might explain," he suggested, glancing inquiringly from face to face, "if you gentlemen don't mind. It is obvious that the United States government has heard that an Indian tribe finally crossed the Delaware at this point and assumed it was the Seminole. The last movement of the Seminole, you will recall, was to Philadelphia, forcing the evacuation of the capital once more and its transfer to New York City. It was a natural mistake. The communications of the American states, whether Confederate or United, a small coughing diplomatic laugh here, have not been as good as might have been expected in recent years. It is quite evident that neither this young man nor the government he represents so ably and so well had any idea that the Sioux had decided to steal a march on His Majesty Osceola 7 and cross the Delaware at Lambertville." "That's right," Jerry broke in eagerly. "That's exactly right. And now, as the accredited emissary of the President of the United States, it is my duty formally to request that the Sioux Nation honor the treaty of 11 years ago, as well as the treaty of 15, I think it was 15, years ago, and retire once more behind the banks of the Susquehanna River. I must remind you that when we retired from Pittsburgh, Altoona, and Johnstown, you swore that the Sioux would take no more land from us and would protect us in the little we had left. I am certain that the Sioux want to be known as a nation that keeps its promises." 3 hydrogen bombs glanced questioningly at the faces of Bright Bookjacket and Hang's a Tale. Then he leaned forward and placed his elbows on his crossed legs. "You speak well, young man," he commented. "You are a credit to your chief. Now then, of course the Sioux want to be known as a nation that honors its treaties and keeps its promises, and so forth and so forth. But we have an expanding population. You don't have an expanding population. We need more land. You don't use most of the land you have. Should we sit by and see the land go to waste? Worse yet, should we see it acquired by the Seminole, who already rule a domain stretching from Philadelphia to Key West? Be reasonable. You can retire to other places. You have most of New England left and a large part of New York State. Surely you can afford to give up New Jersey." In spite of himself, in spite of his ambassadorial position, Jerry Franklin began yelling. All of a sudden it was too much. It was one thing to shrug your shoulders unhappily back home in the blunted ruins of New York, but here on the spot where the process was actually taking place. No, it was too much. What else can we afford to give up? Where else can we retire to? There's nothing left of the United States of America but a handful of square miles, and still we're supposed to move back. In the time of my forefathers, we were a great nation. We stretched from ocean to ocean, so say the legends of my people, and now we are huddled in a miserable corner of our land, starving, filthy, sick, dying, and ashamed. In the north, we are oppressed by the Ojibwe and the Cree. We are pushed southward relentlessly by the Montagnais. In the south, the Seminole climb up our land yard by yard. And in the west, the Sioux take a piece more of New Jersey, and the Cheyenne come up and nibble yet another slice out of Elmira and Buffalo. When will it stop? Where are we to go? The old man shifted uncomfortably at the agony in his voice. It is hard. Mind you, I don't deny that it is hard. But facts are facts, and weaker peoples always go to the wall. Now, as to the rest of your mission, if we don't retire as you request, you're supposed to ask for the return of your hostage. Sounds reasonable to me. You ought to get something out of it. However, I can't for the life of me remember a hostage. Do we have a hostage from you people? His head hanging, his body exhausted, Jerry muttered in misery, Yes. All the Indian nations on our borders have hostages, as earnests of our good will and peaceful intentions. Bright Bookjacket snapped his fingers. That girl, Sarah Canton. What's her name? Jerry looked up. Calvin? He asked. Could it be Calvin? Sarah Calvin, the daughter of the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court? Sarah Calvin, that's the one. Been with us for 5-6 years. You remember, Chief? The girl your son's been playing around with? 3 hydrogen bombs looked amazed. Is she the hostage? I thought she was some pale-faced female he had imported from his plantations in southern Ohio. Well. Makes much radiation is just a chip off the old block, no doubt about it. He became suddenly serious. But that girl will never go back. She rather goes for Indian loving, goes for it all the way, and she has the idea that my son will eventually marry her, or some such. He looked Jerry Franklin over. Tell you what, my boy, why don't you wait outside while we talk this over, and take the saber. Take it back with you. My son doesn't seem to want it. Jerry wearily picked up the saber and trudged out of the wigwam. Dully, uninterestedly, he noticed the band of Sioux warriors around Sam Rutherford and his horses. Then the group parted for a moment, and he saw Sam with a bottle in his hand. Tequila. The damned fool had let the Indians give him tequila. He was drunk as a pig. Didn't he know that white men couldn't drink, didn't dare drink? With every inch of their unthreatened arable land under cultivation for foodstuffs, they were all still on the edge of starvation. There was absolutely no room in their economy for such luxuries as intoxicating beverages, and no white men in the usual course of a lifetime got close to so much as a glassful of the stuff. Give him a whole bottle of tequila, and he was a stinking mess, as Sam was now. He staggered back and forth in dipping semicircles, holding the bottle by its neck and waving it idiotically. The Sioux chuckled, dug each other in the ribs, and pointed. Sam vomited loosely down on the rags upon his chest and belly, tried to take one more drink, and fell over backwards. The bottle continued to pour over his face until it was empty. He was snoring loudly. The Sioux shook their heads, made grimaces of distaste, and walked away. Jerry looked on and nursed the pain in his heart. Where could they go? What could they do? And what difference did it make? Might as well be as drunk as Sammy there. At least you wouldn't be able to feel. He looked at the saber in one hand, the bright new pistol in the other. Logically, he should throw them away. Wasn't it ridiculous when you came right down to it? Wasn't it pathetic? A white man carrying weapons? Sylvester Thomas came out of the tent. "Get your horses ready, my dear sir," he whispered. "Be prepared to ride as soon as I come back. Hurry." The young man slouched over to the horses and followed instructions. Might as well do that as anything else. Ride where? Do what? He lifted Sam Rutherford up and tied him upon his horse. Go back home? Back to the great, the powerful, the respected capital of what had once been the United States of America? Thomas came back with a bound and gagged girl in his grasp. She wriggled madly. Her eyes crackled with anger and rebellion. She kept trying to kick the Confederate ambassador. She wore the rich robes of an Indian princess. Her hair was braided in the style currently fashionable among Sioux women, and her face had been stained carefully with some darkish dye. Sarah Calvin, the daughter of the Chief Justice. They tied her to the pack-horse. "Chief 3 hydrogen bombs," the Negro explained. "He feels his son plays around too much with pale-faced females. He wants this one out of the way. The boy has to settle down, prepare for the responsibilities of chieftainship. This may help. And listen, the old man likes you. He told me to tell you something. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for every favor, no matter how small, how humiliating." Sylvester Thomas shook his head decisively. "Don't be bitter, young sir. If you want to go on living, you have to be alert. And you can't be alert and bitter at the same time. The chief wants you to know there's no point in your going home. He couldn't say it openly in council, but the reason the Sioux moved in on Trenton has nothing to do with the Seminole on the other side. It has to do with the Ojibwe-Cree Montagnais situation in the north. They've decided to take over the eastern seaboard. That includes what's left of your country. By this time, they're probably in Yonkers or the Bronx, somewhere inside New York City. In a matter of hours, your government will no longer be in existence. The chief had advance word of this, and felt it necessary for the Sioux to establish some sort of bridgehead on the coast before matters were permanently stabilized. By occupying New Jersey, he is preventing an Ojibwe-Seminole junction. But he likes you, as I said, and wants you warned against going home. Fine, but where do I go? Up a rain cloud? Down a well? No, Thomas admitted without smiling. He hoisted Jerry up on his horse. You might come back with me to the Confederacy. He paused, and when Jerry's sullen expression did not change, he went on. Well, then, may I suggest, and mind you, this is my advice, not the chief's, head straight out to Asbury Park. It's not far away. You can make it in reasonable time if you ride hard. According to reports I've overheard, there should be units of the United States Navy there, the 10th Fleet, to be exact. Tell me, Jerry asked, bending down. Have you heard any other news? Anything about the rest of the world? How has it been with those people, the Ruskies, the Sovietskis, whatever they were called, the ones the United States had so much to do with years and years ago? According to several of the chief's counselors, the Soviet Russians were having a good deal of difficulty with people called Tatars. I think they were called Tatars. But, my good sir, you should be on your way. Jerry leaned down further and grasped his hand. Thanks, he said. You've gone to a lot of trouble for me. I'm grateful. That's quite all right, said Mr. Thomas earnestly. After all, by the rocket's red glare and all that, we were a single nation once. Jerry moved off, leading the other two horses. He set a fast pace, exercising the minimum of caution made necessary by the condition of the road. By the time they reached Route 33, Sam Rutherford, though not altogether sober or well, was able to sit in his saddle. They could then untie Sarah Calvin and ride with her between them. She cursed and wept. Filthy pale-face! Foul, ugly, stinking white-skins! I'm an Indian! Can't you see I'm an Indian? My skin isn't white! It's brown! Brown! They kept riding. Asbury Park was a dismal clatter of rags and confusion and refugees. There were refugees from the north, from Perthamboy, from as far as Newark. There were refugees from Princeton in the west, flying before the Sioux invasion, and from the south, from Atlantic City, even unbelievably from distant Camden, were still other refugees with stories of a sudden Seminole attack, an attempt to flank the armies of 3 hydrogen bombs. The 3 horses were stared at enviously, even in their lathered, exhausted condition. They represented food to the hungry, the fastest transportation possible to the fearful. Jerry found the saber very useful, and the pistol was even better. It had only to be exhibited. Few of these people had ever seen a pistol in action. They had a mighty superstitious fear of firearms. With this fact discovered, Jerry kept the pistol out nakedly in his right hand when he walked into the United States Naval Depot on the beach at Asbury Park. Sam Rutherford was at his side. Sarah Calvin walked sobbing behind. He announced their family backgrounds to Admiral Milton Chester, the son of the Undersecretary of State, the daughter of the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the oldest son of the Senator from Idaho. And now, do you recognize the authority of this document? Admiral Chester read the wrinkled commission slowly, spelling out the harder words to himself. He twisted his head respectfully when he had finished, looking first at the seal of the United States on the paper before him, and then at the glittering pistol in Jerry's hand. Yes, he said at last. I recognize its authority. Is that a real pistol? Jerry nodded. A Crazy Horse .45. The latest. How do you recognize its authority? The Admiral spread his hands. Everything is confused out here. The latest word I've received is that there are Ojibwe warriors in Manhattan, that there is no longer any United States government. And yet this, He bent over the document once more. "This is a commission by the President himself appointing you full plenipotentiary. To the Seminole, of course, but full plenipotentiary. The last official appointment, to the best of my knowledge, of the President of the United States of America." He reached forward and touched the pistol in Jerry Franklin's hand curiously and inquiringly. He nodded to himself as if he'd come to a decision. He stood up and saluted with a flourish. "I hereby recognize you as the last legal authority of the United States government, and I place my fleet at your disposal." "Good." Jerry stuck the pistol in his belt. He pointed with the saber. "Do you have enough food and water for a long voyage?" "No, sir," Admiral Chester said, "but that can be arranged in a few hours at most. May I escort you aboard, sir?" He gestured proudly down the beach and past the surf to where the 3 45-foot gaff-rigged schooners rode at anchor. "The United States 10th Fleet, sir, awaiting your orders." Hours later, when the 3 vessels were standing out to sea, the Admiral came to the cramped main cabin where Jerry Franklin was resting. Sam Rutherford and Sarah Calvin were asleep in the bunks above. "And the orders, sir?" Jerry Franklin walked out on the narrow deck, looked up at the taut, patched sails. "Sail east." "East, sir? Due east?" "Due east all the way, to the fabled lands of Europe, to a place where a white man can stand at last on his own 2 legs, where he need not fear persecution, where he need not fear slavery. Sail east, Admiral, until we discover a new and hopeful world, a world of freedom." 18. The downfall of the white man is a premise, not an outcome of Michael Swanwick's The Feast of St. Janis. If the effects of a limited megawar prove less devastating to the southern than the northern hemisphere, the centers of political and economic power will shift to the Third World, humanity's last hope. Swanwick's story has rich overtones. It's about so many things: music, freedom, feminism, politics, evil, suffering, sexuality, mob insanity, self-sacrifice and fascist exploitation, kindness, and the personality of a late great singer. Listen to the Full Tilt Boogie, Pearl, before you read it, if you don't remember Janis very well. The Feast of St. Janis, by Michael Swanwick. Take a load off, Janis, and you put the load right on me. The Weight. Traditional. Wolfe stood in the early morning fog, watching the Yankee clipper leave Baltimore harbor. His elbows rested against a cool, clammy wall, its surface eroded smooth by the passage of countless hands, almost certainly dating back to before the collapse. A metallic gray sparkle atop the foremast drew his eye to the dish antenna that linked the ship with the geosynchronous trickster CSATs it relied on to plot winds and currents. To many, the wooden clipper, with its computer-designed hydrofoils and hand-sewn sails, was a symbol of the new Africa. Wolfe, however, watching it merge into sea and sky, knew only that it was going home without him. He turned and walked back into the rick-a-rack of commercial buildings crowded against the waterfront. The clatter of hand-drawn carts mingled with a mélange of exotic cries and shouts, the alien music of a dozen American dialects. Workers, clad in coveralls, most of them, swarmed about, grunting and cursing in exasperation when an iron wheel lurched in a muddy pothole. Yet there was something furtive and covert about them, as if they were hiding an ancient secret. Craning to stare into the dark recesses of a warehouse, Wolfe collided with a woman clad head to foot in chutter. She flinched at his touch, her eyes glaring above the black veil, then whipped away. Not a word was exchanged. A citizen of Baltimore in its glory days would not have recognized the city. Where the old buildings had not been torn down and buried, shanties crowded the streets, taking advantage of the space automobiles had needed. Sometimes they were built over the streets, so that alleys became tunnelways, and sometimes these collapsed to the cries and consternation of the natives. It was another day with nothing to do. He could don a filter mask and tour the Washington ruins, but he had already done that, and besides, the day looked like it was going to be hot. It was unlikely he'd hear anything about his mission, not after months of waiting on American officials who didn't want to talk with him. Wolfe decided to check back at his hostel for messages, then spend the day in the bazaars. Children were playing in the street outside the hostel. They scattered at his approach. One, he noted, lagged behind the others, hampered by a malformed leg. He mounted the unpainted wooden steps, edging past an old man who sat at the bottom. The old man was laying down tarot cards with a slow and fatalistic disregard for what they said. He did not look up. The bell over the door jangled notice of Wolfe's entry. He stepped into the dark foyer. Two men in the black uniforms of the political police appeared, one to either side of him. "Wolfgang Hans Mbakana?" one asked. His voice had the dust of ritual on it. He knew the answer. "You will come with us," the other said. "There is some mistake," Wolfe objected. "No, sir, there is no mistake," one said mildly. The other opened the door. "After you, Mr. Mbakana." The old man on the stoop squinted up at them, looked away, and slid off the step. The police walked Wolfe to an ancient administrative building. They went up marble steps sagging from centuries of foot-scuffing, and through an empty lobby. Deep within the building they halted before an undistinguished-looking door. "You are expected," the first of the police said. "I beg your pardon?" The police walked away, leaving him there. Apprehensive, he knocked on the door. There was no answer, so he opened it and stepped within. A woman sat at a desk just inside the room. Though she was modernly dressed, she wore a veil. She might have been young. It was impossible to tell. A flick of her eyes, a motion of one hand, directed him to the open door of an inner room. It was like following an onion to its conclusion, a layer of mystery at a time. A heavy-set man sat at the final desk. He was dressed in the traditional suit and tie of American businessmen, but there was nothing quaint or old-fashioned about his mobile, expressive face or the piercing eyes he turned on Wolfe. "Sit down," he grunted, gesturing toward an old, overstuffed chair. Then, "Charles DiStefano, Controller for Northeast Regional. You're Mbakana, right?" "Yes, sir." Wolfe gingerly took the proffered chair, which did not seem all that clean. It was becoming clear to him now. DiStefano was one of the men on whom he had waited these several months, the biggest of the lot, in fact. "I represent the Southwest Africa Trade Company." DiStefano lifted some documents from his desk. "Now this says you're prepared to offer, among other things, resource data from your North American Coyote Landsat in exchange for the right to place students in Johns Hopkins. I find that an odd offer for your organization to make." "Those are my papers," Wolfe objected. "As a citizen of Southwest Africa, I am not used to this sort of cavalier treatment." "Look, kid, I'm a busy man. I have no time to discuss your rights. The papers are in my hands. I've read them. The people that sent you knew I would, okay? So I know what you want and what you're offering. What I want to know is why you're making this offer." Wolfe was disconcerted. He was used to a more civilized, a more leisurely manner of doing business. The old-timers at SWATC had warned him that the pace would be different here, but he hadn't had the experience to decipher their veiled references and hints. He was painfully aware that he had gotten the mission, with its high salary and the promise of a bonus, only because it was not one that appealed to the older hands. "America was hit hardest," he said, "but the collapse was worldwide." He wondered whether he should explain the system of corporate social responsibility that African business was based on, then decided that if DiStefano didn't know, he didn't want to. There are still problems. Africa has a high incidence of birth defects, because America exported its poisons, its chemicals and pesticides, and foods containing a witch's brew of preservatives. We hope to do away with the problem. If a major thrust is made, we can clean up the gene pool in less than a century. But to do this requires professionals. Eugenicists, embryonic surgeons. And while we have these, they are second-rate. The very best still come from your nation's medical schools. We can't spare any. We don't propose to steal your doctors. We'd provide our own students, fully trained doctors who need only the specialized training. There are only so many openings at Hopkins, DiStefano said. Or at U of P, or the UVM Medical College, for that matter. We're prepared to— Wolfe pulled himself up short. It's in the papers. We'll pay enough that you can expand to meet the needs of twice the number of students we require. The room was dim and oppressive. Sweat built up under Wolfe's clothing. Maybe so. You can't buy teachers with money, though. Wolfe said nothing. I'm also extremely reluctant to let your people near our medics. You can offer them money, estates, things our country cannot afford, and we need our doctors. As it is, only the very rich can get the corrective surgery they require. If you're worried about our pirating your professionals, there are ways around that. For example, a clause could be written— Wolfe went on, feeling more and more in control. He was getting somewhere. If there wasn't a deal to be made, the discussion would never have gotten this far. The day wore on. DiStefano called in aides and dismissed them. Twice he had drinks set in. Once they broke for lunch. Slowly the heat built until it was sweltering. Finally, the light began to fail, and the heat grew less oppressive. DiStefano swept the documents into two piles, returned one to Wolfe, and put the other inside a desk drawer. I'll look these over, have our legal boys run a study. There shouldn't be any difficulties. I'll get back to you with the final word in, say, a month. September 21st. I'll be in Boston then, but you can find me easily enough if you ask around. A month? But I thought— A month. You can't hurry City Hall, DiStefano said firmly. Miss Corey? The veiled woman was at the door, remote, elusive. Sir. Drag Kaplan out of his office. Tell him we got a kid here he should give the VIP treatment to. Maybe a show. It's a Hopkins thing. He should earn his keep. Yes, sir. She was gone. Thank you, Wolfe said, but I don't really need— Take my advice, kid. Take all the perks you can get. God knows there aren't many left. I'll have Kaplan pick you up at your hostel in an hour. Kaplan turned out to be a slight, balding man with nervous gestures, some sort of administrative functionary for Hopkins. Wolfe never did get the connection, but Kaplan was equally puzzled by Wolfe's status, and Wolfe took petty pleasure in not explaining it. It took some of the sting off of having his papers stolen. Kaplan led Wolfe through the evening streets. A bright sunset circled the world, and the crowds were much thinner. We won't be leaving the area that's zoned for electricity, Kaplan said. Otherwise, I'd advise against going out at night at all. A lot of Jenny deafs out then. Jenny deafs? Mutes, culls. The really terminal cases. Some of them can't pass themselves off in daylight even wearing coveralls. Or chutter. A lot are women. A faintly perverse expression crossed the man's face, leaving not so much as a greasy residue. Where are we going? Wolfe asked. He wanted to change the subject. A vague presentiment assured him he did not want to know the source of Kaplan's expression. A place called Peabody's. You've heard of Janis Joplin, our famous national singer? Wolfe nodded, meaning no. The show is a recreation of her act. Woman name of Maggie Horowitz does the best impersonation of Janis I've ever seen. Tickets are almost impossible to get, but Hopkins has special influence in this case because— here we are. Kaplan led him down a set of concrete steps and into the basement of a dull brick building. Wolfe experienced a moment of dislocation. It was a bookstore. Shelves and boxes of books and magazines brooded over him, a pack-rat's clutter of paper. Wolfe wanted to linger, to scan the ancient tomes, remnants of a time and culture fast sinking into obscurity and myth. But Kaplan brushed past them without a second glance, and he had to hurry to keep up. They passed through a second room full of books, then into a hallway where a gray man held out a gnarled hand and said, "Tickets, please." Kaplan gave the man 2 crisp pasteboard cards, and they entered a third room. It was a cabaret. Wooden chairs clustered about small tables with flickering candles at their centers. The room was lofted with wood beams, and a large, unused fireplace dominated one wall. Another wall had obviously been torn out at one time to make room for a small stage. Over a century's accumulation of memorabilia covered the walls or hung from the rafters, like barbarian trinkets from toppled empires. "Peabody's is a local institution," Kaplan said. "In the 20th century it was a speakeasy. H.L. Mencken himself used to drink here." Wolfe nodded, though the name meant nothing to him. "The bookstore was a front, and the drinking went on here and back." The place was charged with a feeling of the past. It invoked America's bygone days as a world power. Wolfe half expected to see Theodore Roosevelt or Henry Kissinger come striding in. He said something to this effect, and Kaplan smiled complacently. "You'll like the show, then," he said. A waiter took their orders. There was barely time to begin on the drinks when a pair of spotlights came on, and the stage curtain parted. A woman stood alone in the center of the stage. Bracelets and bangles hung from her wrists, gaudy necklaces from her throat. She wore large tinted glasses and a flowered granny gown. Her nipples pushed against the thin dress. Wolfe stared at them in horrified fascination. She had an extra set, immediately below the first pair. The woman stood perfectly motionless. Wolfe couldn't stop staring at her nipples. It wasn't just the number. It was the fact of their being visible at all. So quickly had he taken on this land's taboos. The woman threw her head back and laughed. She put one hand on her hip, thrust the hip out at an angle, and lifted the microphone to her lips. She spoke, and her voice was harsh and raspy. "About a year ago, I lived in a row house in Newark, right? Lived on the 3rd floor, and I thought I had my act together. But nothing was going right. I wasn't getting any action. Know what I mean? No talent coming around. And there was this chick down the street. Didn't have much, and she was doing okay. So I say to myself, 'What's wrong, Janis? How come she's doing so good and you ain't getting any?' So I decided to check it out, see what she had that I didn't. And one day I get up early, look out the window, and I see this chick out there hustling. I mean, she was doing the streets at noon. So I said to myself, 'Janis, honey, you ain't even trying. And when you want action, you gotta try. Yeah, try just a little bit harder.'" The music swept up out of nowhere, and she was singing, "Try, try, just a little bit harder." And unexpectedly, it was good. It was like nothing he had ever heard, but he understood it, almost on an instinctual level. It was world culture music. It was universal. Kaplan dug fingers into Wolfe's arm, brought his mouth up to Wolfe's ear. "You see? You see?" he demanded. Wolfe shook him off impatiently. He wanted to hear the music. The concert lasted forever, and it was done in no time at all. It left Wolfe sweaty and emotionally spent. On stage, the woman was energy personified. She danced, she strutted, she wailed more power into her songs than seemed humanly possible. Not knowing the original, Wolfe was sure it was a perfect recreation. It had that feel. The audience loved her. They called her back for 3 encores, and then a 4th. Finally she came out, gasped into the mic, "I love you, honeys, I truly do. But please, no more. I just couldn't do it." She blew a kiss and was gone from the stage. The entire audience was standing, Wolfe among them, applauding furiously. A hand fell on Wolfe's shoulder, and he glanced to his side, annoyed. It was Kaplan. His face was flushed, and he said, "Come on." He pulled Wolf free of the crowd and backstage to a small dressing room. Its door was ajar, and people were crowded into it. One of them was the singer, hair stringy and out of place, laughing and gesturing widely with a Southern comfort bottle. It was an antique, its label lacquered to the glass, and 3/4 filled with something amber-colored. "Janis, this is—" Kaplan began. "The name is Maggie," she sang gleefully. "Maggie Horowitz. I ain't no dead blues singer, and don't you forget it." "This is a fan of yours, Maggie, from Africa." He gave Wolf a small shove. Wolf hesitantly stumbled forward, grimacing apologetically at the people he displaced. "Wee howdy!" Maggie whooped. She downed a slug from her bottle. "Pleased to meet you, Ace. Kinda light for an African, ain't you?" "My mother's people were descended from German settlers." And it was felt that a light-skinned representative could handle the touchy Americans better, but he didn't say that. "What's your name, Ace?" "Wolf." "Wolf!" Maggie crowed. "Yeah, you look like a real heartbreaker, honey. Guess I'd better be careful around you, huh? Likely to sweep me off my feet and deflower me." She nudged him with an elbow. "That's a joke, Ace." Wolf was fascinated. Maggie was alive, a dozen times more so than her countrymen. She made them look like zombies. Wolf was also a little afraid of her. "Hey, what you think of my singing, huh?" "It was excellent," Wolf said. "It was—" He groped for words. "In my land the music is quieter. There is not so much emotion." "Yeah? Well, I think it was fucking good, Ace. Voice has never been in better shape. So tell 'em that at Hopkins, Kaplan. Tell 'em I'm giving them their money's worth." "Of course you are," Kaplan said. "Well, I am, goddammit. Hey, this place is like a morgue. Let's ditch this matchbox dressing room and hit the bars, hey? Let's party." She swept them all out of the dressing room, out of the building, and into the street. They formed a small, boisterous group, noisily wandering the city looking for bars. "There's one a block that-a-way," Maggie said. "Let's hit it. Hey, Ace, I'd like you to meet Cynthia. Sin, this is Wolf. Sin and I are like one person inside two skins. Many's the time we've shared a piece of talent in the same bed. Hey?" She cackled and grabbed at Cynthia's ass. "Cut it out, Maggie." Cynthia smiled when she said it. She was a tall, slim, striking woman. "Hey, this town is dead!" Maggie screamed the last word, then gestured them all to silence so they could listen for the echo. "There it is!" She pointed, and they swooped down on the first bar. After the third bar, Wolf lost track. At some point, he gave up on the party and somehow made his way back to his hostel. The last he remembered of Maggie, she was calling after him, "Hey, Ace, don't be a party poop!" Then, "At least be sure to come back tomorrow, goddammit!" Wolf spent most of the next day in his room, drinking water and napping. His hangover was all but gone by the time evening took the edge off the day's heat. He thought of Maggie's half-serious invitation, dismissed it, and decided to go to the club. The Uhuru Club was ablaze with light by the time he wandered in, a beacon in a dark city. Its frequenters, after all, were all African Foreign Service, with a few commercial reps such as himself forced in by the insular nature of American society, and the need for polite conversation. It was de facto exempt from the power use laws that governed the natives. "Mbakana! Over here, lad! Let me set you up with a drink." Namdi of the consulate waved him over to the bar. Wolf complied, feeling conspicuous as he always did in the club. His skin stood out here. Even the American servants were dark, though whether this was a gesture of deference or arrogance on the part of the local authorities he could not guess. "Word is that you spent the day closeted with the controller." Namdi had a gin and tonic set up. Wolf loathed the drink, but it was universal among the service people. "Share the dirt with us." Other faces gathered around. The service ran on gossip. Wolf gave an abridged version of the encounter, and Namdi applauded. "A full day with the Spider King, and you escaped with your balls intact. An auspicious beginning for you, lad." "Spider King?" Surely you were briefed on regional autonomy, how the country was broken up when it could no longer be managed by a central directorate. There is no higher authority than Di Stefano in this part of the world, boy. Boston, a Juji sniffed. Like most of the expatriates, she was a failure. Unlike many, she couldn't hide the fact from herself. That's exactly the sort of treatment one comes to expect from these savages. Now, a Juji, Nnamdi said mildly. These people are hardly savages. Why, before the collapse, they put men on the moon. Technology! Hardcore technology, that's all it was, of a piece with the kind that almost destroyed us all. If you want a measure of a people, you look at how they live. These Yanks, she hissed the word to emphasize its filthiness, live in squalor. Their streets are filthy. Their cities are filthy. And even the ones who aren't rotten with genetic disease are filthy. A child can be taught to clean up after itself. What does that make them? Human beings, Ajuji. Hogwash, Nnamdi. Wolfe followed the argument with acute embarrassment. He had been brought up to expect well from people with social standing. To hear gutter language and low prejudice from them was almost beyond bearing. Suddenly, it was beyond bearing. He stood, his stool making a scraping noise as he pushed it back. He turned his back on them all and left. "Mbakana, you mustn't," Nnamdi called after him. "Oh, let him go," Ajuji cut in with a satisfied tone. "You mustn't expect better. After all, he's practically one of them." Well, maybe he was. Wolfe wasn't fully aware of where he was going until he found himself at Peabody's. He circled the building and found a rear door. He tried the knob. It turned loosely in his hand. Then the door swung open and a heavy, bearded man in coveralls leaned out. "Yes," he said in an unfriendly tone. Wolfe said. "Maggie Horwitz told me I could drop by." "Look, Pilgrim, there are a lot of people trying to get backstage. My job is to keep them out unless I know them. I don't know you." Wolfe tried to think of some response to this, and failed. He was about to turn away when somebody unseen said, "Oh, let him in, Deke." It was Cynthia. "Come on," she said in a bored voice. "Don't clog up the doorway." The guard moved aside, and he entered. "Thank you," he said. "Nada," she replied. As Maggie would say. "The dressing-room is that way, Pilgrim." "Wolfe, honey!" Maggie shrieked. "How's it going, Ace? You catch the show?" "No, You shoulda. I was good. Really good. Janis herself was never better. Hey, gang, let's split, huh? Let's go somewhere and get down and boogie." A group of 20 ended up taking over a methane-lit bar outside the zoned-for-electricity sector. 3 of the band had brought along their instruments, and they talked the owner into letting them play. The music was droning and monotonous. Maggie listened appreciatively, grinning and moving her head to the music. "What you think of that, Ace? Pretty good, hey? That's what we call dead music." Wolfe shook his head. "I think it's well named." "Hey, guys, you hear that? Wolfe here just made a funny. There's hope for you yet, honey." Then she sighed. "Can't get behind it, huh? That's really sad, man. I mean, they played good music back then. It was real. We're just echoes, man. Just playing away at them old songs. Got none of our own worth singing." "Is that why you're doing the show, then?" Wolfe asked, curious. Maggie laughed. "Hell no. I do it because I got the chance. Di Stefano got in touch with me." "Di Stefano? The controller?" "One of his guys, anyway. They had this gig all set up, and they needed someone to play Janis. So they ran a computer search and came up with my name. And they offered me money. And I spent a month or 2 in Hopkins being worked over. And here I am. On the road to fame and glory." Her voice rose and warbled and mocked itself on the last phrase. "Why did you have to go to Hopkins?" "You don't think I was born looking like this? They had to change my face around. Changed my voice, too, for which God bless. They brought it down lower, widened out my range, gave it the strength to hold on to them high notes and push 'em around. Not to mention the mental implants, Cynthia said. Oh, yeah, the plants, so I could talk in a bluesy sort of way without falling out of character, Maggie said. But that was minor. Wolfe was impressed. He had known that Hopkins was good, but this... What I don't understand is why your government did all this. What possible benefit is there for them? Beats the living hell out of me, lover boy. Don't know, don't care, and don't ask. That's my motto. A long-haired, pale young man sitting nearby said, The government is all hacked up on social engineering. They do a lot of weird things, and you never find out why. You learn not to ask questions. Hey, listen, Hawk. Bringing Janis back to life isn't weird. It's a beautiful thing to do, Maggie objected. Yeah, I only wish they could really bring her back. Sit her down next to me. Love to talk with that lady. You two would tear each other's eyes out, Cynthia said. What? Why? Neither one of you'd be willing to give up the spotlight to the other. Maggie cackled. Ain't it the truth? Still, she's one broad I'd love to have met. A real star, see? Not a goddamned echo like me. Hawk broke in, said, You, Wolfe, where does your pilgrimage take you now? The group goes on tour the day after tomorrow. What are your plans? I don't really have any, Wolfe said. He explained his situation. I'll probably stay in Baltimore until it's time to go up north. Maybe I'll take a side trip or two. Why don't you join the group, then? Hawk asked. We're planning to make the trip one long party, and we'll slam into Boston in just less than a month. The tour ends there. That, said Cynthia, is a real bright idea. All we need is another non-productive person on board the train. Maggie bristled. So what's wrong with that? Not like we're paying for it, is it? What's wrong with it? Nothing's wrong with it. It's just a dumb idea. Well, I like it. How about it, Ace? You on the train or off? He stopped. Well, why not? Yes, I would be pleased to go along. Good! She turned to Cynthia. Your problem, sweets, is that you're just plain jealous. Oh, Christ, here we go again. Well, don't bother. It won't do any good. Hey, you see that piece of talent at the far end of the bar? Maggie, that piece of talent, as you call him, is 18 years old, at most. Yeah, nice, though. Maggie stared wistfully down the bar. He's kind of pretty, you know? Wolfe spent the next day clearing up his affairs and arranging for letters of credit. The morning of departure day, he rose early and made his way to Baltimore Station. A brief exchange with the guards led him into the walled train yard. The train was an ungainly steam locomotive with a string of rehabilitated cars behind it. The last car had the word Pearl painted on it, in antique psychedelic lettering. Hey, Wolfe, come look at this mother! A lone figure waved at him from the far end of the train. Maggie. Wolfe joined her. What do you think of it, huh? He searched for something polite to say. It is very impressive, he said finally. The word that leapt to mind was grotesque. Yeah, runs on garbage, you know that? Just like me. Garbage? Yeah, there's a methane processing plant nearby. Hey, look at me. Up and awake at 8 in the morning. Can you take it? Had to get behind a little speed to do it, though. The idiom was beyond him. You mean you were late waking up? What? Oh, hey, man, you can be... Look, forget I said a thing. No. She pondered a second. Look, Wolfe, there's this stuff called speed. It can wake you up in the morning, give you a little boost, get you going, you know? Awareness dawned. You mean amphetamines? Yeah, well, this stuff ain't exactly legal, dig? So I'd just as soon you didn't spread the word around. I mean, I trust you, man, but I want to be sure you know what's happening before you go shooting off your mouth. I understand, Wolfe said. I won't say anything. But you know that amphetamines are... Gotcha, Ace. Hey, You gotta meet the piece of talent I picked up last night. Hey, Dave, get your ass over here, lover." A young, sleepy-eyed blonde shuffled around the edge of the train. He wore white shorts, defiantly it seemed to Wolfe, and a loose blouse buttoned up to his neck. Giving Maggie a weak hug around the waist, he nodded to Wolfe. "Davy's got 4 nipples, just like me. How about that? I mean, it's got to be a pretty rare mutation, huh?" Dave hung his head, half blushing. "Aw, Janis," he mumbled. Wolfe waited for Maggie to correct the boy, but she didn't. Instead, she led them around and around the train, chatting away madly, pointing out this, that, and the other thing. Finally, Wolfe excused himself and returned to his hostel. He left Maggie prowling about the train, dragging her pretty boy after her. Wolfe went out for a long lunch, picked up his bags, and showed up at the train earlier than most of the entourage. The train lurched and pulled out of the station. Maggie was in constant motion, talking, laughing, directing the placement of luggage. She darted from car to car, never still. Wolfe found a seat and stared out the window. Children dressed in rags ran alongside the tracks, holding out hands and begging for money. 1 or 2 of the party threw coins. More laughed and threw bits of garbage. The children were gone, and the train was passing through endless miles of weathered ruins. Hawk sat down beside Wolfe. "It'll be a slow trip," he said. "The train has to go around large sections of land it's better not to go through." He stared moodily at the broken-windowed shells that were once factories and warehouses. "Look out there, Pilgrim. That's my country," he said in a disgusted voice. "Or the corpse of it." "Hawk, you're close to Maggie." "Now, if you go out to the center of the continent," Hawk's voice grew distant, "there's a cavern out there, where they housed radioactive waste. It was formed into slugs and covered with solid gold. Anything else deteriorates too fast. The way I figure it, a man with a lead suit could go into that cavern and shave off a fortune. There's tons of the stuff there." He sighed. "Someday I'm going to rummage through a few archives and go." "Hawk, you've got to listen to me." Hawk held up a hand for silence. "It's about the drugs, right? You just found out, and you want me to warn her." "Warning her isn't good enough. Someone has to stop her." "Yes, well, try to understand. Maggie was in Hopkins for 3 months while they performed some very drastic surgery on her. She didn't look a thing like she does now, and she could sing, but her voice wasn't anything to rave about, not to mention the mental implants. Imagine the pain she went through. Now ask yourself, what are the 2 most effective painkillers in existence?" "Morphine and heroin. But in my country, when drugs are resorted to, the doctors wean the patients off them before their release." "That's not the point. Consider this. Maggie could have had Hopkins remove the extra nipples. They could have done it, but she wasn't willing to go through the pain." "She seems proud of them." "She talks about them a lot, at least." The train lurched and stumbled. 3 of the musicians had uncrated their guitars and were playing more dead music. Wolfe chewed his lip in silence for a time, then said, "So what is the point you're making?" "Simply that Maggie was willing to undergo the greater pain so that she could become Janis. So when I tell you she only uses drugs as painkillers, you have to understand that I'm not necessarily talking about physical pain." Hawk got up and left. Maggie danced into the car. "Big time!" she whooped. "We made it into the big time, boys and girls! Hey, let's party!" The next 10 days were one extended party, interspersed with concerts. The reception in Wilmington was phenomenal. Thousands came to see the show. Many were turned away. Maggie was unsteady before the first concert, achingly afraid of failure, but she played a rousing set and was called back time and time again. Finally, exhausted and limp, her hair sticking to a sweaty forehead, she stood up front and gasped, That's all there is, boys and girls. I love you, and I wish there was more to give you, but there ain't. You used it all up." And the applause went on and on. The 4 shows in Philadelphia began slowly, but built up big. A few seats were unsold at the first concert. People were turned away for the second. The last 2 were near riots. The group entrained to Newark for a day's rest and put on a Labor Day concert that made the previous efforts look pale. They stayed in an obscure hostel for an extra day's rest. Wolfe spent his rest day sightseeing. While in Philadelphia, he had hired a native guide and prowled through the rusting refinery buildings at Breeze Point. They rose to the sky forever in tragic magnificence, and it was hard to believe there had been enough oil in the world to fill the holding tanks there. In Wilmington, he let the local guide lead him to a small Italian neighborhood to watch a religious festival. The festival was a parade, led first by a priest trailed by 8 altar girls with incense burners and fans. Then came 12 burly men carrying the flower-draped body of an ancient Cadillac. After them came the faithful, in coveralls and chutter, singing. Wolfe followed the procession to the river, where the car was placed in a hole in the ground, sprinkled with holy water, and set afire. He asked the guide what story lay behind the ritual, and the boy shrugged. It was old, he was told. Very, very old. It was late when Wolfe returned to the hostel. He was expecting a party, but found it dark and empty. Cynthia stood in the foyer, hands behind her back, staring out a barred window at black nothingness. "Where is everybody?" Wolfe asked. It was hot. Insects buzzed about the coal oil lamp, batting against it frenziedly. Cynthia turned, studied him oddly. Her forehead was beaded with sweat. "Maggie's gone home. She's attending a mid-school reunion. She's going to show her old friends what a hacking big star she's become. The others?" She shrugged. "Off wherever puppets go when there's no one to bring them to life. Their rooms, probably." "Oh." Cynthia's dress clung damply to her legs and sides. Dark stains spread out from under her armpits. "Would you like to play a game of chess or something?" Cynthia's eyes were strangely intense. She took a step closer to him. "Wolfe, I've been wondering. You've been celibate on this trip. Is there a problem?" "No." "Maybe a girlfriend back home?" "There was, but she won't wait for me." Wolfe made a deprecating gesture. "Maybe that was part of the reason I took this trip." She took one of his hands, placed it on her breast. "But you are interested in girls." Then, before he could shape his answer into clumsy words, she whispered, "Come on," and led him to her room. Once inside, Wolfe seized Cynthia and kissed her, deeply and long. She responded with passion, then drew away, and with a little shove toppled him onto the bed. "Off with your clothes," she said. She shucked her blouse in a complex fluid motion. Pale breasts bobbled, catching vague moonlight from the window. After an instant's hesitation, Wolfe doffed his own clothing. By contrast with Cynthia, he felt weak and irresolute, and it irked him to feel that way. Determined to prove he was nothing of the kind, he reached for Cynthia as she dropped onto the bed beside him. She evaded his grasp. "Just a moment, Pilgrim." She rummaged through a bag by the headboard. "Ah, care for a little treat first? It'll enhance the sensations." "Drugs?" Wolfe asked, feeling an involuntary horror. "Oh, come down off your high horse. Once won't melt your jeans. Give a gander at what you are being so critical of." "What is it?" "Vanilla ice cream," she snapped. She unstoppered a small vial and meticulously dribbled a few grains of white powder onto a thumbnail. "This is expensive, so pay attention. You want to breathe it all in with one snort. Got that? So, by the numbers. Take a deep breath and breathe out slowly. That's it. Now in. Now out and hold." Cynthia laid her thumbnail beneath Wolf's nose, pinched one nostril shut with a free hand. "Now in fast. Yeah." He inhaled convulsively and was flooded with sensations. A crisp, clean taste filled his mouth, and a spray of fine white powder hit the back of his throat. It tingled pleasantly. His head felt spacious. He moved his jaw, suspiciously searching about with his tongue. Cynthia quickly snorted some of the powder herself, restoppering the vial. "Now," she said, "touch me. Slowly, slowly. We've got all night. That's the way. Ah." She shivered. "I think you've got the idea." They worked the bed for hours. The drug, whatever it was, made Wolf feel strangely clear-headed and rational, more playful, and more prone to linger. There was no urgency to their love-making. They took their time. 3, perhaps 4 times they halted for more of the powder, which Cynthia doled out with careful ceremony. Each time they returned to their love-making with renewed interest and resolution to take it slowly, to postpone each climax to the last possible instant. The evening grew old. Finally, they lay on the sheets, not touching, weak and exhausted. Wolf's body was covered with a fine sheen of sweat. He did not care to even think of making love yet another time. He refrained from saying this. "Not bad," Cynthia said softly. "I must remember to recommend you to Maggie." "Sin, why do you do that?" "Do what?" "We've just been as intimate as 2 human beings can be. But as soon as it's over, you say something cold. Is it that you're afraid of contact?" Christ! It was an empty syllable, devoid of religious content and flat. Cynthia fumbled in her bag, found a flat metal case, pulled a cigarette out and lit it. Wolf flinched inwardly. "Look, Pilgrim, what are you asking for? You planning to marry me and take me away to your big, clean African cities to meet your mama? Huh?" "Didn't think so." "So what do you want from me? Mental souvenirs to take home and tell your friends about?" "I'll give you one. I spent years saving up enough to go see a doctor, find out if I could have any brats. Went to one last year, and what do you think he tells me? I've got red cell dyscrasia, too far gone for treatment. There's nothing to do but wait." "Lovely, huh? So one of these days it'll just stop working and I'll die. Nothing to be done. So long as I eat right, I won't start wasting away, so I can keep my looks up to the end. I could buy a little time if I gave up drugs like this." She waved the cigarette, and an ash fell on Wolf's chest. He brushed it away quickly. "And the white powder, and anything else that makes life worth living. But it wouldn't buy me enough time to do anything worth doing." She fell silent. "Hey, what time is it?" Wolf climbed out of bed, rummaged through his clothing until he found his timepiece. He held it up to the window, squinted. 12:14. "Oh, nukes!" Cynthia was up and scrabbling for her clothes. "Come on, get dressed. Don't just stand there." Wolf dressed himself slowly. "What's the problem?" "I promised Maggie I'd get some people together to walk her back from that damned reunion. It ended hours ago, and I lost track of the time." She ignored his grin. "Ready? Come on, we'll check her room first, and then the foyer. God, is she going to be mad." They found Maggie in the foyer. She stood in the center of the room, haggard and bedraggled, her handbag hanging loosely from one hand. Her face was livid with rage. The sputtering lamp made her face look old and evil. "Well," she snarled, "where have you 2 been?" "In my room, bawling," Cynthia said calmly. Wolf stared at her, appalled. "Well, that's just beautiful. That's really beautiful, isn't it? Do you know where I've been while my 2 best friends were upstairs humping their brains out? Hey? Do you want to know?" Her voice reached a hysterical peak. "I was being raped by 2 Jenny Deffs. That's where." She stormed past them, half cocking her arm as if she were going to assault them with her purse. then thinking better of it. They heard her run down the hall. Her door slammed. Bewildered, Wolfe said, "But I—" "Don't let her dance on your head," Cynthia said. "She's lying." "Are you certain?" "Look, we've lived together, bedded the same men. I know her. She's all hacked off at not having an escort home, and little Miss Sunshine has to spread the gloom." "We should have been there," Wolfe said dubiously. "She could have been killed walking home alone." "Whether Maggie dies a month early or not doesn't make a bit of difference to me, Pilgrim. I've got my own problems." "A month? Is Maggie suffering from a disease, too?" "We're all suffering. We all—" "Ah, the hell with you, too." Cynthia spat on the floor, spun on her heel, and disappeared down the hallway. It had the rhythm and inevitability of a witch's curse. The half-day trip to New York left the troupe with playtime before the first concert, but Maggie stayed in seclusion, drinking. There was talk about her use of drugs, and this alarmed Wolfe, for they were all users of drugs themselves. There was also gossip about the reunion. Some held that Maggie had dazzled her former friends, who had not treated her well in her younger years, had been glamorous and gracious. The predominant view, however, was that she had been soundly snubbed, that she was still a freak and an oddity in the eyes of her former contemporaries, that she had left the reunion alone. Rumors flew about the liaison between Wolfe and Cynthia, too. The fact that she avoided him only fed the speculation. Despite everything, the New York City concerts were a roaring success. All 4 shows were sold out as soon as tickets went on sale. Scalpers made small fortunes that week, and for the first time the concerts were allowed to run into the evening. Power was diverted from a section of the city to allow for the lighting and amplification, and Maggie sang as she had never sung before. Her voice roused the audiences to a frenzy, and her blues were enough to break a hermit's heart. They left for Hartford on the 10th, Maggie sequestered in her compartment in the last car. Crew members lounged about idly. Some strummed guitars, never quite breaking into a recognizable tune. Others talked quietly. Hawk flipped tarot cards into a heap, one at a time. "Hey, this place is fucking dead!" Maggie was suddenly in the car, her expression an odd combination of defiance and guilt. "Let's party! Hey? Let's hear some music!" She fell into Hawk's lap and nibbled on an ear. "Welcome back, Maggie," somebody said. "Janis!" she shouted happily. "The lady's name is Janis." Like a rusty machine starting up, the party came to life. Music gelled. Voices became animated. Bottles of alcohol appeared and were passed around, and for the remainder of the 2 days that the train spent making wide, looping detours to avoid the dangerous stretches of Connecticut and New York, the party never died. There were tense undertones to the party, however, a desperate quality in Maggie's gaiety. For the first time, Wolfe began to feel trapped, to count the days that separated him from Boston and the end of the tour. The dressing room for the first Hartford concert was cramped, small, badly lit, like every other dressing room they'd encountered. "Get your ass over here, Sin," Maggie yelled. "You've got to make me up so I look strung out, like Janis did." Cynthia held Maggie's chin, twisted it to the left, to the right. "Maggie, you don't need makeup to look strung out." "God damn it, yes I do. Let's get it on. Come on, I'm a star. I shouldn't have to put up with this shit." Cynthia hesitated, then began dabbing at Maggie's face, lightly accentuating the lines, the bags under her eyes. Maggie studied the mirror. "Now that's grim," she said. "That's really grotesque." "That's what you look like, Maggie." "You cheap bitch. You'd think I was the one who nodded out last night before we could get it on." There was an awkward silence. "Hey, Wolfe!" She spun to face him. "What do you say?" "Well," Wolfe began, embarrassed, "I'm afraid Cynthia's—" "You see? Let's get this show on the road." She grabbed her cherished Southern Comfort bottle and upended it. "That's not doing you any good either." Maggie smiled coldly. "Shows what you know. Janis always gets smashed before a concert. Helps her voice." She stood, made her way to the curtains. The MC was winding up his pitch. "Ladies and gentlemen, Janis!" Screams arose. Maggie sashayed up to the mic, lifted it, laughed into it. "Hey, good to see you!" She swayed and squinted at the crowd, and was off and into a rap. "You know, I went to see a doctor the other week. Told him I was worried about how much drinking I was doing. Told him I'd been drinking heavy since I was 12. Get up in the morning and have a few Bloody Marys with breakfast. Polish off a fifth before lunch. Have a few drinks at dinner, and really get into it when the partying begins. Told him how much I drank for how many years. So I said, 'Look, Doc, none of this ever hurt me any, but I'm kind of worried, you know. Give it to me straight. Have I got a problem?' And he said, 'Man, I don't think you've got a problem. I think you're doing just fine.'" Cheers from the audience. Maggie smiled smugly. "Well, honey, everybody's got problems, and I'm no exception." The music came up. "But when I got problems, I got an answer, 'cause I can sing them old-time blues. Just sing my problems away." She launched into ball and chain, and the audience went wild. Backstage, Wolfe was sitting on a stepladder. He had bought a cup of water from a vendor and was nursing it, taking small sips. Cynthia came up and stood beside him. They both watched Maggie strutting on stage, stamping and sweating, writhing and howling. "I can never get over the contrast," Wolfe said, not looking at Cynthia. "Out there, everybody is excited. Back here, it's calm and peaceful. Sometimes I wonder if we're seeing the same thing the audience does." "Sometimes it's hard to see what's right in front of your face." Cynthia smiled a sad, cryptic smile and left. Wolfe had grown used to such statements, and gave it no more thought. The second and final Hartford show went well. However, the first two concerts in Providence were bad. Maggie's voice and timing were off, and she had to cover with theatrics. At the second show, she had to order the audience to dance, something that had never been necessary before. Her onstage raps became bawdier and more graphic. She moved her body as suggestively as a stripper, employing bumps and grinds. The third show was better, but the earthy elements remained. The cast wound up in a bar in a bad section of town where guards with guns covered the doorway from fortified booths. Maggie got drunk and ended up crying. "Man, I was so blitzed when I went on stage. Did you say I was good?" "Sure, Maggie," Hawk mumbled. Cynthia snorted. "You were very good," Wolfe assured her. "I don't remember a goddamned thing," she wailed. "You say I was good? It ain't fair, man. If I was good, I deserve to be able to remember it. I mean, what's the point otherwise, hey?" Wolfe patted her shoulder clumsily. She grabbed the front of his dashiki and buried her face in his chest. "Wolfe, Wolfe, what's going to happen to me?" she sobbed. "Don't cry," he said, patting her hair. Finally, Wolfe and Hawk had to lead her back to the hostel. No one else was willing to quit the bar. They skirted an area where all the buildings had been torn down but one. It stood alone, with great gaping holes where plate glass had been, and large non-functional arches on one side. It was a fast food building, Hawk explained when Wolfe asked. He sounded embarrassed. "Why is it still standing?" "Because there are ignorant and superstitious people everywhere," Hawk muttered. Wolfe dropped the subject. The streets were dark and empty. They went back into the denser areas of town, and the sound of their footsteps bounced off the buildings. Maggie was leaning half-conscious on Hawk's shoulder, and he almost had to carry her. There was a stirring in the shadows. Hawk tensed. "Speed up a bit if you can," he whispered. Something shuffled out of the darkness. It was large and only vaguely human. It moved toward them. "What?" Wolfe whispered. "Jenny deaf," Hawk whispered back. "If you know any clever tricks, this is the time to use 'em." The thing broke into a shambling run. Wolf thrust a hand into a pocket and whirled to face Hawk. "Look," he said in a loud, angry voice. "I've taken enough from you. I've got a knife, and I don't care what I do." The Jenny Deaf halted. From the corner of his eye, Wolf saw it slide back into the shadows. Maggie looked up with a sleepy, quizzical expression. "Hey, what?" "Never mind," Hawk muttered. He upped his pace, half dragging Maggie after him. "That was arrogant," he said approvingly. Wolf forced his hand from his pocket. He found he was shivering from aftershock. "Nada," he said. Then, "That is the correct term." "Yeah." "I wasn't certain that Jenny Deafs really existed." "Just some poor mute with gland trouble. Don't think about it." Autumn was just breaking out when the troupe hit Boston. They arrived to find the final touches being put on the stage on Boston Common. A mammoth concert was planned. Dozens of people swarmed about making preparations. "This must be how America was all the time before the collapse," Wolf said, impressed. He was ignored. The morning of the concert, Wolf was watching canvas being hoisted above the stage, against the chance of rain, when a gripper ran up and said, "You, Pilgrim, have you seen Janis?" "Maggie," he corrected automatically. "No, not recently." "Thanks," the man gasped, and ran off. Not long after, Hawk hurried by and asked, "Seen Maggie lagging about?" "No." "Wait, Hawk, what's going on? You're the second person to ask me that." Hawk shrugged. "Maggie's disappeared. Nothing to scream about." "I hope she'll be back in time for the show." "The local police are hunting for her. Anyway, she's got the implants. If she can move, she'll be on stage. Never doubt it." He hurried away. The final checks were being run, and the first concert-goers beginning to straggle in when Maggie finally appeared. Uniformed men held each arm. She looked sober and angry. Cynthia took charge, dismissed the police, and took Maggie to the trailer that served as a dressing room. Wolf watched from a distance, decided he could be of no use. He ambled about the common aimlessly, watching the crowd grow. The people coming in found places to sit, took them, and waited. There was little talk among them, and what there was quiet. They were dressed brightly, but not in their best. Some carried wine jugs or blankets. They were an odd crew. They did not look each other in the eye. Their mouths were grim, their faces without expression. Their speech was low, but with an undercurrent of tension. Wolf wandered among them, eavesdropping, listening to fragments of their talk. "Said that her child was going to—" "Needed that. Nobody needed that." "Couldn't have paid it anyway." "Tasted odd, so I didn't—" "Had to tear down 3 blocks." "Blood." Wolf became increasingly uneasy. There was something about their expressions, their tones of voice. He bumped into Hawk, who tried to hurry past. "Hawk, there is something very wrong happening." Hawk's face twisted. He gestured toward the light tower. "No time," he said. "The show's beginning. I've got to be at my station." Wolf hesitated, then followed the man up the ladders of the light tower. All of the common was visible from the tower. The ground was thick with people, hordes of ant specks against the brown of trampled earth. Not a child among them, and that felt wrong too. A gold and purple sunset smeared itself 3/4 of the way around the horizon. Hawk flicked lights on and off, one by one, referring to a sheet of paper he held in one hand. Sometimes he cursed and respliced wires. Wolf waited. A light breeze ruffled his hair, though there was no hint of wind below. "This is a sick country," Hawk said. He slipped a headset on, played a red spot on the stage, let it wink out. "You there, Patrick? The Klieg's go on in 2. He ran a check on all the locals manning lights, addressing them by name. "Average lifespan is something like 42, if you get out of the delivery room alive." The birth rate has to be very high to keep the population from dwindling away to nothing. He brought up all the red and blue spots. The stage was bathed in purple light. The canvas above looked black in contrast. An obscure figure strolled to the center mic. "Hit it, Patrick." A bright pool of light illuminated the MC. He coughed, went into a spiel. His voice boomed over the crowd, relayed away from the stage by a series of amps with timed delay along each rank, so that his voice reached the distant listeners in synchronization with the further amplification. The crowd moved sluggishly about the foot of the tower, set in motion by latecomers straggling in. "So the question you should ask yourself is why the government is wasting its resources on a goddamned show." "All right," Wolfe said. "Why?" He was very tense, very still. The breeze swept away his sweat, and he wished he had brought along a jacket. He might need one later. "Because their wizards said to. The damn social engineers and their machines," Hawk answered. "Watch the crowd." "Janis!" the loudspeakers boomed. And Maggie was on stage, rapping away, handling the microphone suggestively, obviously at the peak of her form. The crowd exploded into applause. Offerings of flowers were thrown through the air. Bottles of liquor were passed hand over hand and deposited on the stage. From above, it could not be seen how the previous month had taken its toll on Maggie. The lines on her face, the waxy skin, were hidden by the colored light. The cleags bounced off her sequined dress dazzlingly. Halfway through her second song, Maggie came to an instrumental break and squinted out at the audience. "Hey, what the fuck's the matter with you guys? Why ain't you dancing?" At her cue, scattered couples rose to their feet. "Ready on the cleags," Hawk murmured into his headset. 3, 4, and 5 on the police." Bright lights pinpointed 3 widely separated parts of the audience where uniformed men were struggling with dancers. A single cleag stayed on Maggie, who pointed an imperious finger at one struggling group and shrieked, "Why are you trying to stop them from dancing? I want them to dance. I command them to dance." With a roar, half the audience were on their feet. "Shut down 3. Hold 4 and 5 to the count of 3, then off. 1, 2, 3. Good. The police faded away, lost among the dancers. "That was prearranged," Wolfe said. Hawk didn't so much as glance at him. "It's part of the legend. You, Wolfe, over to your right." Wolfe looked where Hawk was pointing, saw a few couples at the edge of the crowd slip from the light into the deeper shadows. "What am I seeing?" "Just the beginning." Hawk bent over his control board. By slow degrees the audience became drunk and then rowdy. As the concert wore on, an ugly, excited mood grew. Sitting far above it all, Wolfe could still feel the hysteria grow, as well as see it. Women shed shudder and danced atop it not fully dressed. Men ripped free of their coveralls. Here and there, spotted through the crowd, couples made love. Hawk directed lights onto a few, held them briefly. In most cases, the couples went on, unheeding. Small fights broke out and were quelled by police. Bits of trash were gathered up and set ablaze, so that small fires dotted the landscape. Wisps of smoke floated up. Hawk played colored spots on the crowd. By the time darkness was total, the lights and the bestial noise of the revelers combined to create the feel of a witch's Sabbath. "Pretty nasty down there," Hawk observed. "And all most deliberately engineered by government wizards." "But there is no true feeling involved," Wolfe objected. "It is nothing but animal lust. No involvement." "Yeah." On stage, Maggie was building herself up into a frenzy, and yet her blues were brilliant. She had never been better. "Not so much different from the other concerts. The only difference is that tonight nobody waits until they go home." "Your government can't believe that enough births will result from this night to make any difference." "Not tonight, no. But all these people will have memories to keep them warm over the winter." Then he spat over the edge of the platform. "Ah, why should I spout their lies for them? It's just bread and circuses is all, just a goddamned release for the masses." Maggie howled with delight. "Whee-oo, man! I'm getting horny just looking at you. Yeah, baby, get it on, that's right." She was strutting up and down the stage, a creature of boundless energy, while the band filled the night with music, fast and urgent. "Love it!" She stuck her tongue out at the audience and received howls of approval. She lifted her Southern Comfort bottle, took a gigantic swig, her hips bouncing to the music. More howls. She caressed the neck of the bottle with her tongue. "Yeah, makes me horny as sin, 'deed it does, you know." She paused a beat, then continued. "That's something I can really understand, man, 'cause I'm just a horny little hippie chick myself. Yeah!" Wolfe suddenly realized that she was competing against the audience itself for its attention, that she was going to try to outdo everybody present. Maggie stroked her hand down the front of her dress, lingering between her breasts, then between her legs. She shook her hair back from her eyes, the personification of animal lust. "I mean, shit! I mean, hippie chicks don't even wear no underwear." More ribald howls and applause. "Don't believe me, do you?" Wolfe stared, was unable to look away as Maggie slowly spread her legs wide and squatted, giving the audience a good look up her skirt. Her frog face leered, and it was an ugly, lustful thing. She lowered a hand to the stage behind her for support, and beckoned. "Come to Mama," she crooned. It was like knocking the chocks out from a dam. There was an instant of absolute stillness, and then the crowd roared and surged forward. An ocean of humanity converged on the stage, smashing through the police lines, climbing up on the wooden platform. Wolfe had a brief glimpse of Maggie trying to struggle to her feet before she was overrun. There was a dazed, disbelieving expression on her face. "Mother of sin," Wolfe whispered. He stared at the mindless, evil mob below. They were in furious motion, straining, forcing each other in great swirling eddies. He waited for the stage to collapse, but it did not. The audience kept climbing atop it, pushing one another off its edge, and it did not collapse. It would have been a mercy if it had. A hand waved above the crowd, clutching something that sparkled. Wolfe could not make it out at first. Then another hand waved a glittering rag, and then another, and he realized that these were shreds of Maggie's dress. Wolfe wrapped his arms around her support to keep from falling into the horror below. The howling of the crowd was a single, chaotic noise. He squeezed his eyes shut, vainly trying to fend it off. "Right on cue," Hawk muttered. "Right on goddamned cue." He cut off all the lights and placed a hand on Wolfe's shoulder. "Come on. Our job is done here." Wolfe twisted to face Hawk. The act of opening his eyes brought on a wave of vertigo, and he slumped to the platform floor, still clutching the support desperately. He wanted to vomit, and couldn't. They... Hawk, did you see it? Did you see what they did? Why didn't someone... He choked on his words. "Don't ask me," Hawk said bitterly. "I just play the part of Judas Iscariot in this little drama." He tugged at Wolfe's shoulders. "Let's go, Pilgrim. We've got to go down now." Wolfe slowly weaned himself of the support, allowed himself to be coaxed down from the tower. There were men in black uniforms at the foot of the tower. One of them addressed Hawk. "Is this the African National?" Then to Wolfe, "Please come with us, sir. We have orders to see you safely to your hostel." Tears flooded Wolfe's eyes, and he could not see the crowd, the common, the men before him. He allowed himself to be led away, as helpless and as trusting as a small child. In the morning, Wolfe lay in bed staring at the ceiling. A fly buzzed somewhere in the room, and he did not look for it. In the streets, iron-wheeled carts rumbled by, and children chanted a counting-out game. After a time he rose, dressed, and washed his face. He went to the hostel's dining room for breakfast. There, finishing off a piece of toast, was Di Stefano. "Good morning, Mr. Mbakana. I was beginning to think I'd have to send for you." He gestured to a chair. Wolfe looked about, took it. There were at least 3 of the political police seated nearby. Di Stefano removed some documents from his jacket pocket, handed them to Wolfe. "Signed, sealed, and delivered. We made some minor changes in the terms, but nothing your superiors will object to." He placed the last corner of toast in the side of his mouth. "I'd say this was a rather bright beginning to your professional career." "Thank you," Wolfe said automatically. He glanced at the documents, could make no sense of them, dropped them in his lap. "If you're interested, the African Genesis leaves port tomorrow morning. I've made arrangements that a berth be ready for you, should you care to take it. Of course, there will be another passenger ship in 3 weeks if you wish to see more of our country." "No," Wolfe said hastily. Then, because that seemed rude, "I'm most anxious to see my home again. I've been away far too long." Di Stefano dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin, let it fall to the tablecloth. "Then that's that." He started to rise. "Wait," Wolfe said. "Mr. Di Stefano, I would very much like an explanation." Di Stefano sat back down. He did not pretend not to understand the request. "The first thing you must know," he said, "is that Miss Horowitz was not our first Janis Joplin." "No," Wolfe said. "Nor the second." Wolfe looked up. "She was the 23rd, not counting the original. The show is sponsored every year, always ending in Boston on the equinox. So far, it has always ended in the same fashion." Wolfe wondered if he should try to stab the man with a fork, if he should rise up and attempt to strangle him. There should be rage, he knew. He felt nothing. "Because of the brain implants?" "No. You must believe me when I say that I wish she had lived. The implants helped her keep in character, nothing more. It's true that she did not recall the previous women who played the part of Janis, but her death was not planned. It's simply something that happens." "Every year?" "Yes. Every year Janis offers herself to the crowd, and every year they tear her apart. A sane woman would not make the offer. The sane people would not respond in that fashion. I'll know that my country is on the road to recovery come the day that Janis lives to make a second tour." He paused. "Or the day we can't find a woman willing to play the role, knowing how it ends." Wolfe tried to think. His head felt dull and heavy. He heard the words, and he could not guess whether they made sense or not. "One last question," he said. "Why me?" Di Stefano rose. "One day you may return to our nation," he said, "or perhaps not. But you will certainly rise to a responsible position within the Southwest Africa Trade Company. Your decision will affect our economy." 4 men in uniform also rose from their chairs. "When that happens, I want you to understand one thing about our land. We have nothing to lose. Good day, and a long life to you, sir." Di Stefano's guards followed him out. It was evening. Wolfe's ship rode in Boston harbor waiting to carry him home, away from this magic nightmare land with its ghosts and walking dead. He stared at it, and he could not make it real. He had lost all capacity for belief. The ship's dinghy was approaching. Wolfe picked up his bags. 19. For music to think about it by afterwards, I found Stravinsky's Le Sacre du Printemps just right. In The Golden Bough, Fraser tells of an Aztec fertility rite involving the selection of a corn maiden every year, and what a great honor it was for a girl to be chosen. They worshipped her as Miss Mays of 1485, Aztec equivalent, until a certain time of year when they cut off her head, skinned her, and splashed her blood about the temple and on the seed corn and on the people to ensure the general fertility of everything and everybody. Apparently, the farmers liked the results at harvest time, for they kept doing it annually until the Catholics came and put a stop to it. The corn goddess was smart enough to join the Conqueror's church, however. I have a picture of her now on my office wall. She's a 1984 calendar girl for Tamales by Vargas, an Austin establishment. She appears as a timid maiden standing on a crescent menstrual moon, the fertility connection still. She's wearing a pink smock and a gold-trimmed robe surrounded by light. 2 baby angels are crowning her queen of the universe, and the title proclaims her La Virgen de Guadalupe. In A.D. 1531, Miss Mays showed herself to an ex-Aztec named Juan Diego at the site of the old corn goddess temple, introduced herself by another name, and told him to have the bishop build her a church there. Finally, the Pope, who also takes a new name when first elected, made her the patroness of Mexico, and the Aztecs don't have to kill a young girl as goddess surrogate every year, for she has become the Mother of God and sells tamales and other corn-based delicacies for Vargas, besides doing miracles for those who light votive candles before her altar. I don't think Swanwick had Fraser or Aztecs in mind at all when he wrote about St. Janis. He didn't need to. When you strike an archetype, related myths begin to vibrate in resonance. Persephone stirs in Hades and prepares to return fertility to the earth in the spring. The Feast of St. Janis is underworld myth, and so are the next 3 stories. If I Forget Thee, O Earth, by Arthur C. Clarke. When Marvin was 10 years old, his father took him through the long, echoing corridors that led up through administration and power, until at last they came to the uppermost levels of all and were among the swiftly growing vegetation of the farmlands. Marvin liked it here. It was fun watching the great slender plants creeping with almost visible eagerness towards the sunlight as it filtered down through the plastic domes to meet them. The smell of life was everywhere, awakening inexpressible longings in his heart. No longer was he breathing the dry, cool air of the residential levels, purged of all smells but the faint tang of ozone. He wished he could stay here for a little while, but father would not let him. They went onwards until they had reached the entrance to the observatory, which he had never visited. But they did not stop, and Marvin knew with a sense of rising excitement that there could be only one goal left. For the first time in his life, he was going outside. There were a dozen of the surface vehicles with their wide balloon tires and pressurized cabins in the great servicing chamber. His father must have been expected, for they were led at once to the little scout car waiting by the huge circular door of the airlock. Tense with expectancy, Marvin settled himself down in the cramped cabin while his father started the motor and checked the controls. The inner door of the lock slid open and then closed behind them. He heard the roar of the great air pumps fade slowly as the pressure dropped to 0. Then the vacuum sign flashed on, the outer door parted, and before Marvin lay the land which he had never yet entered. He had seen it in photographs, of course. He had watched it imaged on television screens 100 times. But now it was lying all around him, burning beneath the fierce sun that crawled so slowly across the jet-black sky. He stared into the west, away from the blinding splendor of the sun, and there were the stars, as he had been told, but had never quite believed. He gazed at them for a long time, marveling that anything could be so bright and yet so tiny. They were intense, unscintillating points, and suddenly he remembered a rhyme he had once read in one of his father's books. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." Well, he knew what the stars were. Whoever asked that question must have been very stupid. And what did they mean by twinkle? You could see at a glance that all the stars shone with the same steady, unwavering light. He abandoned the puzzle and turned his attention to the landscape around him. They were racing across a level plain at almost 100 miles an hour, the great balloon tires sending up little spurts of dust behind them. There was no sign of the colony. In the few minutes while he had been gazing at the stars, its domes and radio towers had fallen below the horizon. Yet there were other indications of man's presence. For about a mile ahead, Marvin could see the curiously shaped structures clustering round the head of a mine. Now and then a puff of vapor would emerge from a squat smokestack and would instantly disperse. They were past the mine in a moment. Father was driving with a reckless and exhilarating skill, as if it was a strange thought to come into a child's mind. He was trying to escape from something. In a few minutes they had reached the edge of the plateau on which the colony had been built. The ground fell sharply away beneath them in a dizzying slope whose lower stretches were lost in shadow. Ahead, as far as the eye could reach, was a jumbled wasteland of craters, mountain ranges, and ravines. The crests of the mountains, catching the low sun, burned like islands of fire in a sea of darkness, and above them the stars still shone as steadfastly as ever. There could be no way forward, yet there was. Marvin clenched his fists as the car edged over the slope and started the long descent. Then he saw the barely visible track leading down the mountainside and relaxed a little. Other men, it seemed, had gone this way before. Night fell with a shocking abruptness as they crossed the shadow line, and the sun dropped below the crest of the plateau. The twin searchlights sprang into life, casting blue-white bands on the rocks ahead, so that there was scarcely need to check their speed. For hours they drove through valleys and past the feet of mountains whose peaks seemed to comb the stars, and sometimes they emerged for a moment into the sunlight as they climbed over higher ground. And now, on the right, was a wrinkled, dusty plain, and on the left, its ramparts and terraces rising mile after mile into the sky, was a wall of mountains that marched into the distance until its peaks sank from sight below the rim of the world. There was no sign that men had ever explored this land, but once they passed the skeleton of a crashed rocket, and beside it a stone cairn surmounted by a metal cross. It seemed to Marvin that the mountains stretched on forever, but at last, many hours later, the range ended in a towering, precipitous headland that rose steeply from a cluster of little hills. They drove down into a shallow valley that curved in a great arc toward the far side of the mountains, and as they did so, Marvin slowly realized that something very strange was happening in the land ahead. The sun was now low behind the hills on the right. The valley before them should be in total darkness. Yet it was awash with a cold white radiance that came spilling over the crags beneath which they were driving. Then, suddenly, they were out in the open plain, and the source of the light lay before them in all its glory. It was very quiet in the little cabin now that the motors had stopped. The sound was the faint whisper of the oxygen feed, and an occasional metallic crepitation as the outer walls of the vehicle radiated away their heat. For no warmth at all came from the great silver crescent that floated low above the far horizon, and flooded all this land with pearly light. It was so brilliant that minutes passed before Marvin could accept its challenge and look steadfastly into its glare. But at last he could discern the outlines of continents, the hazy border of the atmosphere, and the white islands of cloud. And even at this distance he could see the glitter of sunlight on the polar ice. It was beautiful, and it called to his heart across the abyss of space. There in that shining crescent were all the wonders that he had never known. The hues of sunset skies, the moaning of the sea on pebbled shores, the patter of falling rain, the unhurried benison of snow. These and 1,000 others should have been his rightful heritage, but he knew them only from the books and ancient records, and the thought filled him with the anguish of exile. Why could they not return? It seemed so peaceful beneath those lines of marching cloud. Then Marvin, his eyes no longer blinded by the glare, saw that the portion of the disk that should have been in darkness was gleaming faintly with an evil phosphorescence, and he remembered. He was looking upon the funeral pyre of a world, upon the radioactive aftermath of Armageddon. Across 250,000 miles of space, the glow of dying atoms was still visible, a perennial reminder of the ruinous past. It would be centuries yet before that deadly glow died from the rocks, and life could return again to fill that silent, empty world. And now Father began to speak, telling Marvin the story which until this moment had meant no more to him than the fairy tales he had heard in childhood. There were many things he could not understand. It was impossible for him to picture the glowing, multicolored pattern of life on a planet he had never seen. Nor could he comprehend the forces that had destroyed it in the end, leaving the colony, preserved by its isolation as the sole survivor. Yet he could share the agony of those final days, when the colony had learned at last that never again would the supply ships come flaming down through the stars with gifts from home. One by one, the radio stations had ceased to call. On the shadowed globe, the lights of the cities had dimmed and died, and they were alone at last, as no men had ever been alone before, carrying in their hands the future of the race. Then had followed the years of despair, and the long-drawn battle for survival in this fierce and hostile world. That battle had been won, though barely. This little oasis of life was safe against the worst that nature could do. But unless there was a goal, a future toward which it could work, the colony would lose the will to live, and neither machines nor skill nor science could save it then. So at last, Marvin understood the purpose of this pilgrimage. He would never walk beside the rivers of that lost and legendary world, or listen to the thunder raging above its softly rounded hills. Yet one day, how far ahead, his children's children would return to claim their heritage. The winds and the rains would scour the poisons from the burning lands and carry them to the sea, and in the depths of the sea they would waste their venom until they could harm no living things. Then the great ships that were still waiting here on the silent, dusty plains could lift once more into space along the road that led to home. That was the dream. And one day, Marvin knew with a sudden flash of insight, he would pass it on to his own son, here at this same spot, with the mountain behind him, and the silver light from the sky streaming into his face. He did not look back as they began the homeward journey. He could not bear to see the cold glory of the crescent earth fade from the rocks around him, as he went to rejoin his people in their long exile. 20. It's quite a view of here from there, as you now know. But in 1951, when the story appeared, not even astronomer Clarke had seen the planet Gaia against that background of space. When Father Hesburgh of Notre Dame moderated the Conference of American and Russian Scientists after the showing of Threads earlier this year, the visual center of the set was a large color photograph of Earth intended as background. It was eerily effective as a religious symbol, and I wonder who thought of hanging the Mother of Life there to preside over that discussion of universal death. A good photograph of Earth in space has a numinous power, it seems to me, because it is a new vision for the human species of an ancient archetype. The Earth Mother, now appearing as a global image of self in a heavenly pantheon, like a painting of the Assumption of the Virgin, of which it is a photograph. Lovelock's hypothesis that she's alive is fascinating, but why call her Gaia? It was fitting to name dead planets after dead gods, but Earth is still struggling to stay alive, so why not rename her for a goddess to whom men still pray? Why not rename her Miriam? Note: Teilhard once called the mother of Jesus the true Demeter. Demeter was the corn maiden of the Greeks, and the name seems to mean Earth Mother. Gaia was the mother of the Cyclops. End of note. In the west, and Kuan Yin in the east. She may become a barren and dusty Gaia soon enough. In A Boy and His Dog, the underworld is really the underworld, but something seems upside down. Warning: parental guidance is suggested for children younger than 40. Ladies are admitted free, but whether they can get out again alive is a question. This powerful and gruesome story, which was written in anger after the Kent State shootings, won Nebula and Hugo Awards. As in The Feast of St. Janis, a female is victim, but there's a difference. The story appears here as a worst-case finale for civilization and collapse. When a civilization collapses, barbarians do fall on women first, as every place becomes a war zone, and no rules exist. Case 113. Choo-Choo's Wow. A monk asked Abbot Choo-Choo, "Teacher, is there Buddha nature in a dog?" "Bow," said Choo-Choo. The monk bowed. "Wow," said Choo-Choo. The monk looked up in silence. "Do you understand?" asked Choo-Choo. The monk trotted on all fours around the abbot's meditation seat, then sat back on his haunches with his forepaws up and begged, "Teach me, O master." Choo-Choo threw his staff across the room and said, "Fetch." The student brought it back at once. Choo-Choo hit him with it, crying, "Wild fox," and hit him again. The student hurried out. Brother Pseudo comments, "Tell me, why hit him only twice?" This monk has heard of Jiao Zhou, note, who answered the same question with a simple "woo," end of note, and comes rehearsed, but incurs a beating for his trouble. Choo-Choo, in his grandmotherly kindness, wastes 2 words instead of 1. Bow. The monk knows how to grovel and roll over well enough, but is driven away all the same. Is there Buddha nature in the dog? Wow. From the Yellow Cliff Record. A Boy and His Dog. 1. I was out with Blood, my dog. It was his week for annoying me. He kept calling me Albert. He thought that was pretty damned funny. Payson Terhune, ha ha. I'd caught a couple of water rats for him, the big green and ochre ones, and someone's manicured poodle lost off a leash in one of the down-unders. He'd eaten pretty good, but he was cranky. "Come on, son of a bitch," I demanded. "Find me a piece of ass." Blood just chuckled deep in his dog throat. "You're funny when you get horny," he said. Maybe funny enough to kick him upside his sphincter asshole, that refugee from a dingo heap. "Fine, I ain't kidding." "For shame, Albert. After all I've taught you. Not I ain't kidding. I'm not kidding." He knew I'd reached the edge of my patience. Sullenly, he started casting. He sat down on the crumbled remains of the curb, and his eyelids flickered and closed, and his hairy body tensed. After a while, he settled down on his front paws and scraped them forward till he was lying flat, his shaggy head on the outstretched paws. The tenseness left him, and he began trembling, almost the way he trembled just preparatory to scratching a flea. It went on that way for almost a quarter of an hour, and finally he rolled over and lay on his back, his naked belly toward the night sky, his front paws folded mantis-like, his hind legs extended and open. "I'm sorry," he said. "There's nothing." I could have gotten mad and booted him, but I knew he had tried. I wasn't happy about it. I really wanted to get laid, but what could I do? "Okay," I said with resignation. "Forget it." He kicked himself onto his side and quickly got up. "What do you want to do?" he asked. "Not much we can do, is there?" I was more than a little sarcastic. He sat down again at my feet, insolently humble. I leaned against the melted stub of a lamp-post and thought about girls. It was painful. "We can always go to a show," I said. Blood looked around the street, at the pools of shadow lying in the weed-overgrown craters, and didn't say anything. The whelp was waiting for me to say, "Okay, let's go." He liked movies as much as I did. "Okay, let's go." He got up and followed me, his tongue hanging, panting with happiness. "Go ahead and laugh, you egg-sucker. No popcorn for you." Our gang was a rover pack that had never been able to cut it simply foraging, so they'd opted for comfort and gone a smart way to getting it. They were movie-oriented kids, and they'd taken over the turf where the Metropole Theater was located. No one tried to bust their turf because we all needed the movies, and as long as our gang had access to films and did a better job of keeping the films going, they provided a service, even for solos like me and Blood. Especially for solos like us. They made me check my .45 and the Browning .22 long at the door. There was a little alcove right beside the ticket booth. I bought my tickets first. It cost me a can of Oscar Mayer Philadelphia Scrapple for me, and a tin of sardines for Blood. Then the our gang guards with the Bren guns motioned me over to the alcove, and I checked my heat. I saw water leaking from a broken pipe in the ceiling, and I told the checker, a kid with big leathery warts all over his face and lips, to move my weapons where it was dry. He ignored me. "Hey, you, motherfucking toad, move my stuff over the other side. It goes to rust fast. And it picks up any spots, man, I'll break your bones." He started to give me jaw about it, looked at the guards with the brins, knew if they tossed me out I'd lose my price of admission, whether I went in or not. But they weren't looking for any action, probably under strength, and gave him the nod to let it pass, to do what I said. So the toad moved my Browning to the other end of the gun rack and pegged my .45 under it. Blood and me went into the theater. "I want popcorn." "Forget it." "Come on, Albert. Buy me popcorn." "I'm tapped out. You can live without popcorn." "You're just being a shit." I shrugged. "Sue me." We went in. The place was jammed. I was glad the guards hadn't tried to take anything but guns. My spike and knife felt reassuring, lying up in their oiled sheaths at the back of my neck. Blood found two together, and we moved into the row, stepping on feet. Someone cursed, and I ignored him. A Doberman growled. Blood's fur stirred, but he let it pass. There was always some hard case on the muscle, even on neutral ground like the Metropole. I heard once about a get-it-on they'd had at the old Lowe's Grenada on the south side. Wound up with 10 or 12 rovers and their mutts dead, the theater burned down, and a couple of good Cagney films lost in the fire. After that was when the rover packs had got up the agreement that movie houses were sanctuaries. It was better now, but there was always somebody too messed in the mind to come soft. It was a triple feature. Raw deal, with Dennis O'Keefe, Claire Trevor, Raymond Burr, and Marcia Hunt was the oldest of the three. It had been made in 1948, 86 years ago. God only knows how the damn thing had hung together all that time. It slipped sprockets, and they had to stop the movie all the time to rethread it, but it was a good movie. About this Solo who'd been japped by his rover pack and was out to get revenge. Gangsters, mobs, a lot of punching and fighting. Real good. The middle flick was a thing made during the Third War, in '92, 27 years before I was even born. Thing called Smell of a Chink. It was mostly gut-spilling and some nice hand-to-hand. Beautiful scene of skirmisher greyhounds equipped with napalm throwers, jelly-burning a Chink town. Blood dug it, even though we'd seen this flick before. He had some kind of phony shut going that these were ancestors of his, and he knew, and I knew, he was making it up. "Want to burn a baby hero?" I whispered to him. He got the barb and just shifted in his seat, didn't say a thing, kept looking pleased as the dogs worked their way through the town. I was bored stiff. I was waiting for the main feature. Finally it came on. It was a beauty, a beaver flick made in the late 1970s. It was called Big Black Leather Splits. Started right out very good. These two blondes in black leather corsets and boots, laced all the way up to their crotches, with whips and masks, got this skinny guy down, and one of the chicks sat on his face, while the other went down on him. It really got hairy after that. All around me there were solos playing with themselves. I was about to jog it a little myself, when Blood leaned across and said, real soft, the way he does when he's onto something unusually smelly, "There's a chick in here." "You're nuts," I said. "I tell you, I smell her. She's in here, man." Without being conspicuous, I looked around. Almost every seat in the theater was taken with solos or their dogs. If a chick had slipped in, there'd have been a riot. She'd have been ripped to pieces before any single guy could have gotten into her. "Where?" I asked softly. All around me the solos were beating off, moaning as the blondes took off their masks, and one of them worked the skinny guy with a big wooden ram strapped around her hips. "Give me a minute," Blood said. He was really concentrating. His body was tense as a wire. His eyes were closed, his muzzle quivering. I let him work. It was possible. Just maybe possible. I knew that they made really dumb flicks in the Down Unders, the kind of crap they'd made back in the 1930s and 40s. Real clean stuff, with even married people sleeping in twin beds. Myrna Loy and George Brent kind of flicks. And I knew that once in a while a chick from one of the really strict middle-class Down-Unders would come up to see what a hairy flick was like. I'd heard about it, but it had never happened in any theater I'd ever been in. And the chances of it happening in the Metropole particularly were slim. There was a lot of twisty trade came to the Metropole. Now, understand, I'm not specially prejudiced against guys corning one another. Hell, I can understand it. There just aren't enough chicks anywhere. But I can't cut the jockey and boxer scene because it gets some weak little boxer hanging on you, getting jealous. You have to hunt for him, and all he thinks he has to do is bare his ass to get all the work done for him. It's as bad as having a chick dragging along behind. Made for a lot of bad blood and fights in the bigger overpacks, too. So I just never swung that way. Well, not never, but not for a long time. So, with all the twisties in the metropole, I didn't think a chick would chance it. Be a toss-up who'd tear her apart first, the boxers or the straights. And if she was here, why couldn't any of the other dogs smell her? "Third row in front of us," Blood said. "Aisle seat, dressed like a solo." "How's come you can whiff her, and no other dogs caught her?" "You forget who I am, Albert." "I didn't forget. I just don't believe it." Actually, bottom line, I guess I did believe it. When you'd been as dumb as I'd been, and a dog like Blood had taught me so much, a guy came to believe everything he said. You don't argue with your teacher. Not when he taught you how to read and write, and add and subtract, and everything else they used to know that meant you were smart, but doesn't mean much of anything now, except it's good to know it, I guess. The reading's a pretty good thing. It comes in handy when you can find some canned goods someplace, like in a bombed-out supermarket. Makes it easier to pick out stuff you like when the pictures are gone off the labels. Couple of times, the reading stopped me from taking canned beets. Shit, I hate beets. So I guess I did believe why he could whiff a maybe chick in there, and no other mutt could. He'd told me all about that 1,000,000 times. It was his favorite story. History, he called it. Christ, I'm not that dumb. I knew what history was. That was all the stuff that happened before now. But I liked hearing history straight from Blood, instead of him making me read one of those crummy books he was always dragging in. And that particular history was all about him, so he laid it on me over and over till I knew it by heart. No, the word was wrote. Not wrote like writing, that was something else. I knew it by rote, like it means you got it word for word. And when a mutt teaches you everything you know, and he tells you something rote, I guess finally you do believe it. Except I'd never let that leg-lifter know it. 2. What he'd told me rote was, over 65 years ago in Los Angeles, before the Third War even got going completely, there was a man named Bussing, who lived in Cerritos. He raised dogs as watchmen and sentries and attackers. Dobermans, Danes, Schnauzers, and Japanese Akitas. He had one 4-year-old German shepherd bitch named Ginger. She worked for the Los Angeles Police Department's narcotics division. She could smell out marijuana, no matter how well it was hidden. They ran a test on her. There were 25,000 boxes in an auto parts warehouse. 5 of them had been planted with marijuana, sealed in cellophane, wrapped in tin foil and heavy brown paper, and finally hidden in 3 separate sealed cartons. Within 7 minutes, Ginger found all 5 packages. At the same time that Ginger was working, 92 miles farther north in Santa Barbara, cytologists had drawn and amplified dolphin spinal fluid and injected it into chacma baboons and dogs. Altering surgery and grafting had been done. The first successful product of this cetacean experimentation had been a 2-year-old male Pewley named Abu, who had communicated sense impressions telepathically. Crossbreeding and continued experimentation had produced the first skirmisher dogs, just in time for the Third War. Telepathic over short distances, easily trained, able to track gasoline or troops or poison gas or radiation when linked with their human controllers, they had become the shock commandos of a new kind of war. The selective traits had bred true. Dobermans, Greyhounds, Akitas, Piyulis, and Schnauzers had become steadily more telepathic. Ginger and Abu had been Blood's ancestors. He had told me so 1,000 times. Had told me the story just that way in just those words 1,000 times, as it had been told to him. I'd never believed him, till now. Maybe the little bastard was special. I checked out the solo scrunched down in the aisle seat 3 rows ahead of me. I couldn't tell a damned thing. The solo had her cap pulled way down, fleece jacket pulled way up. Are you sure? As sure as I can be. It's a girl. If it is, she's playing with herself just like a guy. Blood snickered. Surprise, he said sarcastically. The mystery solo sat through raw deal again. It made sense, if that was a girl. Most of the solos and all of the members of Rover Packs left after the beaver flick. The theater didn't fill up much more. It gave the streets time to empty. She could make her way back to wherever she had come from. I sat through raw deal again myself. Blood went to sleep. When the mystery solo got up, I gave her time to get weapons if any'd been checked, and started away. Then I pulled Blood's big shaggy ear and said, "Let's do it." He slouched after me, up the aisle. I got my guns and checked the street. Empty. "Okay, Nose," I said. "Where'd he go?" "Her. To the right." I started off, loading the Browning from my bandolier. I still didn't see anyone moving among the bombed-out shells of the buildings. This section of the city was crummy, really bad shape. But then, with our gang running the Metropole, they didn't have to repair anything else to get their livelihood. It was ironic. The Dragons had to keep an entire power plant going to get tribute from the other Rover Packs. Ted's bunch had to mine the reservoir. The Bastonados worked like field hands in the marijuana gardens. The Barbados Blacks lost a couple of dozen members every year cleaning out the radiation pits all over the city. And our gang only had to run that movie house. Whoever their leader had been, however many years ago it had been that the Rover Packs had started forming out of foraging solos, I had to give it to him. He'd been a flinty, sharp mother. He knew what services to deal in. "She turned off here," Blood said. I followed him as he began loping toward the edge of the city and the bluish-green radiation that still flickered from the hills. I knew he was right then. The only things out here were screamers and the access drop shaft to the Down Under. It was a girl, all right. The cheeks of my ass tightened as I thought about it. I was going to get laid. It had been almost a month since Blood had whiffed that solo chick in the basement of the market basket. She'd been filthy, and I'd gotten the crabs from her. But she'd been a woman all right, and once I'd tied her down and clubbed her a couple of times, she'd been pretty good. She liked it, too, even if she did spit on me and tell me she'd kill me if she ever got loose. I left her tied up just to be sure. She wasn't there when I went back to look week before last. "Watch out," Blood said, dodging around a crater almost invisible against the surrounding shadows. Something stirred in the crater. Trekking across the no-man's land, I realized why it was that all but a handful of solos or members of Rover Packs were guys. The war had killed off most of the girls, and that was the way it always was in wars. At least, that's what Blood told me. The things getting born were seldom male or female, and had to be smashed against a wall as soon as they were pulled out of the mother. The few chicks who hadn't gone down under with the middle-classers were hard, solitary bitches, like the one in the market basket, tough and stringy, and just as likely to cut off your meat with a razor blade once they let you get in. Scuffing for a piece of ass had gotten harder and harder the older I'd gotten. But every once in a while, a chick got tired of being Rover Pack property, or a raid was got up by 5 or 6 Rover Packs and some unsuspecting Down Under was taken, or, like this time, some middle-class chick from a Down Under got hot pants to find out what a beaver flick looked like, and come up. I was going to get laid. Oh, boy, I couldn't wait. 3. Out here it was nothing but empty corpses of blasted buildings. One entire block had been stomped flat, like a steel press had come down from heaven and given one solid wham, and everything was powder under it. The chick was scared and skittish, I could see that. She moved erratically, looking back over her shoulder and to either side. She knew she was in dangerous country. Man, if she'd only known how dangerous. There was one building standing all alone at the end of the smash-flat block, like it had been missed, and chance let it stay. She ducked inside, and a minute later I saw a bobbing light. Flashlight? Maybe. Blood and I crossed the street and came up into the blackness surrounding the building. It was what was left of a YMCA. That meant Young Men's Christian Association. Blood taught me to read. So what the hell was a Young Men's Christian Association? Sometimes being able to read makes more questions than if you were stupid. I didn't want her getting out. Inside there was as good a place to screw her as any, so I put Blood on guard right beside the steps leading up into the shell, and I went around the back. All the doors and windows had been blown out, of course. It wasn't no big trick getting in. I pulled myself up to the ledge of a window and dropped down inside. Dark inside. No noise except the sound of her moving around on the other side of the old YMCA. I didn't know if she was healed or not, and I wasn't about to take any chances. I bow-slung the Browning and took out the .45 automatic. I didn't have to snap back the action. There was always a slug in the chamber. I started moving carefully through the room. It was a locker room of some kind. There was glass and debris all over the floor, and one entire row of metal lockers had the paint blistered off their surfaces. The flash blast had caught them through the windows a lot of years ago. My sneakers didn't make a sound coming through the room. The door was hanging on one hinge, and I stepped over, through the inverted triangle. I was in the swimming pool area. The big pool was empty, with tiles buckled down at the shallow end. It stunk bad in there. No wonder. There were dead guys, or what was left of them, along one wall. Some lousy cleaner-up had stacked them, but hadn't buried them. I pulled my bandana up around my nose and mouth and kept moving. Out the other side of the pool place, and through a little passage with popped light bulbs in the ceiling. I didn't have any trouble seeing. There was moonlight coming through busted windows, and a chunk was out of the ceiling. I could hear her real plain now, just on the other side of the door at the end of the passage. I hung close to the wall and stepped down to the door. It was open a crack, but blocked by a fall of lath and plaster from the wall. It would make noise when I went to pull it open, that was for certain. I had to wait for the right moment. Flattened against the wall, I checked out what she was doing in there. It was a gymnasium, big one, with climbing ropes hanging down from the ceiling. She had a squat, square, 8-cell flashlight sitting up on the croup of a vaulting horse. There were parallel bars and a horizontal bar about 8 feet high, the tempered steel all rusty now. There were swinging rings and a trampoline and a big wooden balancing beam. Over to one side, there were wall bars and balancing benches, horizontal and oblique ladders, and a couple of stacks of vaulting boxes. I made a note to remember this joint. It was better for working out than the jerry-rigged gym I'd set up in an old auto wrecking yard. A guy has to keep in shape if he's going to be a solo. She was out of her disguise, standing there in the skin, shivering. Yeah, it was chilly, and I could see a pattern of chicken skin all over her. She was maybe 5, 6, or 7, with nice tits and kind of skinny legs. She was brushing out her hair. It hung way down the back. The flashlight didn't make it clear enough to tell if she had red hair or chestnut, but it wasn't blonde, which was good, and that was because I dug redheads. She had nice tits, though. I couldn't see her face. The hair was hanging down all smooth and wavy, and cut off her profile. The crap she'd been wearing was thrown around on the floor. and what she was going to put on was up on the vaulting horse. She was standing in little shoes with a kind of funny heel on them. I couldn't move. I suddenly realized I couldn't move. She was nice. Really nice. I was getting a real big kick out of just standing there and seeing the way her waist fell inward and her hips fell outward, the way the muscles at the side of her tits pulled up when she reached to the top of her head to brush all that hair down. It was really weird, the kick I was getting out of standing and just staring at a chick do that. Kind of very, well, woman stuff. I liked it a lot. I'd never ever stopped and just looked at a chick like that. All the ones I'd ever seen had been scumbags that blood had smelled out for me, and I'd snatched and grabbed them. Or the big chicks in the beaver flicks. Not like this one, kind of soft and very smooth, even with the goosebumps. I could have watched her all night. She put down the brush and reached over and took a pair of panties off the pile of clothes and wriggled into them. Then she got her bra and put it on. I never knew the way chicks did it. She put it on backwards around her waist, and it had a hook on it. Then she slid it around till the cups were in front, and kind of pulled it up under and scooped herself into it, first one then the other. Then she pulled the straps over her shoulder. She reached for her dress, and I nudged some of the lath and plaster aside, and grabbed the door to give it a yank. She had the dress up over her head and her arms up inside the material, and when she stuck her head in and was all tangled there for a second, I yanked the door, and there was a crash as chunks of wood and plaster fell out of the way, and a heavy scraping, and I jumped inside and was on her before she could get out of the dress. She started to scream, and I pulled the dress off her with a ripping sound, and it all happened for her before she knew what that crash and scrape was all about. Her face was wild, just wild. Big eyes. I couldn't tell what color they were because they were in shadow. Real fine features. A wide mouth, little nose, cheekbones just like mine, real high and prominent, and a dimple in her right cheek. She stared at me really scared. And then, and this is really weird, I felt like I should say something to her. I don't know what, just something. It made me uncomfortable to see her scared, but what the hell could I do about that? I mean, I was going to rape her after all, and I couldn't very well tell her not to be shrinky about it. She was the one come up after all. But even so, I wanted to say, hey, don't be scared. I just want to lay you. That never happened before. I never wanted to say anything to a chick, just get in, and that was that. But it passed, and I put my leg behind hers and tripped her back, and she went down in a pile. I leveled the .45 at her, and her mouth kind of opened in a little O shape. Now I'm going to go over there and get one of them wrestling mats, so it'll be better, comfortable. Uh-huh. You make a move off that floor, and I shoot a leg out from under you, and you'll get screwed just the same, except you'll be without a leg. I waited for her to let me know she was on to what I was saying, and she finally nodded real slow, so I kept the automatic on her and went over to the big dusty stack of mats and pulled one off. I dragged it over to her and flipped it so the cleaner side was up and used the muzzle of the .45 to maneuver her onto it. She just sat there on the mat with her hands behind her and her knees bent and stared at me. I unzipped my pants and started pulling them down off one side when I caught her looking at me real funny. I stopped with the jeans. What are you looking at? I was mad. I didn't know why I was mad, but I was. What's your name? She asked. Her voice was very soft and kind of furry, like it came up through her throat that was all lined with fur or something. She kept looking at me, waiting for me to answer. Vic, I said. She looked like she was waiting for more. Vic what? I didn't know what she meant for a minute. Then I did. Vic. Just Vic, that's all. Well, what are your mother and father's names? Then I started laughing and working my jeans down again. Boy, are you a dumb bitch, I said, and laughed some more. She looked hurt. It made me mad again. Stop looking like that, or I'll bust out your teeth. She folded her hands in her lap. I got the pants around my ankles. They wouldn't come off over the sneakers. I had to balance on one foot and scuff the sneaker off the other foot. It was tricky, keeping the 45 on her and getting the sneaker off at the same time. But I did it. I was standing there, buck naked from the waist down, and she had sat forward a little, her legs crossed, hands still in her lap. Get that stuff off, I said. She didn't move for a second, and I thought she was going to give me trouble. But then she reached around behind and undid the bra. Then she tipped back and slipped the panties off her ass. Suddenly she didn't look scared anymore. She was watching me very close, and I could see her eyes were blue now. Now this is the really weird thing. I couldn't do it. I mean, not exactly. I mean, I wanted to fuck her, see? But she was all soft and pretty, and she kept looking at me. And no solo I ever met would believe me. But I heard myself talking to her, still standing there like some kind of wet brain, one sneaker off and jeans down around my ankles. What's your name? Quilla June Holmes. That's a weird name. My mother says it's not that uncommon, back in Oklahoma. That where your folks come from? She nodded. Before the Third War. They must be pretty old by now. They are, but they're okay, I guess. We were just frozen there, talking to each other. I could tell she was cold because she was shivering. Well, I said, sort of getting ready to drop down beside her. I guess we better... Damn it! That damned Blood! Right at that moment, he came crashing in from outside. Came skidding through the lath and plaster, raising dust, slid along on his ass till he got to us. Now what? I demanded. Who are you talking to? The girl asked. Him. Blood. The dog? Blood stared at her and then ignored her. He started to say something, but the girl interrupted him. Then it's true what they say. You can all talk to animals. You going to listen to her all night, or do you want to hear why I came in? Okay, why are you here? You're in trouble, Albert. Come on, forget the Mickey Mouse. What's up? Blood twisted his head toward the front door of the YMCA. Rover pack. Got the building surrounded. I make it 15 or 20, maybe more. How the hell'd they know we was here? Blood looked chagrined. He dropped his head. Well? Some other mutt must have smelled her in the theater. Great. Now what? Now we stand 'em off, that's what. You got any better suggestions? Just one. I waited. He grinned. Pull your pants up. 4. The girl, this Quilla June, was pretty safe. I made her a kind of a shelter out of wrestling mats, maybe a dozen of them. She wouldn't get hit by a stray bullet, and if they didn't go right for her, they wouldn't find her. I climbed one of the ropes hanging down from the girders, and laid out up there with a Browning and a couple of handfuls of reloads. I wished to God I'd had an automatic, a Bren or a Thompson. I checked the 45, made sure it was full, with one in the chamber, and set the extra clips down on the girder. I had a clear line of fire all around the gym. Blood was lying in shadow right near the front door. He'd suggested I try and pick off any dogs with the rover pack first if I could. That would allow him to operate freely. That was the least of my worries. I'd wanted to hole up in another room, one with only a single entrance, but I had no way of knowing if the rovers were already in the building, so I did the best I could with what I had. Everything was quiet, even that Quilla June. It had taken me valuable minutes to convince her she'd damned well better hole up and not make any noise, She was better off with me than with 20 of them. "If you ever want to see your mommy and daddy again," I warned her. After that, she didn't give me no trouble, packing her in with mats. Quiet. Then I heard two things, both at the same time. From back in the swimming pool, I heard boots crunching plaster, very soft. And from one side of the front door, I heard a tinkle of metal striking wood. So they were going to try a yoke. Well, I was ready. Quiet again. I sighted the Browning on the door to the pool room. It was still open from when I'd come through. Figure him at maybe 5'10", and drop the sights 1.5 feet, and I'd catch him in the chest. I'd learned long ago you don't try for the head. Go for the widest part of the body, the chest and stomach, the trunk. Suddenly, outside, I heard a dog bark, and part of the darkness near the front door detached itself and moved inside the gym, directly opposite Blood. I didn't move the Browning. The rover at the front door moved a step along the wall, away from Blood. Then he cocked back his arm and threw something, a rock, a piece of metal, something, across the room to draw fire. I didn't move the Browning. When the thing he'd thrown hit the floor, 2 rovers jumped out of the swimming pool door, one on either side of it, rifles down, ready to spray. Before they could open up, I'd squeezed off the first shot, tracked across and put a second shot into the other one. They both went down. Dead hits, right in the heart. Bang! They were down. Neither one moved. The mother by the door turned to split, and Blood was on him. Just like that, out of the darkness. Rip! Blood leaped right over the crossbar of the guy's rifle, held it ready, and sank his fangs into the rover's throat. The guy screamed, and Blood dropped, carrying a piece of the guy with him. The guy was making awful bubbling sounds, and went down on one knee. I put a slug into his head, and he fell forward. It went quiet again. Not bad. Not bad at all, at all. 3 takeouts, and they still didn't know our positions. Blood had fallen back into the murk by the entrance. He didn't say a thing, but I knew what he was thinking. Maybe that was 3 out of 17, or 3 out of 20, or 22. No way of knowing. We could be faced off in here for a week and never know if we'd gotten them all, or some, or none. They could go and get poured full again, and I'd find myself run out of slugs and no food, and that girl, that Quilla June, crying and making me divide my attention, and daylight, and they'd be still laying out there, waiting till we got hungry enough to do something dumb, or till we ran out of slugs. And then they'd cloud up and rain all over us. A rover came dashing straight through the front door at top speed, took a leap, hit on his shoulders, rolled, came up going in a different direction, and snapped off 3 rounds into different corners of the room before I could track him with the Browning. By that time he was close enough under me where I didn't have to waste a .22 slug. I picked up the .45 without a sound and blew the back off his head. Slug went in neat, came out, and took most of his hair with it. He fell right down. Blood! The rifle! Came out of the shadows, grabbed it up in his mouth, and dragged it over to the pile of wrestling mats in the far corner. I saw an arm poke out from the mass of mats, and a hand grabbed the rifle, dragged it inside. Well, it was at least safe there till I needed it. Brave little bastard. He scuttled over to the dead rover and started worrying the ammo bandolier off his body. It took him a while. He could have been picked off from the doorway or outside one of the windows, but he did it. Brave little bastard. I had to remember to get him something good to eat when we got out of this. I smiled up there in the darkness. If we got out of this, I wouldn't have to worry about getting him something tender. It was lying all over the floor of that gymnasium. Just as Blood was dragging the bandolier back into the shadows, 2 of them tried it with their dogs. They came through a ground-floor window one after another, hitting and rolling, and going in opposite directions, as the dogs, a mother-ugly Akita, big as a house, and a Doberman bitch the color of a turd, shot through the front door and split in the unoccupied 2 directions. I caught one of the dogs, the Akita, with the .45, and it went down thrashing. The Doberman was all over Blood. But firing, I'd given away my position. One of the rovers fired from the hip, and 30-06 soft-nosed slugs spanged off the girders around me. I dropped the automatic, and it started to slip off the girder as I reached for the Browning. I made a grab for the .45, and that was the only thing saved me. I fell forward to clutch at it. It slipped away and hit the gym floor with a crash, and the rover fired at where I'd been. But I was flat on the girder, arm dangling, and the crash startled him. He fired at the sound, and right at that instant I heard another shot, from a Winchester, and the other rover, who'd made it safe into the shadows, fell forward holding a big pumping hole in his chest. That Quill of June had shot him, from behind the mats. I didn't even have time to figure out what the fuck was happening. Blood was rolling around with the Doberman, and the sounds they were making were awful. The rover with the 30-06 chipped off another shot and hit the muzzle of the Browning, protruding over the side of the girder, and wham, it was gone, falling down. I was naked up there without clout, and the son of a bitch was hanging back in shadow, waiting for me. Another shot from the Winchester, and the rover fired right into the mats. She ducked back behind, and I knew I couldn't count on her for anything more. But I didn't need it. In that second, while he was focused on her, I grabbed the climbing rope, flipped myself over the girder, and howling like a burn pit screamer went sliding down, feeling the rope cutting my palms. I got down far enough to swing and kicked off. I swung back and forth, whipping my body 3 different ways each time, swinging out and over, way over each time. The son of a bitch kept firing, trying to track a trajectory, but I kept spinning out of his line of fire. Then he was empty, and I kicked back as hard as I could and came zooming in toward his corner of shadows, and let loose all at once and went ass over end into the corner. And there he was, and I went right into him, and he spanged off the wall, and I was on top of him, digging my thumbs into his eye sockets. He was screaming, and the dogs were screaming, and that girl was screaming, and I pounded the motherfucker's head against the floor till he stopped moving. Then I grabbed up the empty 30-06 and whipped his head till I knew he wasn't going to give me no more aggravation. Then I found the .45 and shot the Doberman. Blood got up and shook himself off. He was cut up bad. "Thanks," he mumbled, and went over to lie down in the shadows to lick himself off. I went and found that Quill of June, and she was crying. About all the guys we'd killed. Mostly about the one she'd killed. I couldn't get her to stop bawling, so I cracked her across the face and told her she'd saved my life, and that helped some. Blood came drag-assing over. "How are we going to get out of this, Albert?" "Let me think." I thought, and knew it was hopeless. No matter how many we got, there'd be more. And it was a matter of macho now. Their honor. "How about a fire?" Blood suggested. "Get away while it's burning?" I shook my head. "They'll have the place staked out all around. No good." "What if we don't leave? What if we burn up with it?" I looked at him. Brave. And smart as hell. 5. We gathered all the lumber and mats and scaling ladders and vaulting boxes and benches and anything else that would burn, and piled the garbage against a wooden divider at one end of the gym. Quill of June found a can of kerosene in the storeroom, and we set fire to the whole damn pile. Then we followed Blood to the place he'd found for us, the boiler room, way down under the YMCA. We all climbed into the empty boiler and dogged down the door, leaving a release vent open for air. We had one mat in there with us, and all the ammo we could carry, and the extra rifles and sidearms the rovers had had on them. "Can you catch anything?" I asked Blood. "A little. Not much. I'm reading one guy. The building's burning good." "You be able to tell when they split?" "Maybe. If they split." I settled back. Quill of June was shaking from all that had happened. "Just take it easy," I told her. "By morning, the place will be down around our ears, and they'll go through the rubble and find a lot of dead meat, and maybe they won't look too hard for a chick's body. And everything will be all right, if we don't get choked off in here. She smiled, very thin, and tried to look brave. She was okay, that one. She closed her eyes and settled back on the mat and tried to sleep. I was beat. I closed my eyes, too. "Can you handle it?" I asked Blood. "I suppose. You better sleep." I nodded, eyes still closed, and fell on my side. I was out before I could think about it. When I came back, I found the girl, that Quilla June, snuggled up under my armpit, her arm around my waist, dead asleep. I could hardly breathe. It was like a furnace. Hell, it was a furnace. I reached out a hand, and the wall of the boiler was so damned hot I couldn't touch it. Blood was up on the mattress with us. That mat had been the only thing that kept us from being singed good. He was asleep, head buried in his paws. She was asleep, still naked. I put a hand on her tit. It was warm. She stirred and cuddled into me closer. I got a hard-on. Managed to get my pants off and rolled on top of her. She woke up fast when she felt me pry her legs apart, but it was too late by then. "Don't! Stop! What are you doing? No, don't!" But she was half asleep and weak, and I don't think she really wanted to fight me anyhow. She cried when I broke her, of course, but after that it was okay. There was blood all over the wrestling mat, and Blood just kept sleeping. It was really different. Usually when I'd get Blood to track something down for me, it'd be grab it and punch it and pork it and get away fast before something bad could happen. But when she came, she rose up off the mat and hugged me around the back so hard I thought she'd crack my ribs, and then she settled back down slow, like I do when I'm doing leg lifts in the makeshift gym I rigged in the auto wrecking yard. And her eyes were closed, and she was relaxed looking, and happy. I could tell. We did it a lot of times, and after a while it was her idea, but I didn't say no. And then we lay out side by side and talked. She asked me about how it was with Blood, and I told her how the skirmisher dogs had gotten telepathic, and how they'd lost the ability to hunt food for themselves, so the solos and rover packs had to do it for them, and how dogs like Blood were good at finding chicks for solos like me. She didn't say anything to that. I asked her about what it was like where she lived, in one of the down-unders. "It's nice, but it's always very quiet. Everyone is very polite to everyone else. It's just a small town." "Which one you live in?" "Topeka. It's real close to here." "Yeah, I know. The access drop shaft is only about half a mile from here. I went out there once, to take a look around." "Have you ever been in the down-under?" "No, but I don't guess I want to be either." "Why? It's very nice. You'd like it." "Shit." "That's very crude." "I'm very crude." "Not all the time." I was getting mad. "Listen, you ass, what's the matter with you? I grabbed you and pushed you around. I raped you half a dozen times, so what's so good about me, huh? What's the matter with you? Don't you even have enough smarts to know when somebody's—" She was smiling at me. "I didn't mind. I liked doing it. Want to do it again?" I was really shocked. I moved away from her. "What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know that a chick from a down-under like you can be really mauled by solos? Don't you know chicks get warnings from their parents in the down-unders? Don't come up, you'll get snagged by them dirty, hairy, slobbering solos? Don't you know that?" She put her hand on my leg and started moving it up, the fingertips just brushing my thigh. I got another hard-on. "My parents never said that about solos," she said. Then she pulled me over her again and kissed me, and I couldn't stop from getting in her again. God, it just went on like that for hours. After a while, Blood turned around and said, "I'm not going to keep pretending I'm asleep. I'm hungry, and I'm hurt." I tossed her off me. She was on top by this time, and examined him. The Doberman had taken a good chunk out of his right ear, and there was a rip right down his muzzle, and blood-matted fur on one side. He was a mess, Jesus, man, you're a mess, I said. You're no fucking rose garden yourself, Albert, he snapped. I pulled my hand back. Can we get out of here? I asked him. He cast around and then shook his head. I can't get any readings. Must be a pile of rubble on top of this boiler. I'll have to go out and scout. We kicked that around for a while, and finally decided if the building was raised, and had cooled a little, the rover pack would have gone through the ashes by now. The fact that they hadn't tried the boiler indicated that we were probably buried pretty good. Either that, or the building was still smoldering overhead, in which case they'd still be out there waiting to sift the remains. Think you can handle it, the condition you're in? I guess I'll have to, won't I? Blood said. He was really surly. I mean, what with you busy coitusing your brains out, there won't be much left for staying alive, will there? I sensed real trouble with him. He didn't like Quilla-June. I moved around him and undogged the boiler hatch. It wouldn't open. So I braced my back against the side and jacked my legs up and gave it a slow, steady shove. Whatever had fallen against it from outside resisted for a minute, then started to give, then tumbled away with a crash. I pushed the door open all the way and looked out. The upper floors had fallen in on the basement, but by the time they'd given, they'd been mostly cinder and lightweight rubble. Everything was smoking out there. I could see daylight through the smoke. I slipped out, burning my hands on the outside lip of the hatch. Blood followed. He started to pick his way through the debris. I could see that the boiler had been almost completely covered by the gunk that had dropped from above. Chances were good the rover pack had taken a fast look, figured we'd been fried, and moved on. But I wanted Blood to run a recon anyway. He started off, but I called him back. He came. What is it? I looked down at him. I'll tell you what it is, man. You're acting very shitty. Sue me. God damn it, dog, what's got your ass up? Her. That knit chick you've got in there. So what? Big deal, I've had chicks before. Yeah, but never any that hung on like this one. I warn you, Albert, she's going to make trouble. Don't be dumb. He didn't reply, just looked at me with anger, and then limped off to check out the scene. I crawled back inside and dogged the hatch. She wanted it again, and I said I didn't want to. Blood had brought me down. I was bugged, and I didn't know which one to be pissed off at. But God, she was pretty. She kind of pouted and settled back with her arms wrapped around her. Tell me some more about the Down Under, I said. At first she was cranky, wouldn't say much. But after a while she opened up and started talking freely. I was learning a lot. I figured I could use it sometime, maybe. There were only a couple of hundred down-unders in what was left of the United States and Canada. They'd been sunk on the sites of wells or mines or other kinds of deep holes. Some of them, out in the west, were in natural cave formations. They went way down, maybe 2 to 5 miles. They were like big caissons stood on end. And the people who'd settled them were squares of the worst kind. Southern Baptists, fundamentalists, law and order goofs, real middle-class squares with no taste for the wildlife. And they'd gone back to a kind of life that hadn't existed for 150 years. They'd gotten the last of the scientists to do the work, invent the how and why, and then they'd run them out. They didn't want any progress. They didn't want any dissent. They didn't want anything that would make waves. They'd had enough of that. The best time in the world had been just before the First War, and they figured if they could keep it like that, they could live quiet lives and survive. Shit, I'd go nuts in one of the down-unders. Quilla-June smiled and snuggled up again, and this time I didn't turn her off. She started touching me again, down there and all over, and then she said, Vic. Uh-huh. Have you ever been in love? What? In love. Have you ever been in love with a girl? Well, I damn well guess I haven't. Do you know what love is? Sure. I guess I do. But if you've never been in love... Don't be dumb. I mean, I've never had a bullet in the head, and I know I wouldn't like it. You don't know what love is, I'll bet. Well, if it means living in a down-under, I guess I just don't want to find out. We didn't go on with the conversation much after that. She pulled me down, and we did it again. And when it was over, I heard blood scratching at the boiler. I opened the hatch, and he was standing out there. All clear, he said. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Put your pants on. He said it with a sneer in the tone. And come out here. We have to talk some stuff. I looked at him, and he wasn't kidding. I got my jeans and sneakers on and climbed down out of the boiler. He trotted ahead of me, away from the boiler over some black soot beams and outside the gym. It was down. Looked like a rotted stump tooth. Now what's lumbering you? I asked him. He scampered up on a chunk of concrete till he was almost nose level with me. You're going dumb on me, Vic. I knew he was serious. No Albert shit, straight Vic. How so? Last night, man. We could have cut out of there and left her for them. That would have been smart. I wanted her. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. It's today now, not last night. You've had her about 100 times. Why are we hanging around? I want some more. Then he got angry. Yeah, well, listen, chum. I want a few things myself. I want something to eat, and I want to get rid of this pain in my side, and I want away from this turf. Maybe they don't give up this easy. Take it easy. We can handle all that. Don't mean she can't go with us. Doesn't mean, he corrected me. And so that's the new story. Now we travel 3, is that right? I was getting really uptight myself. You're starting to sound like a damn poodle, and you're starting to sound like a boxer. I hauled back to crack him one. He didn't move. I dropped the hand. I'd never hit blood. I didn't want to start now. Sorry, he said softly. That's okay. But we weren't looking at each other. Vic, man, you've got a responsibility to me, you know? You don't have to tell me that. Well, I guess maybe I do. Maybe I have to remind you of some stuff. Like the time that burn pit screamer came up out of the street and made a grab for you. I shuddered. The motherfucker'd been green. Righteous stone green, glowing like fungus. My gut heaved just thinking. And I went for him, right? I nodded. Right, Mutt, right. And I could have been burned bad and died, and that would have been all of it for me, right or wrong. Isn't that true? I nodded again. I was getting pissed off proper. I didn't like being made to feel guilty. It was a 50-50 with Blood and me. He knew that. But I did it, right? I remembered the way the green thing had screamed. Christ, it was all ooze and eyelashes. Okay, don't hanger me. Harangue, not hanger. Well, whatever, I shouted. Just knock off the crap, or we can forget the whole fucking arrangement. Then Blood blew. Well, maybe we should, you simple dumb putz. What's a putz, you little turd? Is that something bad? Yeah, it must be. You watch your fucking mouth, son of a bitch, or I'll kick your ass. We sat there and didn't talk for 15 minutes. Neither one of us knew which way to go. Finally, I backed off a little. I talked soft, and I talked slow. I was about up to here with him, but told him I was going to do right by him, like I always had. And he threatened me, saying I'd damned well better, because there were a couple of very hip solos making it around the city, and they'd be delighted to have a sharp tail scent like him. I told him I didn't like being threatened, and he'd better watch his fucking step or I'd break his leg. He got furious and stalked off. I said screw you and went back to the boiler to take it out on that Quill of June again. But when I stuck my head inside the boiler, she was waiting, with a pistol one of the dead rovers had supplied. She hit me good and solid over the right eye with it, and I fell straight forward across the hatch and was out cold. 6. I told you she was no good." He watched me as I swabbed out the cut with disinfectant from my kit and painted the gash with iodine. He smirked when I flinched. I put away the stuff and rummaged around in the boiler, gathering up all the spare ammo I could carry, and ditching the Browning in favor of the heavier 30-06. Then I found something that must have slipped out of her clothes. It was a little metal plate, about 3 inches long and 1.5 inches high. It had a whole string of numbers on it, and there were holes in it, in random patterns. "What's this?" I asked Blood. He looked at it, sniffed it. "Must be an identity card of some kind. Maybe it's what she used to get out of the Down Under." That made my mind up. I jammed it in a pocket and started out, toward the access drop shaft. "Where the hell are you going?" Blood yelled after me. "Come on back. You'll get killed out there." "I'm hungry, damn it. I'm wounded." "Albert, you son of a bitch. Come back here." I kept right on walking. I was going to find that bitch and brain her, even if I had to go down under to find her. It took me an hour to walk to the access drop shaft leading down to Topeka. I thought I saw Blood following, but hanging back a ways. I didn't give a damn. I was mad. Then there it was, a tall, straight, featureless pillar of shining black metal. It was maybe 20 feet in diameter, perfectly flat on top, disappearing straight into the ground. It was a cap, that was all. I walked straight up to it and fished around in my pocket for that metal card. Then something was tugging at my right pants leg. "Listen, you moron, you can't go down there." I kicked him off, but he came right back. "Listen to me." I turned around and stared at him. Blood sat down. The powder puffed up around him. "Albert." "My name is Vic, you little egg-sucker." Okay, no fooling around." "Vic." His tone softened. "Vic, come on, man." He was trying to get through to me. I was really boiling, but he was trying to make sense. I shrugged and crouched down beside him. "Listen, man," Blood said. "This chick has bent you way out of shape. You know you can't go down there. It's all square and settled, and they know everyone. They hate solos. Enough rover packs have raided Down Under and raped their women and stolen their food. They'll have defenses set up. They'll kill you, Vic." "What the hell do you care? You're always saying you'd be better off without me." He sagged at that. "Vic, we've been together almost 3 years, good and bad. But this can be the worst. I'm scared, man. Scared you won't come back. And I'm hungry, and I'll have to go find some dude who'll take me on. And you know most solos are in packs now. I'll be low mutt. I'm not that young anymore, and I'm hurt pretty bad." I could dig it. He was talking sense, but all I could think of was how that bitch, that Quilla June, had wrapped me. And then there were images of her soft tits, and the way she made little sounds when I was in her, and I shook my head, and knew I had to go get even. I got to do it, Blood. I got to. He breathed deep and sagged a little more. He knew it was useless. "You don't even see what she's done to you, Vic. That metal card, it's too easy, as if she wanted you to follow." I got up. "I'll try to get back quick. Will you wait?" He was silent a long while, and I waited. Finally he said, "For a while. Maybe I'll be here, maybe not." I understood. I turned around and started walking around the pillar of black metal. Finally I found a slot in the pillar and slipped the metal card into it. There was soft humming sound. Then a section of the pillar dilated. I hadn't even seen the lines of the sections. A circle opened, and I took a step through. I turned, and there was Blood watching me. We looked at each other. All the while that pillar was humming. "So long, Vic." "Take care of yourself, Blood." "Hurry back." "Do my best." "Yeah, right." Then I turned around and stepped inside. the access portal irised closed behind me. 7. I should have known. I should have suspected. Sure, every once in a while a chick came up to see what it was like on the surface, what had happened to the cities. Sure it happened. Why, I'd believed her when she told me, cuddled up beside me in that steaming boiler, that she'd wanted to see what it was like when a girl did it with a guy, that all the flicks she'd seen in Topeka were sweet and solid and dull, and the girls in her school had talked about beaver flicks, and one of them had a little 8-page comic book, and she'd read it with wide eyes. Sure, I'd believed her. It was logical. I should have suspected something when she left that metal ID plate behind. It was too easy. Blood had tried to tell me. Dumb? Yeah. The second that access iris swirled closed behind me, the humming got louder, and some cool light grew in the walls. Wall. It was a circular compartment with only 2 sides to the wall, inside and outside. The wall pulsed up light, and the humming got louder, and the deck plate I was standing on dilated just the way the outside port had done. But I was standing there like a mouse on a cartoon, and as long as I didn't look down, I was cool. I wouldn't fall. Then I started settling. Dropped through the floor, the iris closed overhead. I was dropping down the tube, picking up speed, but not too much. Just dropping steadily. Now I knew what a drop shaft was. Down and down I went, and every once in a while I'd see something like Tenn Lev or Antipole 55, or Breeder Con or Pump SE6 on the wall. Faintly I could make the sectioning of an iris, but I never stopped dropping. Finally, I dropped all the way to the bottom, and there was Topeka City Limits, Pop 22,860 on the wall, and I settled down without any strain, bending a little from the knees to cushion the impact, but even that wasn't much. I used the metal plate again, and the iris, a much bigger one this time, swirled open, and I got my first look at a down-under. It stretched away in front of me, 20 miles to the dim, shining horizon of tin can metal, where the wall behind me curved and curved and curved till it made one smooth and circling circuit and came back around to where I stood, staring at it. I was down at the bottom of a big metal tube that stretched up to a ceiling 1/8 of a mile overhead, 20 miles across. And in the bottom of that tin can, someone had built a town that looked for all the world like a photo out of one of the waterlogged books in the library on the surface. I'd seen a town like this in the books, just like this. Neat little houses, and curvy little streets, and trimmed lawns, and a business section, and everything else that a Topeka would have. Except a sun, except birds, except clouds, except rain, except snow, except cold, except wind, except ants, except dirt, except mountains, except oceans, except big fields of grain, except stars, except the moon, except forests, except animals running wild, except freedom. They were canned down here, like dead fish. Canned. I felt my throat tighten up. I wanted to get out. Out. I started to tremble. My hands were cold, and there was sweat on my forehead. This had been insane coming down here. I had to get out. Out. I turned around to get back in the drop shaft, and then it grabbed me. That bitch Quilla June. I should have suspected. The thing was low and green and box-like, and had cables with mittens on the ends instead of arms, and it rolled on tracks, and it grabbed me. It hoisted me up on its square flat top, holding me with them mittens on the cables, and I couldn't move, except to try kicking at the big glass eye in the front. But it didn't do any good. It didn't bust. The thing was only about 4 feet high, and my sneakers almost reached the ground, but not quite, and it started moving off into Topeka, hauling me along with it. People were all over the place, sitting in rockers on their front porches, raking their lawns, hanging around the gas station, sticking pennies in gumball machines, painting a white stripe down the middle of the road, selling newspapers on a corner, listening to an oompa band on a shell in a park, playing hopscotch and pussy in the corner, polishing a fire engine, sitting on benches reading, washing windows, pruning bushes, tipping hats to ladies, collecting milk bottles in wire carrying racks, grooming horses, throwing a stick for a dog to retrieve, diving into a communal swimming pool, chalking vegetable prices on a slate outside a grocery, walking hand in hand with a girl, all of them watching me go past on that metal motherfucker. I could hear Blood speaking, saying just what he'd said before I'd entered the drop shaft. It's all square and settled, and they know everyone. They hate solos. Enough rover packs have raided down-unders and raped their women and stolen their food. They'll have defenses set up. They'll kill you, Vic. Thanks, Mutt. Goodbye. 8. The green box tracked through the business section and turned in at a shop front with the words Better Business Bureau on the window. It rolled right inside the open door, and there were half a dozen men and very old men in there, waiting for me. Also a couple of women. The green box stopped. One of them came over and took the metal plate out of my hand. He looked at it, then turned around and gave it to the oldest of the old men, a withered toad wearing baggy pants and a green eye shade and garters that held up the sleeves of his striped shirt. "Quill of June, Lou," the guy said to the old man. Lou took the metal plate and put it in the top left drawer of a roll-top desk. "Better take his guns, Aaron," the old coot said, and the guy who'd taken the plate cleaned me. "Let him loose, Aaron," Lou said. Aaron stepped around the back of the green box, and something clicked, and the cable mittens sucked back inside the box, and I got down off the thing. My arms were numb where the box had held me. I rubbed one, then the other, and I glared at them. "Now, boy," Lou started. "Suck wind, asshole." The women blanched. The men tightened their faces. "I told you it wouldn't work," another of the old men said to Lou. "Bad business, this," said one of the younger ones. Lou leaned forward in his straight-back chair and pointed a crumbled finger at me. "Boy, you better be nice. I hope all your fucking children are hair-lipped." "This is no good, Lou," another man said. "Gutter snipe?" a woman with a beak snapped. Lou stared at me. His mouth was a nasty little black line. I knew the son of a bitch didn't have a tooth in his crummy head that wasn't rotten and smelly. He stared at me with vicious little eyes. God, he was ugly, like a toad ready to snaffle a fly off the wall with his tongue. He was getting set to say something I wouldn't like. "Aaron, maybe you'd better put the sentry back on him." Aaron moved to the green box. "Okay, hold it," I said, holding up my hand. Aaron stopped, looked at Lou, who nodded. Then Lou leaned real far forward again and aimed that bird claw at me. "You ready to behave yourself, son?" "Yeah, I guess." "You'd better be dang sure." "Okay, I'm dang sure. Also fucking sure. And you'll watch your mouth." I didn't reply. Old coot. "You're a bit of an experiment for us, boy. We tried to get one of you down here other ways. Sent up some good folks to capture one of you little scuts, but they never came back. Figured it was best to lure you down to us." I sneered. That Quill of June. I'd take care of her. One of the women, a little younger than Birdbeak, came forward and looked into my face. "Lou, you'll never get this one to kowtow. He's a filthy little killer. Look at those eyes." "How'd you like the barrel of a rifle jammed up your ass, bitch?" She jumped back. Lou was angry again. "Sorry," I said real quickly. "I don't like being called names. Macho, you know." He settled back and snapped at the woman. "Mez, leave him alone. I'm trying to talk a bit of sense here. You're only making it worse." Mez went back and sat with the others. Some Better Business Bureau these creeps were. "As I was saying, boy, you're an experiment for us. We've been down here in Topeka close to 30 years. It's nice down here. Quiet, orderly, nice people who respect each other. No crime, respect for the elders, and just all around a good place to live. We're growing, and we're prospering. I waited. But, well, we find now that some of our folks can't have no more babies, and the women that do, they have mostly girls. We need some men, certain special kind of men. I started laughing. This was too good to be true. They wanted me for stud service. I couldn't stop laughing. Crude, one of the women said, scowling. This is awkward enough for us, boy. Don't make it no harder. Lou was embarrassed. Here I'd spent most of Blood's and my time above ground hunting up tail, and down here they wanted me to service the local lady folk. I sat down on the floor and laughed till tears ran down my cheeks. Finally I got up and said, "Sure, okay. But if I do, there's a couple of things I want." Lou looked at me close. "The first thing I want is that Quilla June. I'm gonna fuck her blind, and then I'm gonna bang her on the head the way she did me." They huddled for a while, then came out, and Lou said, "We can't tolerate any violence down here, but I suppose Quilla June's as good a place to start as any. She's capable, isn't she, Ira?" A skinny, yellow-skinned man nodded. He didn't look happy about it. Quilla June's old man, I bet. "Well, let's get started," I said. "Line 'em up." I started to unzip my jeans. The women screamed, the men grabbed me, and they hustled me off to a boarding house where they gave me a room. And they said I should get to know Topeka a little bit before I went to work because it was, well, awkward, and they had to get the folks in town to accept what was going to have to be done. On the assumption, I suppose, that if it worked out okay, they'd import a few more young bulls from above ground and turn us loose. So I spent some time in Topeka, getting to know the folks, seeing what they did, how they lived. It was nice. Real nice. They rocked in rockers on the front porches. They raked their lawns. They hung around the gas station. They stuck pennies in gumball machines. They painted white stripes down the middle of the road. They sold newspapers on the corners. They listened to oompa bands in a shell in the park. They played hopscotch and Pussy in the Corner. They polished fire engines. They sat on benches reading. They washed windows and pruned bushes. They tipped their hats to ladies. They collected milk bottles in wire carrying racks. They groomed horses and threw sticks for their dogs to retrieve. They dove into the communal swimming pool. They chalked vegetable prices on a slate outside the grocery. They walked hand in hand with some of the ugliest chicks I've ever seen, and they bored the ass off me. Inside a week I was ready to scream. I could feel that tin can closing in on me. I could feel the weight of the earth over me. They ate artificial shit. Artificial peas and fake meat and make-believe chicken and ersatz corn and bogus bread, and it all tasted like chalk and dust to me. Polite? Christ, you could puke from the lying, hypocritical crap they called civility. Hello, Mr. This, and hello, Mrs. That, and how are you, and how is little Janie, and how is business? Are you going to the sodality meeting Thursday? And I started gibbering in my room at the boarding house. The clean, sweet, neat, lovely way they lived was enough to kill a guy. No wonder the men couldn't get it up and make babies that had balls instead of slots. The first few days everyone watched me like I was about to explode and cover their nice whitewashed fences with shit. But after a while they got used to seeing me. Lou took me over to the mercantile and got me fitted out with a pair of bib overalls and a shirt that any solo could have spotted a mile away. That Mez, that dippy bitch who'd called me a killer, she started hanging around, finally said she wanted to cut my hair, make me look civilized. But I was hip to where she was at. Wasn't a bit of the mother in her. "What's the matter, cunt?" I pinned her. "Your old man isn't taking care of you?" She tried to stick her fist in her mouth, and I laughed like a loon. "Go chop off his balls, baby. My hair stays the way it is." She cut and run. Went like she had a diesel tailpipe. It went on like that for a while. Me just walking around, them coming and feeding me, keeping all their young meat out of my way, till they got the town stacked away for what was coming with me. Jugged like that, my mind wasn't right for a while. I got all claustrophobed, clutched, went and sat under the porch in the dark at the rooming house. Then that passed, and I got piss mean, snapped at them, then surly, then quiet, then just mud dull. Quiet. Finally, I started getting hip to the possibilities of getting out of there. It began with me remembering the poodle I'd fed blood one time. It had to come from down under. And it couldn't have got out up through the drop shaft. So that meant there were other ways out. They gave me pretty much the run of the town, as long as I kept my manners around me and didn't try anything sudden. That green sentry box was always somewhere nearby. So I found the way out. Nothing so spectacular. It just had to be there, and I found it. Then I found out where they kept my weapons, and I was ready. Almost. 9. It was a week to the day when Aaron and Lou and Ira came to get me. I was pretty goofy by that time. I was sitting out on the back porch of the boarding house, smoking a corn-cob pipe with my shirt off, catching some sun. Except there wasn't no sun. Goofy. They came around the house. "Morning, Vic," Lou greeted me. He was hobbling along with a cane, the old fart. Aaron gave me a big smile, the kind you'd give a big black bull about to stuff his meat into a good breed cow. Ira had a look that you could chip off and use in your furnace. "Well, howdy, Lou." "Morning, Aaron, Ira." Lou seemed right pleased by that. "Oh, you lousy bastards, just you wait." "You about ready to go meet your first lady?" "Ready as I'll ever be, Lou," I said, and got up. "Cool smoke, ain't it?" Aaron said. I took the corn-cob out of my mouth. "Pure delight," I smiled. I hadn't even lit the fucking thing. They walked me over to Marigold Street, and as we came up on a little house with yellow shutters and a white picket fence, Lou said, "This is Ira's house. Quilla June is his daughter." "Well, land sakes," I said, wide-eyed. Ira's lean jaw muscles jumped. We went inside. Quilla June was sitting on the settee with her mother, an older version of her, pulled thin as a withered mussel. "Miss Holmes," I said, and made a little curtsy. She smiled, strained, but smiled. Quilla June sat with her feet right together, and her hands folded in her lap. There was a ribbon in her hair. It was blue. Matched her eyes. Something went thump in my gut. "Quilla June," I said. She looked up. "Morning, Vic." Then everyone sort of stood around looking awkward. And finally, Ira began yapping and yipping about get in the bedroom and get this unnatural filth over with so they could go to church and pray the good Lord wouldn't strike all of them dead with a bolt of lightning in the ass, or some crap like that. So I put out my hand, and Quilla June reached for it without looking up, and we went in the back, into a small bedroom, and she stood there with her head down. "You didn't tell him, did you?" I asked. She shook her head. And suddenly, I didn't want to kill her at all. I wanted to hold her, very tight. So I did. And she was crying into my chest and making little fists beating on my back. And then she was looking up at me and running her words all together. "Oh, Vic, I'm sorry, so sorry. I didn't mean to. I had to. I was sent out to. I was so scared, and I love you. And now they've got you down here. And it isn't dirty, is it? It isn't the way my papa says it is it?" I held her and kissed her, and told her it was okay. And then I asked her if she wanted to come away with me, and she said yes, 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 she really did. So I told her I might have to hurt her papa to get away, and she got a look in her eyes that I knew real well. For all her propriety, Quilla June Holmes didn't much like her prayer-shouting papa. I asked her if she had anything heavy, like a candlestick or a club, and she said no. So I went rummaging around in that back bedroom and found a pair of her papa's socks in a bureau drawer. I pulled the big brass balls off the headboard of the bed and dropped them into the sock. I hefted it. Oh, yeah. She stared at me with big eyes. "What are you going to do?" "You want to get out of here?" She nodded. "Then just stand back behind the door." "No, wait a minute. I got a better idea. Get on the bed." She lay down on the bed. "Okay," I said. "Now, pull up your skirt, pull off your pants, and spread out." She gave me a look of pure horror. "Do it," I said, "if you want out." So she did it, and I rearranged her so her knees were bent and her legs open at the thighs, and I stood to one side of the door and whispered to her, "Call your papa. Just him." She hesitated a long moment. Then she called out in a voice she didn't have to fake, "Papa, Papa, come here, please." Then she clamped her eyes shut tight. Ira Holmes came through the door, took one look at his secret desire, his mouth dropped open. I kicked the door closed behind him and walloped him as hard as I could. He squished a little and spattered the bedspread and went very down. She opened her eyes when she heard the thunk, and when the stuff spattered her legs, she leaned over and puked on the floor. I knew she wouldn't be much good to me in getting Aaron into the room, so I opened the door, stuck my head around looking worried, and said, "Aaron, would you come here a minute, please?" He looked at Lou, who was rapping with Mrs. Holmes about what was going on in the back bedroom, and when Lou nodded him on, he came into the room. He took a look at Quilla June's naked bush, at the blood on the wall and bedspread, at Ira on the floor, and opened his mouth to yell just as I whacked him. It took 2 more to get him down, and then I had to kick him in the chest to put him away. Quilla June was still puking. I grabbed her by the arm and swung her up off the bed. At least she was being quiet about it, but man, did she stink. "Come on." She tried to pull back, but I held on and opened the bedroom door. As I pulled her out, Lou stood up, leaning on his cane. I kicked the cane out from under the old fart, and down he went in a heap. Mrs. Holmes was staring at us, wondering where her old man was. "He's back in there," I said, heading for the front door. "The good Lord got him in the head." Then we were out in the street, Quilla June stinking along behind me, dry heaving and bawling, and probably wondering what had happened to her underpants. They kept my weapons in a locked case at the Better Business Bureau, and we detoured around by my boarding house where I pulled the crowbar I'd swiped from the gas station out from under the back porch. Then we cut across behind the Grange and into the business section, and straight into the BBB. There was a clerk who tried to stop me, and I split his gourd with the crowbar. Then I pried the latch off the cabinet in Lou's office and got the 30-06 and my .45 and all the ammo, and my spike and my knife and my kit, and loaded up. By that time, Quilla June was able to make some sense. "Where are we going to go? Where are we going to go? Oh, Papa, Papa, Pop—" "Hey, listen, Quilla June, Papa me no papas. You said you wanted to be with me. Well, I'm going. Up, baby, and if you want to go with me, you better stick close." She was too scared to object. I stepped out the front of the shop front, and there was that green box sentry, coming on like a whippet. It had its cables out, and the mittens were gone. It had hooks. I dropped to one knee, wrapped the sling of the 30-06 around my forearm, sighted clean, and fired dead at the big eye in the front. One shot, spang. Hit that eye. The thing exploded in a shower of sparks, and the green box swerved and went through the front window of the mill end shop, screeching and crying and showering the place with flames and sparks. Nice. I turned around to grab Quilla June, but she was gone. I looked off down the street, and here came all the vigilantes, Lou hobbling along with his cane like some kind of weird grasshopper. And right then the shots started, big booming sounds. The .45 I'd given Quilla June. I looked up, and on the porch around the second floor, there she was, the automatic down on the railing like a pro, sighting into that mob and snapping off shots like maybe Wild Bill Elliott in a 40s Republic flick. But dumb. Mother dumb. Wasting time on that when we had to get away. I found the outside staircase going up there, and took it 3 steps at a time. She was smiling and laughing, and every time she'd pick one of those boobs out of the pack, her little tongue tip would peek out of the corner of her mouth, and her eyes would get all slick and wet, and wham, down the boob would go. She was really into it. Just as I reached her, she sighted down on her scrawny mother. I slammed the back of her head, and she missed the shot, and the old lady did a little dance step and kept coming. Quilla June whipped her head around at me, and there was kill in her eyes. "You made me miss!" The voice gave me a chill. I took the .45 away from her. Dumb, wasting ammunition like that. Dragging her behind me, I circled the building, found a shed out back, dropped down onto it, and had her follow. She was scared at first, but I said, "Chick can shoot her old lady as easy as you do. Shouldn't be worried about a drop this small." She got out on the ledge, other side of the railing, and held on. "Don't worry," I said. "You won't wet your pants. You haven't got any." She laughed like a bird and dropped. I caught her. We slid down the shed door and took a second to see if that mob was hard on us. Nowhere in sight. I grabbed Quilla June by the arm and started off toward the south end of Topeka. It was the closest exit I'd found in my wandering, and we made it in about 15 minutes, panting and weak as kittens. And there it was. A big air intake duct. I pried off the clamps with the crowbar, and we climbed up inside. There were ladders going up. There had to be. It figured. Repairs. Keep it clean. Had to be. We started climbing. It took a long, long time. Quilla June kept asking me from down behind me whenever she got too tired to climb, "Vic, do you love me?" I kept saying yes. Not only because I meant it. It helped her keep climbing. 10. We came up a mile from the access drop shaft. I shot off the filter covers and the hatch bolts, and we climbed out. They should have known better down there. You don't fuck around with Jimmy Cagney. They never had a chance. Quilla June was exhausted. I didn't blame her. But I didn't want to spend the night out in the open. There were things out there I didn't like to think about meeting even in daylight. It was getting on toward dusk. We walked toward the access drop shaft. Blood was waiting. He looked weak, but he'd waited. I stooped down and lifted his head. He opened his eyes, and very softly he said, "Hey." I smiled at him. Jesus, it was good to see him. "We made it back, man." He tried to get up, but he couldn't. The wounds on him were in ugly shape. "Have you eaten?" I asked. "No. Grabbed a lizard yesterday. Or maybe it was day before. I'm hungry, Vic." Quilla June came up then, and Blood saw her. He closed his eyes. "We'd better hurry, Vic," she said. "Please. They might come up from the drop shaft." I tried to lift Blood. He was dead weight. "Listen, Blood. I'll leg it into the city and get some food. I'll come back quick. You just wait here." "Don't go in there, Vic," he said. "I did a recon the day after you went down. They found out we weren't fried in that gym. I don't know how. Maybe mutts smelled our track. I've been keeping watch, and they haven't tried to come out after us. I don't blame them. You don't know what it's like out here at night, man. You don't know." He shivered. "Take it easy, Blood." "But they've got us marked lousy in the city, Vic. We can't go back there. We'd have to make it someplace else." That put it on a different stick. We couldn't go back, and with Blood in that condition we couldn't go forward. And I knew, good as I was solo, I couldn't make it without him. And there wasn't anything out here to eat. He had to have food at once, and some medical care. I had to do something good, something fast. "Vic!" Quilla June's voice was high and whining. "Come on! He'll be all right. We have to hurry." I looked up at her. The sun was going down. Blood trembled in my arms. She got a pouty look on her face. "If you love me, you'll come on." I couldn't make it alone out there without him. I knew it. If I loved her. She asked me in the boiler, "Do you know what love is?" It was a small fire, not nearly big enough for any rover pack to spot from the outskirts of the city. No smoke. And after Blood had eaten his fill, I carried him to the air duct a mile away, and we spent the night inside on a little ledge. I held him all night. He slept good. In the morning I fixed him up pretty good. He'd make it. He was strong. He ate again. There was plenty left from the night before. I didn't eat. I wasn't hungry. We started off across the blast wasteland that morning. We'd find another city and make it. We had to move slow because Blood was still limping. It took a long time before I stopped hearing her calling in my head, asking me, "Do you know what love is?" Sure I know. A boy loves his dog. 21. For the future of intelligent life on Earth, may Blood find a smart bitch for himself. It seems to me that the mathematics professor in the following story might have been an earlier patron of Sheckley's Store of the Worlds, although his plight might have resulted from a social evolution that had its beginning either in Ellison's story or at the time of Wyndham's The Wheel. Lao Tzu tells what comes from following Logos and what comes from following Tao. But what comes from abandoning both and following banana? Jim Aikin explains it all for us very clearly, but I don't quite understand. My thoughts are not very collected these days, and the world seems much less logical to me than it used to. I'm growing old. My Life in the Jungle by Jim Aikin. At one time, incongruous as it must now seem, I was a professor of mathematics. I'm not sure that that fact is of any importance, though I am fairly certain that it's of no importance to anybody but me. Perhaps I think and feel more deeply because of it. Perhaps my remembrance of the past provides me with a better perspective on the nature of events than those around me are privy to. But it's difficult to be certain. First, because I have no idea what those around me think and feel, if anything, and second, because I cannot quite imagine what I would think and feel if I were otherwise than I am. There must be millions of us here, wandering perpetually in this desolation of heat and dust. We all, I'm sure, suffer the same torment. Nevertheless, I do feel that I'm different from the others in some subtle but important way because of my former circumstances. But while at one time I could recall my life as a professor of mathematics in great detail, indeed, such fond recollections of the tree-lined campus, the classrooms, the cool quiet of the library, the meticulously reasoned papers I wrote for academic journals, occupied at one time many happy hours. Of late, the memories have grown dim and fragmentary, and what I can still recall, I take no pleasure in. On the contrary, the contrast between my remembered life and my current situation is a source of further pain. If I remembered more of the details of the past, the pain would only be worse. Fortunately, those memories have been largely overlaid and blotted out by more recent, more brutal scenes, by more pressing needs and immediate concerns. Bananas, for instance. As a professor of mathematics, I knew little about bananas and cared less. They were yellow and grew on trees. I knew, in a general way, what one tasted like. Today, on the other hand, I can identify more than a dozen distinct varieties of bananas, including too green to eat, green but edible, overripe but edible, rotten, wormy but edible, lying on the ground forgotten but still edible, half masticated and spit out, bitter for no apparent reason, and just right. Then there are somebody else's bananas, bananas stomped into the floor of the jungle and pulped by somebody who was angry, bananas smeared over the body, and bananas hanging too high in the tree to reach. Bananas are a subject of vast and consuming importance to all of us here, me along with the rest. In recent weeks, the band with which I am associated has shrunk by attrition to a fraction of its former size, which, considering the drastic alteration in our environment, is hardly surprising. Originally, we numbered between 20 and 25 individuals. Even then the number fluctuated from day to day as individuals wandered away and were replaced by others upon whom we happened in our travels. Today, the happy state that we enjoyed in the weeks following my arrival is nearly as remote from me as the campus life that preceded it. I look back wistfully on the leafy paradise in which we roamed. Nowhere now in this wasteland is such a luxuriant habitat to be found. Had I known then what deterioration would occur, surely I would have tried to find some way to prevent it. Probably nothing I could have done would have done any good. Perhaps, indeed, I would have found myself incapable of acting differently than I have. In any event, at the time I was too busy mourning my lost academic life to pay much attention to the direction in which events were tending. Thus I did nothing. Even in those days, it was difficult for me to reliably distinguish one individual of the band from another by sight. Now, of course, the problem is compounded 1,000-fold. Certain individuals did, however, possess characteristics that enabled me, after a time, to identify them. I gave them names in my own mind. The one who was more or less our acknowledged leader I dubbed Blackie, because of the broad, irregular stripe of black fur running down his back. In addition to Blackie, there was a particular nervous, excitable little fellow I called Phil, a toothless old female I called Granny, whose principal distinguishing feature was a severe chronic case of diarrhea, and, always at the center of my thoughts, a gentle, doe-eyed female I called Arabella. Ah, Arabella. Perhaps I should call us a tribe, and Blackie our chief. Not that his chieftainship went unchallenged. Far from it. We were constantly quarreling amongst ourselves. Indeed, next to foraging for bananas, quarreling has always been our chief occupation. Whenever we happened upon a band of strangers, we set aside our petty internal squabbles and put up a united front, screeching our challenge at them from the treetops, and trampling and crushing whatever vegetation might be handy, in order to demonstrate our ferocity and our utter contempt for them. They, of course, were simultaneously doing likewise. These noisy, destructive encounters were by far the grandest, most festive events punctuating our life in the jungle. But when no band of strangers was available, the young males not infrequently exhibited the same sort of aggressive behavior toward Blackie. He was not reluctant to reply in kind, and since he was larger and noisier than any of the rest, he inevitably emerged the victor, after which he would swagger around for hours with a self-satisfied smirk pasted on his repulsive features, deliberately bumping into anybody who was not quick enough to move out of his path, and grabbing their bananas away from them. These, then, were the parameters of the new life into which I was thrust. Bananas and quarreling and roaming through the trees, or along the jungle floor when no trees were handy. At first, the abruptness of the transition from the quiet life of a college professor left me shocked and appalled. Only natural, I suppose, under the circumstances. For some weeks I remained in a rather befuddled state, and I am sure that I seemed odd and distant to the others. Fortunately, the new body in which I found myself already knew the arts of the jungle survival, else I would surely have perished. Sitting on a limb peeling a banana, a task I executed as expertly as though I had devoted a life's intensive study to it, though I now possessed only incompletely opposable thumbs, I pondered how such a thing could possibly have happened, but I was unable to arrive at any very satisfactory answer. It seemed impossible. In point of fact, it still seems impossible. Nevertheless, the clarity and reliability of my perceptions made it clear at once that I had not been precipitated into a hallucination or a dream. If I had gone to sleep at night a college professor, and wakened the next morning in my present situation, I might have found the dream hypothesis more attractive, but the transition was not cloaked in unconsciousness, nor even accompanied by any sense of movement. At one moment I was standing at a blackboard, explaining the techniques of differential calculus to a class of freshmen and sophomores, most of whom were thoroughly bored and trying to conceal the fact, and then, in the blink of an eye, the classroom, the students, all had vanished, and I was sitting on a limb peeling a banana. When I saw how far above the ground I was, I became dizzy, and had to cling to the limb to keep from falling. But the dizziness was, I am convinced, a consequence of my reaction, not of the transition itself. When a few moments later I first came face to face with my new companions, again I reacted badly. I was, I regret, somewhat less than cordial. Far from embracing them, I was seized by terror, and turned and fled headlong through the jungle, screeching in alarm and confusion. I might easily have become separated from them and thus lost, hardly a serious matter, since I would sooner or later have been bound to stumble upon another virtually indistinguishable band. But when they saw me running, they instantly concluded that this was some grand new game in which I desired their participation, and without hesitation they followed after me, crashing loudly through the underbrush and screeching in concert. Hearing this commotion, I, in turn, naturally assumed that I was being pursued by those who wished me ill, and thus drove myself to greater exertion attempting to escape them. Eventually I would have outpaced them. Except for the unfailing fascination of quarreling, their attention span was not long. But before me suddenly the jungle fell away, and I was brought up short at the edge of a wide grassy plain dotted with distant herds of elephants and zebras. Even then I would have continued, save that directly before me, lolling in the dust, was a family of lions. Before I quite realized what I was doing, I had altered the direction of my progress from the X to the Y-axis and scampered up the nearest tree, where, of course, Blackie and the others speedily joined me. For some hours, until the lions moved off in search of game, we had no choice but to remain where we were. Given this opportunity to make an acquaintance with the band, I quickly lost my fear of them. Certainly they had their shortcomings, but I was not insensible of the fact that to be alone in the jungle is less desirable than to be with others with whom one has interests in common. For some time after the transition, I did wonder whether I might shift back to the classroom as suddenly and unexpectedly as I had left it, whether I might begin shuttling back and forth as a regular thing, or perhaps with as little warning find myself in a third set of surroundings, unrelated to either of the others. I no longer think this likely. I seem to be stuck very firmly and permanently where I am. I also wondered whether my new companions might be newly transplanted, like myself. But their behavior has never given me any evidence to confirm this hypothesis. My attempts to communicate with them by means of grunts and gestures, by drawing signs in the dirt, were met with blank indifference, or on occasion with crude and mocking imitations of my behavior that could not possibly conceal anything of semantic significance. I was forced, then, to consider whether my overt behavior, however precise or articulate my intentions, was any different than theirs. This is a question I still have not been able to lay to rest. I feel that I am far more intelligent than they, but as I have no method of observing myself from the outside, I am unable to determine whether this inner condition is manifest in any perceptible way. Conceivably, they are as intelligent as I, and we are all equally incapable of communication. As time goes on, admittedly, I am less inclined even to try to establish any meaningful interaction, and I acknowledge with regret that I am no longer much more attentive to matters of cleanliness than they. While I still think of myself as a professor of mathematics, so much time has passed that I might find it difficult to explain the calculus, should the occasion arise, or even to take a square root. I am reluctant, truth be told, to try to remember the details of such operations, for fear I might fail. As long as I don't dwell on the details, I can cling to the idea that I am, in fact, if not in semblance, a professor of mathematics. If I tried to remember and failed, I would be forced to consider that, after all, I may be no more than what I seem. It is even possible, though I shudder to think of it, that my memories of that previous life are illusory. I may always have been as I am now. While I may consider myself a professor of mathematics, I would be hard-pressed to offer any proof. Once over the initial shock, I found that my new life offered certain consolations. For example, I no longer had any professional obligations. There were no faculty meetings to attend, no undergraduates to advise, no thesis proposals to approve, no examinations to administer, no appointment calendars or clocks to watch. My new environment, while perhaps less than idyllic, was in the main quite pleasant. The weather was uniformly warm, and although embarrassed at first, I shortly found that I didn't mind much going without constantly being chafed by clothing. I suffered somewhat from boredom, but not excessively. While the course of events was more narrowly circumscribed here, there were endless matters of detail, such as learning to distinguish the many varieties of bananas, to claim my attention. And most of all, by way of consolation, there was Arabella. It was during my first days in the jungle, when I was still cautiously trying to discover the nature of my situation, that Arabella and I became aware of one another. Far from being impudently, raucously lewd, like most of the other females, she was shy and retiring by nature, even fastidious in comparison with the others, though admittedly the general standards of grooming were deplorably lax, and her own accomplishments in this regard were relative rather than absolute. I no longer recall whether it was she who first approached me, or vice versa, but before very long we had become steadfast companions. Companionship among the tribe was a simple matter, consisting chiefly of long sessions spent picking lice from one another's fur, a necessary task if we were not all to succumb to terminal itching. And it was this activity that formed the primary basis of my relationship with Arabella. How well I remember the gentleness of her hands as they roamed delicately over my back and shoulders. I also, from time to time, offered her an especially delectable-looking banana. I wish I could report that she reciprocated, but, alas, the exchange of such tokens of generosity seemed to be entirely unknown among the tribe. At most, she favored me perhaps with a fleeting glance of appreciation before devoting her attention to the matter at hand, that is, to the banana. There was a time when I thought Arabella and I could be happy together. I pretended to myself that within her must reside, hidden, a soul akin to my own, though she never gave me any concrete evidence in support of this idea. I seemed to recall a student I had had once who possessed such soft, compassionate eyes, such a sweet disposition, and I fondly imagined that it was with this student that I was passing the hours in our leafy bower. I found, however, that I was unable to remember the student's name, and this dampened my enjoyment of the fantasy somewhat. No matter. In the evenings, when the tribe had settled down for the night in the boughs of a banana grove, when the air was fragrant with the scent of wild orchards, and the occasional sleepy roar of a lion could be heard in the distance, Arabella would come to me and pick the lice from my fur, and I the lice from hers. I am sure she would have allowed a greater degree of familiarity if I had sought it. Couplings among the tribe were indulged in quite casually and openly, with no consideration whatever of propriety or decorum. But I could not quite bear to disturb the tranquillity of our time together. Nor, to be honest, could I ever wholly divest myself of the knowledge that I was, after all, a professor of mathematics, for whom such a scene must remain too grotesquely undignified ever to take part in. I have no idea how long this period of arboreal contentment lasted. More than a year, surely. Perhaps several. At one time, I considered whether I might be able to fashion a crude calendar by carving every day a new notch in a convenient tree branch. But, even had I possessed a suitable carving tool, it would have availed me nothing, for in our wanderings through the jungle we rarely spent 2 nights in the same place. To have carved a single notch in a new tree every night would have been an exercise in futility. All during this time our encounters with other roving bands similar to ours continued. These were occasions of some devastation to the jungle, for when we saw strangers, so like us, and yet so utterly unlike, we flew into paroxysms of rage. To demonstrate our ferocity, we uprooted whole bushes and young trees, or trampled them into the mud. If the strangers had not begun doing so before us, they imitated us without delay. This activity was accompanied by prolonged screeching, gnashing of teeth, rude gestures, and, though it shames me to admit it, the flinging of excrement. Actual hand-to-hand combat was a rarity, though we sometimes worked ourselves into such a frenzy that no other measures would do to slake our rage. Generally, we preferred to take up a safe strategic position, from which, after a thorough display of animosity, we would begin pelting the enemy with bodily wastes, or, when none came readily to hand, with bananas. After a few hours of such excitement, both sides would retire grumbling, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with dung and trampled vegetation. At first there seemed little harm in this enterprise. After all, the jungle was large, and the scars of battle quickly overgrown. As time went on, however, I noticed that our encounters with bands of strangers were becoming more frequent, and the injuries to the jungle slower to heal. Often, in our migrations, we came upon old battlegrounds, bedraggled and foul-smelling. On some of these occasions, I could recall that it was we who had participated in the depredation, while on others the geography was not one I recognized. I concluded, therefore, that we were not alone in provoking and relishing such hostilities. Unquestionably, we did our share of the destructive work. There was one band in particular with whom we fought repeatedly, in a series of skirmishes that ranged up and down the jungle. If I had been transported originally into their midst, rather than into Blackie's group, I don't suppose it would have made the slightest difference, for on the whole we were quite indistinguishable from one another. Nevertheless, we were bitter enemies. On one memorable occasion, we became rivals for a single strand of banana trees, an unusually large and fertile grove whose bananas were among the finest I had ever tasted. In truth, the grove was large enough easily to have fed both our group and the others, but there was no possibility of our reaching an accommodation. Arriving one morning at the grove simultaneously from opposite directions, we both took umbrage. Each group was determined that it, and it alone, should occupy this entire site. As a result, we threw more bananas at one another than we ate, and tore more and more leaves from the banana trees in our furious displays of aggression. When the trees on all sides were wholly denuded, we had no alternative but to uproot them. Failure to do so would have been proof of cowardice. The labor of uprooting full-grown trees was prodigious, and required a greater degree of cooperation than our band had shown before, or has since. But we were determined, and when we finished, the trees lay about on the ground like matchsticks. We slammed them down, and grimaced and howled, and tore our fingers on the roots. I cannot say whether our group or the detested strangers uprooted more of the trees. It would have been a victory of sorts, if only symbolic, though I am bound to suppose that nobody but myself was even capable of counting. Perhaps my failure to keep a tally was, under the circumstances, a form of disloyalty. In any event, the upshot was that we completely destroyed the grove, and both tribes had to look elsewhere for sustenance. One remarkable aspect of these battles was their effect on the one I called Phil. As if in compensation for the fact that he was unable to best Blackie in our domestic uproars, or more accurately, that he was unwilling to challenge him, Phil became, in our encounters with strangers, the most hysterically aggressive of our band. He screeched the loudest, he trampled bushes the most enthusiastically, and he flung excrement with such glee that he generally got more on himself, it not having hardened enough to make proper missiles, than on the enemy. Not that the rest of us were immune from this unfortunate scattering effect. Phil, however, was nervous and excitable at the best of times, and these bouts did him no good. For hours after a battle, he would lie on the ground twitching, eyes rolling far back into his head, and foam dribbling from his mouth. He was a pitiful sight, and would have been easy prey for a lion had one happened along. Fortunately for him, he was victimized only by the rest of the young males of our own tribe, who lost no opportunity to urinate on him and otherwise display their contempt while he was helpless. Nor did I, to my everlasting shame, abstain from this ritual of debasement. Although I had only pity for poor Phil, I feared that to hang back when the rest of the tribe was so eagerly pressing forward would make me conspicuous, and might lead to my being singled out for the same sort of abuse. Even Granny, the aged and incontinent female, participated on these occasions. Since this was the only time she got the better of anybody, I found it hard to begrudge her the opportunity, though unquestionably it was a disgusting spectacle. To an outsider, it might have appeared that we were demonstrating our disapproval of Phil's extreme pugnacity, but nothing could have been further from the truth. Our vociferousness in encounters with strangers was nearly equal to his. Rather, we were deflecting onto Phil the aggressive impulses we had been unable to vent on any less helpless victim. If the band of strangers had been so considerate as to lie down on the floor of the jungle and allow such treatment, our deepest longings would have been fulfilled. It was on the evening following our destruction, with the collaboration of our habitual nemesis, of the banana grove, that I lost my Arabella. For some time before, to be sure, she had seemed somewhat distracted. Once or twice she actually pushed away a banana I was offering her. But until it was too late, I attached no significance to this. Perhaps if I had, well, such speculation is of no value now. It happened that during the battle, Blackie's usual consort, his favorite of the 5 or 6 upon whom he customarily lavished his attentions, had wandered away. Where or why I never learned. In her absence, his roving eye fell upon Arabella, and she, to my sorrow, seemed not to find his attentions distasteful. Disdaining even to undertake a preliminary picking of lice by way of courtship, he mounted her straight away, as I watched in horror. The lust in his eyes was acid in my heart, and as for Arabella, she continued placidly eating a banana all the time he was at his business, a banana I had given her. Faithless Arabella! I fought him naturally. I had no choice, if I were to salvage even a tattered remnant of honor. And of course he beat me soundly. I fear that I have always been too inhibited to screech and trample with necessary abandon. But while I remained furious at Blackie, it was hard to hold Arabella blameless. Far from being distraught by the change, far from pining for me, or casting longing glances in my direction, she took to the arrangement as placidly as she had to her life with me, and seemed to want nothing further to do with me. When I approached, humbly beckoning for her to search my back for lice, she pushed me away roughly. At night I was forced to listen to her grunts of pleasure mingled with his. Dismally depressed by this turn of events, I gorged myself on bananas for weeks. Briefly, I considered leaving the tribe entirely and striking out through the jungle in search of new companions. But I knew I would carry the unhappy memory with me wherever I went, and would have no peace. As long as I stayed nearby, I could cherish the hope that eventually he would tire of her, or she of him. I was unsure whether I would wish to resume our former relations in that case, whether I would be capable of so blithely putting the past behind me. But it seemed wrong to deny myself the opportunity should it arise. From this time on, it seemed a change came over our life in the jungle. Or perhaps it was only that, no longer distracted by Arabella's sweet presence, I noticed for the first time a change that had already begun. Indeed, as I was searching for distractions, I may have noticed the change long before it became apparent to the others, if indeed it has ever become apparent to them. To this day, I sometimes think they have not noticed the cataclysmic deterioration in our surroundings. They continue to behave exactly as they did before, though it is no longer appropriate, if it ever was. Perhaps they have no memory of what once was, and thus no way to measure the loss. Perhaps it is only I, among the millions here, who am aware of the disaster we have brought on ourselves. Could I have averted it, if I had acted in time? What could I have done? We moved on, then, from the destroyed banana grove in search of unspoiled forage. But more and more, the groves we found were already in the possession of bands of strangers, whom we had to drive off in order to enjoy the bananas. The jungle was thick with evidence of past combats, and virgin stretches of wild growth increasingly rare. The first time we came upon two separate bands of strangers fighting for possession of a grove, we retreated in confusion, never having seen such a thing before. But before long we were inured to the sight. We learned that we could pitch in, making it a three-way fight, taking advantage of the fact that the others were already in debilitated condition to promote our own cause, and on occasion we emerged the victors. For our victory celebration, naturally, we stuffed ourselves with bananas, whether or not they were ripe, and continuing long after we'd eaten our fill, continuing until we vomited up undigested banana, and then reaching for more. For who knew when we might have the chance for such an orgy again? Just as often, we found ourselves unequal to the contest, and were driven off. If not initially by those who had possession before us, then certainly at a later date by those who came after. It proved impossible to retain control of any given grove for long, especially as the roving bands were becoming more numerous, and stands of banana trees scarcer. When we could secure victory only by uprooting the trees, naturally we did so. Nor have I any reason to suppose we were alone in this improvident behavior. And always, sooner or later, we were compelled to move on, searching, ever searching for a grove where we could enter and eat and remain unmolested. It was after one of these raids that I noticed Arabella was gone. Though it galled me to look on her, now that she was another's, I found that I mourned her loss none the less keenly. I hoped that she had found a haven with another band like ours, new companions who would devotedly pick the lice from her fur. The thought that she might lie crushed under a fallen banana-tree, her warm doe eyes forever cold and vacant, was for a long time a source of torment for me. I am compelled to wonder, however, whether such a fate might after all be better for her than to have survived. Our circumstances now are so wretched that though I may wish she were here to ease my loneliness, I cannot in good conscience desire that she should suffer such pain. Perhaps, nevertheless, she has survived, and wanders here as we do. Perhaps some day I will stumble upon her, and not recognize her, and pass on. Perhaps I have done so already. Ah, Arabella, truly you are lost. By now our encounters with bands of strangers are no longer frequent. They are continual. Of the jungle, nothing remains. As far as I can see in every direction, which is not far, unless I climb for a moment onto somebody else's shoulders, there is nothing on this arid plain but thousands of bands like ourselves roaming through the dust and filth, screeching foul imprecations at one another, bespattering one another with excrement, stumbling occasionally over the dried, bleached bones of a lion, seeking perpetually in vain for a leafy grove where grow bananas. Of our group, only myself and Blackie and Granny remain. Wanting nothing to do with Granny, but needing release, Blackie has taken to mounting me instead. I find this humiliating and rather painful, but I am powerless to prevent it. Also, he demands that I search his fur for lice, while showing no inclination whatever to reciprocate. I itch constantly, agonizingly. When I scratch, my fur comes out in clumps, leaving raw red sores behind. The heat of the sunlight is sufficient to raise blisters, and in the thick dust I am dreadfully, excruciatingly thirsty. There being no trees left to uproot, some of the more foul-tempered among us have taken to tearing one another's limbs off, and belaboring one another about the head with them. The delicious wetness of the blood as it spurts from these horrid wounds goads my thirst to unbearable agony. Once the blood has mingled with the dust, however, its usefulness as a means of allaying thirst is a thing of the past. I find myself wondering whether I could become so crazed by thirst as to do what I am contemplating. Am I actually capable of such savagery? I would like, even in this extremity, to feel that I still possess some measure of dignity, of rationality. After all, I was at one time a professor of mathematics. End of Beyond Armageddon, 21 Sermons to the Dead. Edited by Walter M. Miller, Jr. and Martin H. Greenberg. Acknowledgements. Salvador by Lucius Shepard. Copyright 1984 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. Reprinted by permission. The Store of the Worlds by Robert Sheckley. Copyright 1959 by Robert Sheckley. Reprinted by permission of Kirby Macaulay Limited. The Big Flash by Norman Spinrad. Copyright 1969 by Damon Knight. Reprinted by permission of the author. Lot by Ward Moore. Copyright 1953 by Fantasy House Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1981 by Mercury Press Incorporated. Reprinted by permission of Virginia Kidd. Day at the Beach by Carol Emshwiller. Copyright 1959 by Mercury Press Incorporated. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. The Wheel by John Wyndham. Copyright 1952 by Standard Magazines Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1980. Reprinted by permission of the agents for the author's estate, the Scott Meredith Literary Agency Incorporated. 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Jody After the War by Edward Bryant. Copyright 1972 by Damon Knight. Reprinted by permission of Richard Curtis Associates, Incorporated. The Terminal Beach by J.G. Ballard. Copyright 1964 by J.G. Ballard. Reprinted by permission of the Scott Meredith Literary Agency, Incorporated. 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Tomorrow's Children by Powell Anderson. Copyright 1947 by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1975 by Powell Anderson. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agents, the Scott Meredith Literary Agency, 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Heirs Apparent by Robert Abernathy. Copyright 1954 by Fantasy House, Incorporated. Copyright renewed 1982 by Robert Abernathy. Reprinted by permission of the author. A Master of Babylon by Edgar Pangborn. Copyright 1954 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. Copyright renewed. Reprinted by permission of Richard Curtis Associates, Incorporated. Game Preserve by Raj Phillips. Copyright 1957 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. Reprinted by permission of the Scott Meredith Literary Agency, 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. By the Waters of Babylon by Stephen Vincent Benét. From The Selected Works of Stephen Vincent Benét, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, Incorporated. Copyright 1937 by Stephen Vincent Benét. Copyright renewed 1964 by Thomas C. Benét, Stephanie B. Mahan, and Rachel Benét Lewis. Reprinted by permission of Brandt and Brandt Literary Agents, Incorporated. There Will Come Soft Rains by Ray Bradbury. Copyright 1950 by Ray Bradbury. Copyright renewed 1978 by Ray Bradbury. Reprinted by permission of Don Congdon Associates, Incorporated. To the Chicago Abyss by Ray Bradbury. Copyright 1963 by Ray Bradbury. Reprinted by permission of Don Congdon Associates, Incorporated. Lucifer by Roger Zelazny. Copyright 1964 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. Reprinted by permission of the author. Eastward Ho by William Tenn. Copyright 1958 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. The Feast of St. Janis by Michael Swanwick. Copyright 1980 by Michael Swanwick. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, Virginia Kidd. If I Forget Thee, O Earth by Arthur C. Clarke. Copyright 1951. Copyright renewed 1979 by Arthur C. Clarke. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agents, the Scott Meredith Literary Agency, 845 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. A Boy and His Dog by Harlan Ellison. Originally appeared in a shorter version in New Worlds. Copyright 1969 by New Worlds Publishing, Great Britain. Revised version copyright 1969 by Harlan Ellison. Reprinted with the permission of and by arrangement with the author and the author's agent, Richard Curtis Associates, Incorporated, 164 East 64th Street, New York, New York, 10021. All rights reserved. My Life in the Jungle by Jim Aikin. Copyright 1984 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. Reprinted by permission of the author and the author's agent, James Allen. Narrated by Lee Ewing in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, September 1986. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Donald I. Fine, Incorporated, 128 East 36th Street, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.